Martial Peak, Chapter 59:11, Killing the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Inside the body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, an army of millions of small stone race soldiers were scattered about. If they had been ordinary small stone race members, they might not be able to withstand the corruption of the thick black ink strength, but these small stone race masters had grown by consuming the extremely pure yin or yang energy of the burning light and serene glimmer, so they had a natural resistance to it. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive towards black ink strength and viewed it as their absolute enemy. As soon as they were released, they began attacking the black ink giant spirit god from inside its body, causing it to experience what the pain of being devoured by countless ants was like. No matter how indestructible the black ink giant spirit god was outside, its internal defenses were naturally much weaker. Yang Kai's original plan was to summon all of the small stone race soldiers from his small universe, which amounted to around 30 million, but he had no choice but to stop because of the black ink giant spirit god's secret technique. The longer such an intense battle dragged on, the greater the variables became. As soon as he sensed the black ink giant spirit god's unusual move, Yang Kai decisively activated the great sun and moon marks. The next moment, the tens of millions of small stone race each shone brightly. Yellow and blue lights began to flow and blend in the extremely dark environment, turning it pure white, creating a mystical scene. In the void, Ada once again swung down his opponent's severed arm, smashing it fiercely towards the black ink giant spirit god and hitting it squarely in the neck until its head was slightly bent out of shape. At the same time, the black ink giant spirit god's face distorted in extreme pain, as if it was being subjected to unbearable torture. Then, a bright white light overflowed from its mouth and nose. It howled in pain, and its roar echoed throughout the universe, frightening all black ink clansmen who heard it. The bright white light was not only overflowing from its mouth and nose now, but also from the stumps of its severed limbs and even from the wounds all over its body, creating columns of light like 10,000 swords piercing through its flesh. As the columns of light emerged, so did a figure covered in black blood, rushing out with his spear. It was none other than Yang Kai. He turned his head to look at the pitiful appearance of the black ink giant spirit god and could clearly sense that its aura had weakened greatly. This eruption of purifying light had an even more profound effect than the sacrifice of 2008 order small stone race masters from before. It made sense, after all, the previous blast of purifying light only enveloped the black ink giant spirit god from the outside, making it a purely external attack, but now, the purifying light was created by the fusion of an army of tens of millions exploding inside its body, meaning almost all of the impact was absorbed by it without any escaping. So, despite the fact that the quality was somewhat lacking, the quantity made up for it, and the damage to the black ink giant spirit god was even greater than before. Ada charged forward once again. Even though his intelligence was lacking, he was still a member of the giant spirit god clan whose battle instincts were incredibly strong. Seeing his enemy in such a miserable state, there was no way he would miss this perfect opportunity. In just a few steps, he reached the black ink giant spirit god and, wielding its severed arm and leg, unleashed a flurry of attacks that left a bloody spectacle wherever they struck. Following the weakening of its aura and the damage to its foundation, the black ink giant spirit god's defense also became weaker. The black ink giant spirit god roared and struggled to resist, but it was simply no match for Ada at this moment. Faced with this barrage of attacks, it could only defend while being forced back step by step. A dragon roar sounded abruptly and a golden light burst forth as a 100,000 meters divine dragon appeared. The dragon shot forward, taking advantage of when the black ink giant spirit god was already overwhelmed, and wrapped around its neck, looping itself around it. Then, the divine dragon lifted his large head and looked the black ink giant spirit god in the eye right in front of him. Despite his large form, the dragon still appeared small compared to the massive black ink giant spirit god. From a distance, it was like a small snake wrapped around a person's neck. The black ink giant spirit god loathed Yang Kai deeply. Knowing that this situation was likely to be disastrous, it directly abandoned its defense against Ada and reached out its one remaining hand to grab the divine dragon. Yang Kai had taken on his dragon form, which allowed him to control his time Dao strength much better than when he was in his human form. After all, the Dao of time was the innate grand Dao of the dragon clan. As such, the hand that was trying to grasp him was instantly surrounded by a profound field which made it become extremely sluggish. Opening his dragon maw, a dragon breath spewed forth and smashed into one of the black ink giant spirit god's eyes. In the next instant, the giant eye burst apart. Repeating the same thing on the other side, Yang Kai quickly destroyed the black ink giant spirit god's other eye as well. With both eyes gone, the black ink giant spirit god let out another miserable cry before unleashing all its power, breaking through the time principle blockade, allowing its stalled hand to regain its freedom. However, its attack was interrupted by a fierce blow from Ada before it could reach Yang Kai. Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to unleash one Dragon Clan secret technique after another, bombarding the black ink giant spirit god's face at close range. Every secret technique was as powerful as an all-out attack of a peak Ninth Order master, and in just a short amount of time, the face of the black ink giant spirit god had been turned into a bloody mess. Despite that, the black ink giant spirit god still refused to die, displaying a tenacious vitality that Yang Kai couldn't help but marvel at. Since the war between humans and Black Ink Clan began, the humans had only managed to kill a single Black Ink giant spirit god, which happened during the battle in the Barren Territory several thousand years ago. However, they also paid a huge price for that success, with more than a dozen Ninth Order masters dying in battle. Furthermore, Air was there to provide assistance, and that black ink giant spirit god was already injured and had been prepared to be sacrificed. It could be said that the reason why the black ink giant spirit god was killed in that battle was partly because the Black Ink Clan was willing to pay any price to breach the Barren Territory and invade the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, the humans had also paid a high price to slowly wear down their opponent and kill it. As to what they were supposed to do in order to quickly kill a black ink giant spirit god now, the humans still lacked experience and ideas. The black ink giant spirit god in front of them had almost no ability to resist, as it was attacked by Yang Kai in his divine dragon form and Ada, but its extraordinary vitality still basically made it immortal and indestructible. Seeing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to act ruthlessly. When his dragon jaws opened, a golden round bead emerged. It was his dragon bead. The moment the dragon bead appeared, the black ink giant spirit god was able to sense that something was amiss despite losing both its eyes. It opened its mouth and roared, trying to wriggle its neck free from Yang Kai's hold. However, the force applied to it rendered it completely immobile. The golden dragon bead shook faintly before turning into a golden light and blasting into the hole where the black ink giant spirit god's left eye used to be, then bursting out through the back of his head. As the residual energy swept into the depths of the void, a golden beam of light spanning 100 million kilometers was created. Such a fierce blow caused the black ink giant spirit god's neck and head to be flung back as it lost all strength in the hand it was waving around. Thus, the aura of a powerful being, powerful enough to shake the universe, crumbled and dissipated. However, Yang Kai still could not be rest assured. A loud dragon roar echoed across the battlefield, and the dragon coiled around the black ink giant spirit god's neck tightened its grip once again before soaring up into the void. The immense pulling force ripped into the neck of the black ink giant spirit god, directly separating its huge head from its body. At the wound, black blood erupted like a volcano, instantly dyeing a vast expanse of the void completely black. Another endless flurry of attacks from Ada landed immediately after, smashing the black ink giant spirit god until its body broke into pieces. It wasn't until this moment that the aura belonging to the black ink giant spirit god was completely extinguished. The black ink giant spirit god had fallen. From the moment Ada restrained this black ink giant spirit god, to when Yang Kai ripped its head off, only a short dozen breaths had passed. In such a short period of time, a powerful black ink giant spirit god was killed by the joint efforts of Yang Kai and Ada. Regardless of how tenacious its vitality was, regardless of how profound Mo's creations were, there was no way it could have any vitality left after its body was literally smashed into paste. Thousands of years ago, this black ink giant spirit god emerged from the divine spirit ancestral land and laid the foundation for the Black Ink clan's victory in the war in the Barren Territory. Its strength had been looming over the hearts of all the humans all that time, almost like a towering mountain pressing down on their heads. After all, it was an indomitable and powerful existence. Today, when its aura finally dissipated, and its body shattered into pieces, that shadow was at last dispelled. The human race army, which already had the momentum advantage against the Black Ink clan, erupted into cheers at this moment, and their attacks became even fiercer. The Black Ink clan army, which was already at a disadvantage, deflated even further at this sight. This was especially so for the masters from the Black Ink clan. No matter what, they couldn't believe that a soul clone of the Supreme One would be killed in such a short time. When the aura of the Black Ink giant spirit god dissipated, their minds all fell into disarray. The human race masters fighting against them took advantage of this opportunity to expand their advantages even further, while those who were in disadvantageous positions quickly stabilized their situations. It could be said that the death of one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods was not just a loss of one of the Black Ink clan's top masters, but it also had a clear and direct effect on the situation of the entire battlefield. All the Black Ink clansmen realized that all hope had just died and there was no way they would survive the battle for the no-return pass no matter what they did. All of them would be slaughtered ruthlessly here. This was a matter concerning the life or death of both races, a blood feud spanning so many years that no one could even say how long it was. It was impossible for them to show any mercy. This decisive battle that had broken out hastily would eventually end in victory for the human race. On the battlefield, Ada threw back his head and roared to the heavens, his voice filled with joy and victory. After he was done, he looked around the battlefield with sharp eyes like an eagle or wolf filled with bloodlust. Yang Kai saw this and shouted, "Go and help Ah-Er." After receiving the message, Ada rushed over to the other side of the battlefield with the severed arm and leg still in hand. Ah-Er was fighting on equal grounds with his opponent there, but when his enemy naturally saw its peer being killed and immediately tried to escape. There was not much Ah-Er could do against a Black Ink giant spirit god intent on escaping. Nevertheless, he did his best to keep it pinned as long as possible. Fortunately, Ada arrived quickly, and with the united strength of two giant spirit gods, they instantly trapped their opponent, making it all but impossible for it to flee. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-12, Dead End. To have killed a Black Ink giant spirit god while hardly sustaining any injuries was a feat that nobody could achieve, not just for the people of today, but even their ancestors of the past eras. It had to be known that when a single Black Ink giant spirit god invaded the divine spirit's ancestral land in the early ancient era, countless powerful divine spirits had inhabited those lands, but even then, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time still had to use the 16 sacred treasures of the strongest clans and sacrifice themselves to lay a grand array just to suppress and seal it. It was only after hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years of erosion from the ancestral land's ancestral strength that the Black Ink giant spirit god's vitality was finally ground down. Such a huge price was paid, yet they were only able to trap their foe, not directly kill them. In comparison to that, today's fight was an astonishing feat unequaled before in history. Of course, it was mainly thanks to the two explosions of purifying light that greatly damaged the Black Ink giant spirit god's foundation. Even though the ancestral strength in the divine spirit ancestral land provided some suppressive power against Black Ink strength, it was far less potent than purifying light. Even though he did not sustain much damage, Yang Kai expended a lot of his strength, especially when he summoned his dragon bead at the end, so he was basically a dry oil lamp right now. The dragon bead was the culmination of a dragon's cultivation. Just like a monster beast's monster core, one would never summon it unless it was absolutely necessary, for once it was brought out, either one's enemy died or the owner perished. It was a desperate final move. Since he became a grand dragon and obtained his own dragon bead, Yang Kai had summoned this final weapon a few times in the past, and it was exhausting each time he did. This time was no different. It was hard for Yang Kai to even maintain his dragon form after using his dragon bead to attack, so he quickly transformed back into his human form. Not only was his face extremely pale, he looked completely deflated. That was especially true for his dragon vein. Usually, he could circulate the might in his dragon vein without issue even in his human form, but now, the power in his dragon vein was almost still. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai could see that even his dragon bead was dim and gray, not bright and golden as before. It seemed like he would need to recuperate for a long time before his dragon vein and bead could be restored. Before then, it would be difficult to even use any techniques related to the dragon clan. After directing Ada to help Air, Yang Kai stuffed some recovery pills into his mouth and swallowed them before turning back and rushing over to the no-return pass. The defense line of the Black Ink clan had long been riddled with holes, and humans had the advantage in most of the positions across the battlefield. As they were enveloped by the dazzling lights of both secret techniques and artifacts, the Black Ink clansmen were being wiped out in great numbers every breath. The human race's victory here was set, all that was lacking to resolve this war now was time. In an instant, Yang Kai had passed over the defense line where the human race and the Black Ink clan armies were fighting and went straight into the no-return pass. As space principles surged, his figure swiftly passed through each area of the no-return pass. Everywhere he went, large numbers of Black Ink nests were destroyed. When Ada and Air were first rushing over from the barren territory, they had already caused significant damage to the Black Ink nests in the no-return pass, but due to how many Black Ink nests there were to begin with, many still remained. With Yang Kai to clean up the rest, all the surviving Black Ink nests would soon be destroyed. If the pseudo-royal lords were still guarding this place, they might have been able to hinder him somewhat, but all of them had left of the inner region of the no-return pass to fight under Mo Na Ye's order, so how could there be any masters left to stop Yang Kai? Within an incense stick of time, the no-return pass became a chaotic mess. All of the Black Ink nests, whether they were high rank, mid-rank, or low rank, were all destroyed without exception. Even the Black Ink clansmen that had escaped back to the pass for shelter, suffered heavy casualties. Without pause, Yang Kai disappeared in a flash. Somewhere in the battlefield, Missouri Nayi and Mi Jingluan's fight was still going on, with the situation being extremely disadvantageous for the former. It was reasonable to say that since Mo Nayi had become a royal lord a few hundred years earlier than Mi Jingluan had advanced to the Ninth Order, he should have a stronger heritage, yet in reality, he was completely suppressed by Mi Jingluan. Naturally, such a situation arose because of the various changes that happened on the battlefield, causing Mo Na Ye's thoughts to be disrupted. This was especially so with Yang Kai's sudden surge in strength and the death of a Black Ink giant spirit god, which had an immense impact on him. The shrewd and cunning Mi Jingluan naturally seized this opportunity to expand his advantage bit by bit until they reached the current state of affairs. Of course, with Mi Jingluan's current cultivation, killing Mo Na Yi would be difficult even with such an advantage, as he had to be extremely cautious against a final counterattack. In a fight between masters like them, the slightest carelessness could drastically change the outcome. That was why Mi Jingluan did not dare to be careless in the slightest and kept a steady hand from the beginning, never taking risks in a rush for success. But at a certain point, his attacks grew more violent. At the same time, Mo Na Yi keenly caught onto an opening in his defense and, after a moment of hesitation, his originally retreating figure suddenly rushed forward, taking advantage of the gap in Mi Jingluan's secret techniques to throw a punch out. Mi Jingluan's face immediately showed an expression of panic, and he instinctively tried to block it, but it was too late. As Mo Na Ye's fist was about to hit Mi Jingluan's head though, Mo Na Ye's body suddenly shook as if he had been hit by a binding technique, freezing in place. His fist was less than a forearm's length away from Mi Jingluan, and the violent force from it caused the opponent's clothes to flutter. In the face of imminent death, the panic in Mi Jingluan's eyes disappeared and was instead replaced by an indifferent gaze. As expected. Mo Naiyi laughed bitterly at Mi Jingluan, but those words weren't meant for him. Behind Mo Naiyi, Yang Kai's figure had appeared at some point, and the azure dragon spear pierced through Mo Naiyi's chest. Dao's strength lingered on Yang Kai's spear as space principles surged, solidifying the surrounding space. Even someone as strong as Mo Naiyi was unable to break free for a time. The three masters were arranged in a straight line in the void with Yang Kai at the back, Mo Naiyi in the center, and Mi Jingluan in the front. For a while, nobody spoke. The silence went on for a time before Mi Jingluan finally said, "You realize that I was baiting you." It was not a question, he was just stating a fact. When Yang Kai rushed over from the no-return pass, he sent a message to Mi Jingluan, which was why he suddenly revealed an opening. It was to lure Mo Naiyi into attacking him and creating a favorable opportunity for Yang Kai's ambush. Everything went smoothly and Yang Kai's ambush was extremely successful. So what if I saw through it? A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Mo Naiyi's lips. Mi Jingluan's eyes flickered, and he nodded lightly, "You had no choice but to take it." Even if he did see through the plan to lure the enemy out, Mo Naiyi could only make his move, hoping to severely injure or even kill Mi Jingluan before being hit by Yang Kai. That way, it wouldn't be a loss even if he died. Of course, he could also choose to evade Yang Kai's ambush, but all that would follow would be a joint attack from both Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan together, which would still be difficult for him to resist. So, he didn't have a choice at all from the start. Yang Kai tilted his head, his gaze passing Mo Naiyi by to look at Mi Jingluan as he commented, "Senior brother, that was too dangerous." He had communicated with Mi Jingluan to coordinate their actions, but he never expected the latter to use such a dangerous method. Even Yang Kai's heart was racing with fear for a moment. If he had moved just a bit slower, Mi Jingluan would have undoubtedly suffered serious injuries. Mi Jingluan responded indifferently, "Fortune favors the bold." Yang Kai sighed, not knowing what to say in reply. He had no doubt that Mi Jingluan trusted him, but he had no idea that Yang Kai had already exhausted too much of his strength in the previous battle. Even though he recovered some of it while destroying the black ink nests, the time was too short and he couldn't recover much of his strength. For example, Yang Kai could only use the same set of secret techniques he just used twice more before all his energy ran out again. If Mo Naiyi really managed to avoid his surprise attack, things would have become difficult. "Brother Yang, I have a question to ask before I die." Mo Naiyi spoke to Yang Kai behind him as he stood still, showing no intention to resist. Yang Kai raised a brow, "You may ask, but I may not necessarily answer." Mo Naiyi laughed bitterly, "You humans. How did you discover reinforcements were coming?" Mo Naiyi had speculated the reason the humans were so eager to take down the no-return pass, even at the cost of greater sacrifices, was because they must have discovered reinforcements were rushing over from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Unfortunately, he still couldn't figure out how they managed to learn about them. It had to be known that the reinforcements were still more than 10 years away at best, a distance so great that it would have been difficult for the Black Ink clan to even contact them without the help of the Black Ink giant spirit god's divine ability and the Black Ink nests. Mo Naiyi had thought that the reinforcements would be the no-return pass Black Ink clan's ticket to survival, allowing them to pincer the humans from the front and back, catching them off guard. Who would have thought that it would become a death decree in the end? Reinforcements? What do you mean reinforcements? Yang Kai asked in a surprised tone. Mo Naiyi turned his head with difficulty so he could see his expression, but as he moved, the azure dragon spear shook slightly, forcing him to keep still. Yang Kai continued, "Where can your Black Ink clan get reinforce? The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, is it? What happened over there?" Mo Naiyi's brow furrowed. Unable to see Yang Kai's face, he could only stare at me Jing Luan, who had a look of sudden realization. The thing you mentioned earlier was about the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. There was a moment of confusion for Mo Na Yi. Before the war started, he tried to probe me Jing Luan for clues but failed to get any answers. He had been confident that the humans must have known about their reinforcements, which was why they launched such a decisive attack, but now, judging from me Jing Luan and Yang Kai's reactions, it seemed that they actually knew nothing about it. Do the humans really have no idea? Speak. Are Black Ink clan reinforcements from the primordial heavens source grand restriction on the way here now? How is that possible? Yang Kai's shout sounded from behind while at the same time, the spear that penetrated his chest pulsed with Dao strengths, causing Mo Na Yi to groan in pain. Even in such a critical situation, he was still closely observing me Jing Luan's expression, and he could see that those eyes were full of worry and anxiety. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Mo Na Yi could not help but break out in fervent laughter. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai shouted and shook his spear, interrupting Mo Na Yi's laughter. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-13, Capturing the No-Return Pass. The immense pain distorted Mo Na Yi's features, but he gritted his teeth. I laugh at you humans for being so ignorant in the face of the Supreme One's power. No matter how hard you struggle, it is all meaningless, all your efforts will ultimately be in vain. He spoke as if he were stating a fact, or laying a malicious curse, but it also seemed like a prediction of the future. Yang Kai coldly snorted, you have a big mouth for someone with little skill. Mo Na Yi frowned, Brother Yang. Yang Kai shook the spear in his hand, interrupting his words as a strongly disgusted look emerged on his face. Who is your brother Yang? Do you even have the qualifications to call me your brother? Mo Na Yi looked surprised and stammered, I thought. Yang Kai interrupted him again, we have been fighting each other for many years, and we each have our own victories. So, you think that as opponents, we should be sympathetic to each other? Shouldn't we? Mo Na Yi tossed the question back. The disgust on Yang Kai's face deepened, it's you who knows nothing. I, Yang Kai, have been cultivating for thousands of years and encountered many powerful opponents. Indeed, there are some worth sympathizing with, because it was the pressure they gave me that enabled me to forge ahead step by step until this day, but that does not include you or any other Black Ink clansman. We are mortal enemies. Only by killing you can we humans find peace. Mo Na Yi was silent for a moment before suddenly realizing, only opponents are sympathetic to each other, not enemies. It seems you understand now. So answer me, where did the Black Ink clan's reinforcements come from? Did something happen at the primordial heavens source grand restriction? You only have one chance to tell me the truth. Yang Kai's icy words were biting like the cold chills of winter. Smirking, Mo Na Yi looked at me Jing Luan across from him, Black Ink eternal. A violent force suddenly erupted from Mo Na Yi's chest. Yang Kai's 10,000 Dao strength surged. This royal lord, who had been commanding the situation in the Black Ink clan for thousands of years, was blasted into pieces with blood and severed limbs flying everywhere. Mo Na Yi had fallen. Yang Kai gave him only one chance to speak, but he had no intention of revealing any valuable information. Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy, and regardless of what answer Mo Na Yi gave, he still would not escape death today. Yang Kai would never give him another chance to escape. 700 years ago, he failed to kill Mo Na Yi when the universe furnace appeared, which had been a source of regret for him. Later, when the universe furnace closed, he thought he would have another chance to kill Mo Na Yi, but unexpectedly, he was brought to the edge of the universe by the universe furnace, allowing this guy to escape by some stroke of luck. Mo Na Yi knew it well, and Yang Kai had also expected this. All along, Mo Na Yi's biggest threat to the human race was not his strength, but his superior intellect that far surpassed all his other clansmen. If he hadn't been the commander of the Black Ink clan's war effort, this battle at the No-Return Pass would not have been as hard fought. Almost 30% of the human race's casualties in the war could be attributed to Mo Na Yi alone. Now, this royal lord had finally reached the end of his fate. Mi Jingluan reached out and grabbed a severed arm, the limb left behind by Mo Na Yi after his death. He pried open the large, tightly clenched fist and took out an unhatched black ink nest from his palm. Glancing over at Yang Kai, he asked, "So this is the reason you tricked him?" With the help of the Void Guard's investigation, the humans learned of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements, which was why they launched this battle so decisively. Mo Na Yi had suspected this, but he couldn't be completely sure. That was why he wanted to get confirmation before his death. Logically, it wouldn't matter even if Mo Na Yi knew the answer since he was going to die regardless. There was nothing a dying man could do about it, but when he asked the question and Yang Kai acted like he didn't know, Mi Jingluan quickly played along, pretending to know nothing. In the end, even when Mo Na Yi was killed, he couldn't figure out whether the humans knew about the Black Ink clan's reinforcements in advance or not. Yang Kai nodded, it was just in case. Though admitting it wouldn't make much of a difference, nobody could know what kind of changes it would bring to the situation if they did. Therefore, Yang Kai always upheld a principle of not telling the enemy anything if at all possible. However, judging from the fact that Mo Na Yi was still holding onto the miniature Black Ink nest before he died, what happened here must have spread to the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. The reinforcements must have found out that their presence had been exposed and that a Black Ink giant spirit god had died in battle. Yang Kai was somewhat helpless about this. After he and Ada had teamed up to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god, he immediately rushed into the no-return pass and destroyed all the Black Ink nests to prevent the news from leaking, but the fact of the matter was, he couldn't completely prevent it. Black Ink nests were just too convenient in terms of transmitting information. The only fortunate thing now was that the Black Ink clan's reinforcements did not know about the existence of the Void Guard or the space arrays, nor would they have any idea what was going to happen next on the battlefield. The reinforcements traveling through the void had two options now. One was to speed up their march and rush to the no-return pass, hoping that the battle would not be over before their arrival. Then, they could assist their fellow clansmen on this side and maybe turn the tide. The second option was naturally to hold their position, get into formation and lay in ambush. They could then slowly start to build up their strength and prepare for the human race army to approach. Under the assumption that the humans knew nothing, it would only be natural for them to lay some sort of gigantic trap. But no matter which option they chose, they could not stop the fate of the Black Ink clan's destruction at the no-return pass. With the fall of a Black Ink giant spirit god, the outcome of the battle at the no-return pass has already been determined. Clenching his fist, Mi Jingluan crushed the Black Ink nest before gently waving his feather fan. "Junior brother, you should rest for now. I'm afraid we may need your help to deal with the remaining Black Ink giant spirit god as well. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about them. You've already done enough." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. After slaying the Black Ink giant spirit god and Mo Na Yi one after another, Yang Kai had exhausted too much energy and needed time to properly recover. Even though the outcome of the battle had already been determined, it was necessary to deal with the remaining Black Ink giant spirit god to end things completely. That thing was not easy to deal with. If the first Black Ink giant spirit god had not been too careless, it would not have fallen in such a short time. After Mi Jingluan left, Yang Kai focused on his recovery. Without setting up any defenses, he sat cross-legged in the void without any fear of being attacked by the Black Ink clan. When Mo Na Yi, a royal lord, was killed, the already fragmented Black Ink clan defense line worsened even further. Especially for those masters from the Black Ink clan who were fighting against human race masters. Witnessing the fall of the Black Ink giant spirit god had already shaken their minds. Now, with Mo Na Yi's death, the hearts of every territory lord, and even the pseudo-royal lords were filled with great fear and loss. Before the start of this war, everything had been under control, but once the fighting broke out, everything began to develop in a direction that the Black Ink clan did not hope to see. pushing them step by step towards the abyss. The fall of the black ink giant spirit god and Mo Nayi has also caused a series of unpredictable chain reactions. On every battlefield, the auras of black ink clan masters constantly disappeared. And, with the fall of so many black ink clansmen, more humans were now free and were able to head over and support the tougher battlefields, quickly outnumbering and overpowering their enemies. The advantages of the humans on the battlefield quickly accumulated like a snowball. Seeing that the situation was going from bad to worse, many from the Black Ink clan couldn't help but think of escaping, but how could they possibly run away under these circumstances? Half a day later, as Dialuo's aura swelled up before dissipating, the Black Ink clan collapsed completely. An aura of despair enveloped every last Black Ink clansman, and in such a hopeless situation, many were forced into adopting the determination to make one last stand before their deaths. However, as things had fallen to this point, even if they had this determination, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Somewhere on the battlefield, Missouri Yu fought alone against Luo Tinghe, Wei Junyang, and Xiang Shan. Even though he was individually stronger than any one of these three, he was still struggling to take them all on at once. Originally, Luo Tinghe was his only opponent, but as the battle progressed, Wei Junyang and Xiang Shan gradually dealt with their own opponents and came to support her. Not only that, but Mou clearly felt that other Ninth Order masters had also directed a wisp of divine sense over to keep an eye on their battle. Under this situation, even if Mou could defeat the three Ninth Order masters, he was likely to be surrounded by even more Ninth Order masters soon after. What was more, he didn't have such ability. Knowing that death was inevitable, Mou let go of all his restraints and fought with the mindset that if even one was killed, it would make his death worth it. Thus, he ignored his own injuries and bombarding Xiang Shan with attacks, giving him a hard time. Fortunately, neither Luo Tinghe nor Wei Junyang were inexperienced weaklings. Together, the three of them prevented Mou from trying to take Xiang Shan down with him. This fierce battle lasted for almost half a day, and in the end, Xiang Shan endured a hit from his opponent but managed to counterattack and decapitate Mou. Endless sword chi then tore Mou's corpse into pieces. With that, all three of the royal lords had perished. From a couple hundred at their peak, now only a few dozen pseudo-royal lords remained, all of them struggling to survive and at risk of dying at any moment. As for the massive Black Ink clan army whose troops used to number in the hundreds of millions, most of them had been cut down, and their corpses could be seen littering the vast battlefield. Even at the heart of the no-return pass, humans were shuttling back and forth, killing off the remaining Black Ink clan soldiers. Xiang Shan was seriously injured, so he withdrew to heal while Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang rushed to other battlefields without stopping. With the royal lords all wiped out, how could the remaining pseudo-royal lords withstand the slaughter of the human race's top masters? One by one, the auras of the pseudo-royal lords began to disappear. When the last one had his body burst apart with black blood splattering everywhere, the fiery-haired Ouyang Lai took a deep breath and clenched his fist. A peaceful silence washed over the vast battlefield. The chaotic war had long since stopped and the soldiers were looking around at each other, smiling. In the next moment, thunderous cheers erupted, the sound shaking the vast void itself. The humans had won. Sylvan, finally. Man Mo Nayi is so far the longest focal enemy of Yang Kai. I actually kinda like him as a character. Not sure about you guys. He was like a roach. But, not horrendously written. Wished we got to know him more than just fights and schemes. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-14, Human Race Great Victory. Around 4,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan army swept through and captured the No-Return Pass, then the fight moved to the Barren Territory, which they used as a springboard to invade the 3,000 worlds. This was the prelude to the fall. Since then, the original inhabitants of the 3,000 worlds, the human race, had been trapped in a corner. Enveloped in despair and darkness, the only human race's dogged determination allowed them to survive and develop over the past several thousand years. Countless had fallen in the unceasing battles until today when they finally reclaimed the no-return pass. In this battle, practically all the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass were ruthlessly killed. This battle also signified that the human race had regained the ability to fight back against the Black Ink clan. It was a battle worthy of being recorded in history to be admired by all future generations. The humiliation and oppression of many years had been fermenting in the hearts of every member of the human race, so when the final Black Ink clansman fell, the warriors could no longer suppress the joy in their hearts, tearing the void apart with the sounds of their cheers. However, the fight was not completely over yet. One last Black Ink giant spirit god was still stubbornly resisting. But anyone could see that it was on its last legs. With Audiobook and heir of the giant spirit god clan to restrain it, this Black Ink giant spirit god couldn't escape. After this, the humans need only cooperate with the giant spirit gods to take down the Black Ink giant spirit god. The human race army, despite having just achieved a great victory, did not delay for long. They did not even have time to tally their losses before their soldiers marched on with their weary bodies under orders from the supreme headquarters. The 12 armies of the human race were like 12 unstoppable torrents, blockading the void in all directions around the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods and the Black Ink giant spirit god. The remaining warships of each army were woven into one large fleet, and the power of the various arrays and artifacts on them began silently accumulating power. Their target was the Black Ink giant spirit god. Under this situation, even a being as strong as the Black Ink giant spirit god would not be able to help itself from feeling depressed as if it had come to the end of its life. It knew that nothing it could do would help it survive today. In fact, it had already felt the urge to run away immediately after Yang Kai and Audiobook killed the first Black Ink giant spirit god together. However, air kept on getting in its way and it couldn't get away in time. In the short window air bought, Audiobook rushed over to provide support, sealing its fate. Currently, the human race army has formed a siege with tens of millions of soldiers. This was the entire military strength that they could mobilize at present. If this was still not enough to deal with a single, cornered Black Ink giant spirit god, then what was the point of even talking about a grander crusade? On Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan and the other Ninth Order masters were waiting silently. Ripples suddenly emerged in the void, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned over and nodded lightly at him, and not one person was looking at him without eyes filled with admiration. When it came to both age and experience, Yang Kai may not be able to compare with many of his peers here. Other than Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao who had only recently broken through to the Ninth Order, all the others had lived thousands, if not tens of thousands of years longer than he had. However, in terms of ability, he undoubtedly stood as the strongest among them all. If Mi Jingluan was to be called the wisest strategist of the human race army, then Yang Kai was undoubtedly its sharpest blade. Yang Kai's merits accounted for at least 70% of the Black Ink giant spirit god's death, while the remaining 30% was made up by Audiobook. Are we ready? Yang Kai asked. Mi Jingluan nodded, we were just waiting for you. Yang Kai gazed deeply at the Black Ink giant spirit god, then, let's begin. Mi Jingluan immediately made a gesture, and when the messenger behind him, covered in blood, saw the sign, he immediately conveyed the order in all directions. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and he transmitted a few words over. On the battlefield sealed by the human race army, 3 giant beings were fighting unceasingly, world-shattering shockwaves spreading out with each of their clashes. Audiobook and air held the advantage fighting 2 against 1, leaving the Black Ink giant spirit god into a sorry state, covered in wounds all over its body. One of its legs even looked twisted, most likely from a broken bone. The giant spirit gods and Black Ink giant spirit gods hardly differed in strength, so in a one-on-one fight, it was basically impossible for either side to gain an advantage over the other. This was evident from all the clashes these supreme masters had fought in the past. Air and his opponent had literally fought non-stop for thousands of years in the barren territory, but let alone deciding a victor, even who had the upper hand was never determined. However, in such an even conflict, if another master of the same level was to join in, it would form an absolute advantage for the side with greater numbers. Even so, wanting to kill their opponent wouldn't be easy. Even Ada and Air had to be cautious when facing the final struggle of such a powerful opponent. Fortunately, they had reinforcements from the human race to help them. Ada was slightly taken aback for a moment when Yang Kai's voice was transmitted over, but Air reacted immediately and shouted at his brother, "Go!" Saying so, he kicked the black ink giant spirit god in the chest. That kick sent the black ink giant spirit god tumbling, and Air used the momentum of the kick to back away. Even though Ada was a bit slower to react, he had two good things going for him. Firstly, he listened to his brother. Secondly, he listened to Yang Kai. At this moment, he naturally followed suit and quickly retreated while the black ink giant spirit god was staggering. After the two giant spirit gods had created enough distance between them, the void suddenly trembled and countless powerful auras rose up. In the next instant, tens of millions of streams of light swept over from all directions, covering the massive body of the black ink giant spirit god like a storm, their multicolored lights interweaving to form a blinding tapestry. At this moment, the power of the arrays and artifacts on the warships was activated, and the secret techniques and divine abilities of the masters were also being fully unleashed. They continuously bombard the black ink giant spirit god without end. At the center where their attacks were focused, the angry roar of the black ink giant spirit god rang out. For a powerful being like a black ink giant spirit god, ordinary attacks had little to no effect on it. Even the divine abilities of the Ninth Order masters wouldn't deal much damage to it. However, when the number of these attacks reached a certain threshold and all struck at the same time, the accumulated power was something that no living being could ignore. With numbers, even ants could kill an elephant, let alone the elite soldiers of the human race who have survived countless life-and-death battles. The burst of light lasted for a long time, and before it even faded, a second volley arrived. The roars of the black ink giant spirit god stopped abruptly, and at the same time, everyone felt a strong aura suddenly flare up in the center of the interwoven lights before it faded away. On Pure Yang Pass, all the Ninth Order masters had looks of astonishment on their faces. Even Yang Kai was surprised. After being taken aback for a moment, Mi Jing Luan raised his hand. With the signal given, the attacks of the human race army quickly subsided. Even though the attack stopped, the dazzling lights persisted for several dozen breaths before gradually dissipating. All eyes were locked on the space in front of them, and what they saw was not the black ink giant spirit god's figure, but only large and dense black ink clouds and remnants of a broken corpse. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. This second one died just like that. Just 2 rounds of concentrated attacks from the army were enough to kill it. After a moment of silence, Mi Jing Luan said, "It seems we overestimated its strength." The plan was originally to weaken the black ink giant spirit god's power first before slowly grinding it down. After all, the 12 armies had already tightly sealed the entire region of the void while the 2 giant spirit gods and the Ninth Order masters were also standing by. There was no escaping for the black ink giant spirit god here. Death was the only fate awaiting it. Who would have thought that before all their follow-up arrangements could come into play, the second black ink giant spirit god would be smashed to pieces? It made it seem as if they had made a big fuss over nothing. The pale-faced Xiang Shan commented from the side, "There's nothing wrong with being careful." It was not that the human race had overestimated the black ink giant spirit god's strength, just that such a good opportunity to set up and concentrate their attacks on it had never existed before. This was an attack powered by every master below the Ninth Order in the entire human race. The fact that the black ink giant spirit god could withstand the first volley without dying alone was enough to show its astonishing strength. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence once again. This sudden change left everyone feeling incredulous. Until Mi Jingluan's voice rang through the entire battlefield. Today, we have won a great victory for the human race. After a few breaths of silence, cheers that were even louder than before spread out like waves. Slaughtering the Black Ink clan and taking back the no-return pass essentially secured their victory, but there was still the last Black Ink giant spirit god to be dealt with, so the battle hadn't ended at that point. It wasn't until this moment when the second Black Ink giant spirit god was defeated that victory truly belonged to the human race. From this moment on, the humans had fully regained control of the no-return pass and once again secured the 3,000 worlds. No longer would they have to worry about the Black Ink clan invading. Feelings of joy and exhilaration were transmitted among all the soldiers. Many of the survivors wept, not because they were happy to survive, but because they had to mourn those who died in battle and could not see the glory of the human race's victory. The soldiers expressed their emotions freely. Yang Kai suddenly turned in a certain direction with joy in his eyes. In that direction, among the soldiers cheering in excitement, one person's aura was fluctuating violently. As his aura shook, his momentum soared rapidly. That person clearly realized what was about to happen and looked up towards Pyongyang Pass. Beside him, all the soldiers noticed the situation, and many showed envy in their eyes. Oh, Yang Lai laughed heartily, "That's Xing Wuyu of my profound nether army. I'll go and give him some pointers." Saying so, he flew over to that side with a big smile on his face without any care for his tired and battered body. This couldn't be helped. The person named Zhang Wuyu was showing signs of breaking through his peak 8th order bottleneck, which meant that he was about to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm. It was exciting news for everyone. Since about 30 years ago, when Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao successively broke through into the 9th order, there had been no new 9th order masters among their people. But, everyone knew that Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao's breakthroughs were just the beginning. After them, more 9th order masters were sure to be born, and it was bound to be an endless process because the World Tree Clone's feedback in the open heaven realm cradles was just about to demonstrate its greatest effect. There had been a continuous stream of promising seedlings that had advanced directly to the 7th order over the past few thousand years, thus, it was only a matter of time before these seedlings reached their final destination, the 9th order. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-15, Heavens Bless the Human Race. As the first rising star to advance to the 9th order, Shi Dezhuang's advancement could be seen as a sign that the humans had finally passed through the difficult times of stagnation where new masters were lacking to replace the old. Now, more 9th order masters would undoubtedly be born in the future. However, after Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao broke through into the 9th order, no new breakthroughs existed. Until this moment, when the second Black Ink giant spirit god fell and the humans recaptured the no-return pass, becoming the final victors of this war, Zheng Wuyu, an 8th order master, finally showed signs of a breakthrough. They can finally vent the feelings of oppression that have long been brewing within them. As their moods surged for the better, and their aura stirred, coupled with sufficient accumulation of heritage, breaking through their bottlenecks is a matter of course as the conditions are ripe. Mi Jingluan spoke softly as he looked in that direction. Yang Kai was thoughtful. If that's the case, more than one person may break through this time. In terms of time, many rising stars were qualified to break through to the 9th order and had already reached their current limits in the 8th order. However, breaking through was not that easy. Oftentimes, it depended on opportunities, which could be an epiphany or a sudden event, or maybe even a journey that comes by chance. Among these opportunities, any one of them would trigger one's heart to be moved and then stir up their aura into a state of making a breakthrough. It was thanks to the great victory they gained in this battle that Zheng Wuyu could touch upon this opportunity. If he could do it, then the other good seedlings with sufficient heritage accumulated could do it as well. That was what Yang Kai thought. As if to confirm his guess, similar aura fluctuations came from another direction just as soon as he finished speaking. A second 8th order master who sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough appeared. Luo Ting he looked over in that direction and said happily, "It's from the Red Flame Army. Please excuse me." Breaking through from the 8th order to the 9th order was a hurdle that once crossed, would give one the qualification to stand at the peak of their martial Tao and overlook all others. However, crossing that hurdle wasn't easy. At this time, the guidance of elders was very important, therefore, when Zheng Wuyu's aura surged, Ouyang Lai rushed over in a hurry. As the profound Nether Army's commander, this was his responsibility. Meanwhile, the Red Flame Army never had a 9th Order Master among their members, so Luo Ting he took the initiative to take on this responsibility. But that was not the end yet. During the next incense stick of time, various movements continued to appear among the 12 armies, all of them indicating that 8th Order Masters were about to break through. This final battle with the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass was like a miraculous medicine for them, bringing opportunities for breakthroughs to those rising stars with the victory that they had won. Yang Kai and 9 other 9th Order Masters shuttled back and forth, each of them taking responsibility for several 8th Order Masters, imparting their experiences of breaking through and pointing out the things they had to pay attention to. All of their charges naturally took note of what they said. This moment could be said to be the most important moment in their lives, and nobody dared to be careless. Even though all of them had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle, it was fortunate that all of them had made sufficient preparations for this moment, so as long as they recovered slightly, they could give their all in breaking through. After a while, on Pure Yang Pass, the 9th Order Masters gathered once again, looking towards various directions in the void with solemn expressions. In every direction was an 8th Order Master who was about to make a breakthrough at their own designated position to ensure they wouldn't disturb others or be disturbed themselves. Everything was ready, so whether they could successfully advance to 9th Order or not was up to them now. Breaking through to the 9th Order was no easy task, and many of their ancestors had stopped at this juncture throughout history. The fact that there were only over 100 9th Order Masters at the peak of the human race was proof of that. In these past 100,000 years or so, there couldn't have only been that many humans who had the qualifications to break through. However, not everyone qualified to advance to the 9th Order could break through successfully. But compared to their ancestors, these rising stars had advantages that their predecessors never had, such as the feedback from the World Tree clones, the profound powers of which greatly improved their aptitude and strengthened their small universes. Thus, the risks of breaking through also became smaller for them. In recent years, there had been no instance of an 8th Order Master failing to break through to the 9th Order. Without mentioning Xiang Shan and Ouyang Lai, who had broken through with the help of Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, Wei Junyang and Luo Ting he had both broken through by themselves, while Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao's breakthroughs also happened smoothly. 23. Mi Jingluan's face was glowing despite his exhaustion, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The heavens have truly blessed the human race. Originally, recapturing the No-Return Pass, slaughtering the Black Ink clan, and killing 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods was already the best consolation for all the soldiers who died in battle over the past few thousand years, but no one could have expected that as many as 23 8th Order Masters would sense an opportunity to break through to the 9th Order at the end of this battle. This would in turn raise the overall strength of the human race significantly, which would be of great help to them in the upcoming crusade. Overall, the human race was not weak by any definition, but the number of 9th Order Masters they had was relatively small. However, now it seemed that this disadvantage could also be compensated for. 4 of the 12 armies of the human race had always been without a 9th Order Masters to lead them, so even though they had more divine spirits to make up for this, the absence of a 9th Order Master had always been a disadvantage for them. Now, once these 8th Order Masters broke through to the 9th Order, each army would have at least 3 9th Order Masters assuming command. The strength of each army would then usher in a burst of explosive growth. Mi Jingluan was even considering whether to split the 12 armies up. After all, the number of soldiers in each army was indeed quite large and a little bloated. If they were split, then they could better utilize the strength of the soldiers. Of course, that was just an idea that sprang up. It would require the 9th Order Masters to discuss and decide if they wanted to put such a plan into action before changes could be made. During the war, Mi Jingluan was able to command the entire army with a single word, but he would not act alone on important matters that might affect the future of the human race when they were not actively in combat. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Yang Lai, who was standing nearby, muttered. For so many Ninth Order masters to break through at once was something that had never happened even in the late ancient era, when the humans first grasped the essence of the open heaven realm method. There would inevitably be failures today, and the only possible outcome of failure here was death. Therefore, while everyone is celebrating, Yang Lai was somewhat worried. Every one of these 23 people was an elite among elites, so it would be heartbreaking to lose any of them. While the 23 masters were accumulating strength and attempting a breakthrough, the rest of the army was either resting, cleaning up the battlefield, or counting the spoils of war. Over the years of fighting, the humans had basically used up every resource they gathered, spending every material as soon as it was collected. Yang Kai's huge demand for his cultivation was especially astonishing, almost equaling the amount invested in an entire army. So, even with 3 million cultivators scattered throughout the Black Ink battlefield, mining resources, they did not have much surplus on hand. It was fortunate that they captured the no-return pass where the Black Ink clan must have some reserves. For thousands of years, the Black Ink clan had occupied most of the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield where they had been constantly mining resources and breeding more clansmen. Despite the immense expenditures, they should still have a large amount of resources in reserve. Soon, news was coming in from each direction. Mi Jingluan investigated the extent of the damages first. Even though he had a rough idea about it already, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the results. The army's losses were much lower than he expected. Originally, when Yang Kai returned from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield and they decided to launch the final battle, they had mentally prepared themselves to face severe damage to the human race army's foundation. This was unavoidable though. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements were on their way, and if the humans did not capture the no-return pass quickly, they would have to face the fate of being caught in a pincer attack, which could very well destroy their entire army. But when the fight was actually done and over with, the extent of the damage was still within an acceptable range, and their losses were not as severe as had been expected. The greatest reason for that was because the battle had not dragged on too long. The critical moment was the fall of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. Together, Yang Kai and Ada were able to kill him in just a few dozen breaths, which greatly shook the morale of the Black Ink clan. Following that, Mo Na Ye's fall dropped the morale of the Black Ink clan even further while also greatly disrupting their ability to coordinate and organize themselves. As they acted decisively and were able to settle the fight quickly, the losses to the human race army were naturally kept to a minimum. Of course, the purifying light that erupted from the sacrifice of the 2008th Order Small Stone Race Masters was also indispensable. At that time, the purifying light not only severely damaged the Black Ink giant spirit god, but almost instantly wiped out a large swath of Black Ink clansmen while all the Black Ink clansmen over the entire battlefield were affected by it somewhat, lowering their strength to a certain extent. All these unexpected events laid the foundations for their grand victory. After looking through the battle report, Mi Jingluan handed it over to Yang Kai, who couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he swept his divine sense over it. The losses were not small, but weren't too large either. They still had the strength necessary to continue their crusade. If the casualties of this battle had exceeded 30%, they may have lost that ability. It should be noted that there were still the Black Ink clan reinforcements waiting for them, which was another difficult hurdle they had to jump through. All they had to do now was wait for the 23 Eighth Order Masters to break through and stabilize their cultivation. After the armies were reorganized, they could finally embark on the final crusade. Yang Kai looked out into the depths of the void with deep worry creasing his brows. Even now, he had no idea what had happened at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction nor what the situation was with the suppressing Black Ink army. His family and disciples were all over there, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried about them. If he could, he would have rushed to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction as soon as he found out about the movements of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. But he couldn't go earlier or even now. As the strongest Ninth Order Master, the battle at the No-Return Pass would not have ended so easily if he wasn't here. Between family and the survival of the entire human race, a choice had to be made. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of now was that even if something did happen at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, it was still in progress, otherwise, it would be impossible for there to not be a single true royal lord in the reinforcements. Though it was partly wishful thinking, this conclusion was the only comfort Yang Kai had in his heart. As time passed, the auras of the 23 people in the void continued to fluctuate, and each of them had an illusory phantom of their own small universe appear behind them. As their auras continued to fluctuate and their momentums rose continuously, their bottlenecks were gradually broken, and the boundary walls of their small universes that had reached their limit began expanding again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-16, Tao Lord, please save me. In the midst of the grueling wait, an aura belonging uniquely to masters in the Ninth Order rippled out, and as their small universe burst out in expansion, everyone knew that the first successful Ninth Order master had appeared. It was not Zheng Wuyu, but instead another rising star from the Burning Moon Army. Everyone who was watching the situation closely couldn't help but reveal joyful expressions. The birth of the first Ninth Order master seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Within the coming half-day, a second and a third success appeared. After the day was over, the number had grown to as many as 7. By the next day, there were 11. By the third day, 14. The fourth day, 17. The success rates of the rising stars who have received feedback from the World Tree clones and possessed unparalleled talent were incredibly high. Until now, none of them had shown too many problems with advancing. However, there were still 6 who were struggling to break through, which Yang Kai and the others couldn't help but worry about. Breaking through as a result of sudden enlightenment had to be done in one fell swoop. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation would become. For days have already passed. Those who were able to break through successfully had already broken through. The remaining 6 would likely experience some setbacks, which made the others worry and also feel helpless at the same time. Nobody could help another person break through, everything depended on their own hard work and accumulations. If their accumulation was enough and their luck was not bad, then they would naturally be able to succeed, just like the 17 before them, but fate was a tricky thing that nobody could perfectly predict. Yang Kai suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain direction. There, a person was pushing their aura hard. The illusory phantom of their small universe was constantly expanding and contracting behind them as if it were a living being that was breathing. If everything went smoothly, then once the illusory phantom of the small universe expanded to its limit, it would break through and expand greatly. However, Yang Kai clearly sensed that this cultivator was somewhat lacking in strength, and he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that it would be difficult for them to succeed with their current heritage. This was inevitable. Throughout history, the path from the 8th Order to the 9th Order had always been full of obstacles. If there existed those who succeeded, then it was only natural for some to fail as well. At a certain moment, when the illusory phantom of the small universe expanded again, there was an obvious sound of something breaking. This caused the expressions of all the 9th Order masters who were paying attention to this person to change, and the cultivator who was trying to break through also had a panicked look on his face. He then opened his eyes with a bitter expression. The cracking sounds grew more and more intense, and the illusory phantom of his small universe was becoming difficult to maintain. His small universe seemed to be on the brink of rupturing. The person turned their head to Yang Kai, and after a moment of anxiety, his expression calmed down. He smiled, ready to accept his final fate. The next moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and Yang Kai, who had been observing from a distance, appeared in front of him and raised his hand to touch the top of his head. A river flowed and waves roared. The space-time river enveloped everything, and space-time strength suppressed and sealed the local space. Everything seemed to turn still, including the rupturing of the small universe. The man looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Tao Lord?" Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him and smiled, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" The man felt a little ashamed and lowered his head, unable to meet Yang Kai's gaze directly. "I did my best, but I still failed to live up to Tao Lord's expectations." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he spoke in a commanding voice, "Look at me, Wang Chang." The man raised his head abruptly, feeling extremely surprised. "Tao Lord remembers me?" Even though he was born in the Void Tao Temple, he never interacted much with Yang Kai after being brought out of the Void Tao Temple and meeting him for the first time. He was proficient in neither the Tao of time nor the Tao of space, but cultivated the Spear Tao instead. He was also not qualified to be selected to be a Void Guard, and over the years, he had never received any more attention or care from Yang Kai. He thought that someone as great as the Tao Lord, the one who shouldered the fate of his people, would only be concerned about the survival of the human race. Even though he came from the Void Tao Temple, the only connection they had was in name. The Tao Lord had also never given special treatment to any of the disciples who came from the Void Tao Temple. He never thought that he would be called out by the Tao Lord by name today. "I remember every one of you," Yang Kai began. "The survival of the 3,000 worlds was not really your concern to begin with, yet I brought you out of the Void Tao Temple and threw you into this cruel and bloody battlefield to sacrifice yourselves for the survival of a group of humans you have never met before. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me." Wang Chang was anxious to respond, "It is the honor of us disciples to serve you, Tao Lord." Even so, Yang Kai nodded gently, "You are all excellent, and have never let me down." Wang Chang's expression turned grim. "This disciple cannot break through to the ninth order, and my small universe is about to rupture, so what if you reach the ninth order? So what if you're in the eighth order? You slaughtered many of our enemies from the Black Ink clan. It is the same when you were in the eighth order. You still killed our enemies and pushed them back. You also protected your allies behind you. Your eldest senior brother Miao's aptitude is limited. Unless he can obtain a supreme grade open heaven pill, he will never be able to reach the ninth order, but isn't he still living a fulfilling life? You didn't fail to break through because you have not worked hard enough. Destiny simply didn't favor you today, that is all," Yang Kai reassured him. Turning the conversation around, Yang Kai raised his voice, "I only ask you one thing. Even if you cannot reach the ninth order in this lifetime, can you still hold on to your original convictions and sacrifice yourself for the human race? Will you fight and slay our enemies to eradicate this evil?" Wang Chang answered meekly, "Naturally, I am willing, but Tao Lord, my small universe is about to rupture, can I still survive?" The small universe was the foundation of every open heaven realm master. If the small universe ruptures, the cultivator would perish. Yang Kai grinned, "Are you dead now?" "Not yet." Wang Chang shook his head. Even he himself thought his answer was ridiculous after saying it. If you are willing to live, then you can live. If you are not willing, no one can save you. Wang Chang seemed to understand something and his dark eyes lit up again. "Tao Lord, please save me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Looking up at the small universe behind Wang Chang, he contemplated for a moment before extending a finger. At the same time, the space-time river that suppressed and sealed this space began to surge wildly. In the far-off void, Mi Jing Luan and others were watching the situation attentively. Everyone was heartbroken. After 17 out of the 23 cultivators eligible to break through to the ninth order successfully advanced, a failure still appeared in the end. At such a critical moment, failure was equivalent to death. However, just as everyone was silently waiting for fate to carry out its judgment, the space-time river suddenly appeared, surrounded by the fluctuation of the space principles. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Yang Kai had rushed over. No one knew why Yang Kai had gone over at this time, but before anyone could see what was happening, the space-time river suddenly disappeared. Following that, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never left. Only his face was slightly paler than before. Junior brother, you, Mi Jingluan was shocked. Huh? What just happened? Oh, Yang Lai suddenly exclaimed, scaring Mi Jingluan so much that he choked on his words. Following his gaze, all the Ninth Order masters were shocked by what they saw. The rupturing of Wang Chang's small universe had mysteriously been reversed, leaving the illusory phantom behind him completely intact. The only differences were there was no longer any sign of a breakthrough going on and Wang Chang's aura had become weaker, as if his foundation had been damaged. Many thoughts flashed through Mi Jingluan's mind as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. Junior brother, what did you do? Regardless of what Yang Kai did, they could tell from the results in front of them that Wang Chang, who was doomed to die, had been saved while his breakthrough had failed. Compared to dying and fading away, this was undoubtedly a good result. At the very least, Wang Chang had survived and could still contribute to the war. Yang Kai said, I crippled hundreds of years of his foundation. Is that also possible? Oh, Yang Lai couldn't stop his eyes from widening in surprise. This was an incredible event that was simply unheard of, but bizarre things seemed to happen around Yang Kai often. Xiang Shan furrowed his brow. Even if you have crippled hundreds of years of his foundation, how did you save his life when his small universe was about to rupture? Many things can be done in a frozen space-time. I just gave it a try and it somehow worked, Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Everyone finally understood. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai rushing to Wang Chang's side for an instant before returning. In reality, the time Yang Kai spent in that frozen spacetime was not just a moment. He must have made a lot of preparations and used many means to suppress Wang Chang's breakthrough to save his life. What he did was nothing short of a miracle. But manipulating spacetime on any level was not an easy task. Whether it be the Tao of space or the Tao of time, both were extremely profound and esoteric. Yang Kai was perhaps the only person capable of such means in this universe. What are the drawbacks? Mi Jingluan asked excitedly. He was originally worried that they would have to see their people fading away among those who were breaking through to a higher realm, but seeing that Yang Kai had such a technique, he could save their lives. These warriors have served the human race for thousands of years, so even if they had to die, it should be on the battlefield. It was the honor they deserved. They should not be dying on the path of breaking through. The only thing to worry about now was whether there were any drawbacks to this method of saving people. He will never be able to break through this bottleneck again in his lifetime. If he's lucky, he may return to the peak of the Eighth Order, but if he's unlucky, he will only be able to maintain his current cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Crippling several hundred years of Wang Chang's cultivation had brought him down directly from the peak of the Eighth Order, and this kind of destruction caused by external forces had undoubtedly damaged Wang Chang's foundation. That was also the reason why Yang Kai had spoken so much with Wang Chang earlier. For a favored son of heaven who had the potential to stand at the pinnacle of martial Tao, lingering on and barely surviving might not be considered a blessing. The greatest pain and torment for a cultivator was to have one's martial Tao being cut off. If Wang Chang was unable to accept such a fate, he would still perish. Only by letting go of his obsession could Yang Kai's rescue become meaningful. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-17, Prepare to set off again. The cost was undoubtedly high, but for those who wished to remain among the living, it was nothing. After Wang Chang, 2 more people failed to advance, and Yang Kai stepped in to save their lives one after another. Fortunately, while the other 3 encountered some obstacles in their breakthrough, they all safely advanced in the end. At this point, a total of 20 out of the initial 23 had successfully broken through to the Ninth Order, which meant that the human race had seen the birth of 20 new Ninth Order masters in one go. Including Yang Kai and the others, there were now 30 Ninth Order masters among their ranks. This number was still not comparable to the human race at their peak, but it was a good start. The Grand Army was now resting as almost everyone had injuries to recover from. Conquering the no-return pass was only the beginning. In their original plans, the next step would be a crusade against the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. The human race had suffered a crushing defeat outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction before, resulting in countless deaths and the eventual invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Nobody wanted to experience that failure again. Even after that defeat, the humans had the strength to fight on. But now, the human race had gathered all their strength. If they were to lose this time, they were likely to be doomed to extinction. However, even the best-laid plans could never keep up with reality. The appearance of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements disrupted the original strategy. Before they could embark on their crusade to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, an elite Black Ink clan army of 10 million had to be disposed of. Without breaking through this obstacle, there was no point in thinking about a crusade to the Grand Restriction. The only good news was that the reinforcements had emerged from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and a lifetime of isolation left them with very limited knowledge of the current situation of the human race. They did not know about the existence of the Void Guard, nor were they aware that their movements were being monitored by the humans, something which could be exploited. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan held several discussions and finally came up with a feasible plan. While the Grand Army was recuperating, some confidential items were rapidly being developed, consuming a massive amount of resources. Half a year after the humans conquered the no-return pass, Pure Yang Pass, inside the main conference hall, the Ninth Order Masters were gathered. In front of the 29th Order Masters who had only just broken through after the last war, people like Yang Kai were already considered veterans. Everyone couldn't help but lament how the newcomers were replacing the old members, and the back waves of the river were pushing the front waves on. A total of 30 people were gathered here. It had been thousands of years since the humans had seen such a luxurious lineup. After half a year, the new Ninth Order Masters had just barely stabilized their cultivation. Though they have yet to fully consolidate their newfound strength, there was simply no time to let them slowly adjust their conditions. After the last battle, they had taken a full half-year to recover, which was a luxury for the current human race. Mi Jingluan raised his hand, and jade slips flew out to everyone one by one. As they examined these slips, Mi Jingluan spoke. After that major battle half a year ago, the Void Guard scouting ahead reported that the reinforcements from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction have stopped and are now waiting to ambush us when we set out. They are currently located around the junction of the Black Ink battlefield and the late Ancient Era battlefield, though much closer to the latter. Listening to his briefing, the Ninth Order Masters checked the jade slips and found this basic information was listed inside. Mi Jingluan continued, "From the intelligence we have now, the Black Ink clan reinforcements have found out about the war here at the No-Return Pass as well as the outcome of the battle. That's why they are lying in wait for our army to fall into their trap ourselves. This is good news. Since they have no idea that their actions have already been exposed, we can use their plan against them. Since they have chosen to ambush us, we can take advantage of their inaction to surround them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. If we are to go against the Black Ink clan at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, these reinforcements must be eliminated first. While you were all recovering from your injuries, Junior Brother Yang and I have formulated a plan. Please look it over. If there are any issues, please speak up as soon as possible so that we can discuss and solve them together." The group silently looked through the jade slips. The newly advanced Ninth Order Masters remained silent, not because they felt that they lacked the qualifications to express their opinions, but because they felt that the plan was indeed feasible and there was nothing that had to be changed. They knew that while they were recovering and stabilizing their cultivation and retreat, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan were still working hard. Xiang Shan on the other hand asked, other than the fact that they have no true royal lords among their ranks, the number of masters they have is not inferior to the No-Return Pass when it was at its peak. Can we confirm there are no true royal lords among them? Mi Jingluan looked at Yang Kai. Junior Brother Yang personally went to investigate and can confirm this. Of course, we will survey the area again to ensure that our intelligence is correct before we begin our operation. Xiang Shan nodded lightly, then there's no problem. Even though the forces of this reinforcement army were not much different in terms of strength from the forces the Black Ink clan had during their peak at the No-Return Pass, the situation they were facing now was quite different. At the very least, these reinforcements did not have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods among them. Meanwhile, the humans had not only gained 20 more Ninth Order Masters, but they also had the support of Ada and Aer. The advantages brought by the two giant spirit gods alone were immeasurable. Furthermore, there was a big difference between trying to siege a fortified position and conducting a field battle. Even if they had to face an army of millions of elites, the humans were confident that they could defeat the Black Ink clan with minimal losses as long as careful preparations were made. Since there are no issues, let's proceed according to plan. We have been preparing for this battle for the past 6 months, so all armies should be ready to depart in 3 days. All the Ninth Order Masters stood up to answer before dispersing. After capturing the No-Return Pass half a year ago, the new Ninth Order Masters were divided among the various armies. Ultimately, it was decided to keep the configuration of the 12 armies, so each army now had 2 or 3 Ninth Order Masters assuming command, avoiding the awkward situation of anyone lacking a Ninth Order Master. Once everyone left, Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother, how are your injuries?" Yang Kai replied, "Nothing to be concerned about, but I won't be able to use my dragon vein powers for a short period." The drawbacks of using his dragon bead could not be restored quickly. It would have to take at least a decade of uninterrupted rest for him to properly recover, something the humans could not afford right now. Mi Jingluan nodded, "We still need junior brother to work hard in the coming battles." "I know, it is my duty," Yang Kai nodded and stood up, "If senior brother has no other orders, I will go and cultivate now." Mi Jingluan laughed, "Go ahead." As soon as Yang Kai left the main hall, a face appeared in the void that blocked out the sky, revealing an ingratiating smile. Yang Kai was speechless and threw a world bead to Ada as he told him, "Eat less and don't fall asleep. We're going into battle soon." While chewing loudly on the world bead, Ada answered him casually. Not long after, the space-time river appeared outside of the No-Return Pass. Plunging inside, Yang Kai began refining resources and cultivating. Time waited for no one, and Yang Kai was now using every moment he could to improve his heritage, trying to reach the peak of the Ninth Order as soon as possible. After teaming up with Ada to slay a Black Ink giant spirit god last time, Yang Kai realized that he was still too weak. The Black Ink giant spirit god was only one of Mo's creations, a mere soul clone. If he had to face Mo someday, what would he do? Open Heaven Realm Masters were undoubtedly no match for Mo. According to Tsang, Mo had already reached the legendary creation realm. However, with Yang Kai's increasing progress and enlightenment in his Grand Daos, in recent years, he faintly felt that something was off about the belief that Mo was in the creation realm. Of course, he had no idea what exactly the creation realm was, but he knew that he needed to cultivate hard to bring his own cultivation to its peak before he could gain the qualifications to explore the mysteries of the next realm. He was still lacking in many ways. Every moment of free time was extremely precious for Yang Kai in the current situation. 3 days passed in a flash. Outside Pure Yang Pass, the Grand Army were fully armed and ready to go. The mood was solemn, and killing intent filled the air. After preparing for half a year, the soldiers had still not lost their momentum or fighting spirit. All of them knew that taking the No-Return Pass was only the beginning, and winning a single battle did not mean the end of the war. Only when the human race conquered the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and vanquished Mo could they truly call themselves victorious. In this situation, letting their guard down in any way would mean death. 12 universe fragments had already been prepared and lay across the outside of the No-Return Pass. These universe fragments were recently moved back from the depths of the void by the humans, and each one corresponded to an army. At a certain moment, following the commands of the army commanders, the soldiers gathered on these universe fragments. "Junior brother, it's up to you now. Inside the no-return pass, Mi Jingluan turned his head and said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and took a step forward, arriving at the closest universe fragment. Summoning his space-time river, Yang Kai quickly turned it into a torrent which wrapped around the universe fragment in front of him. Looking from afar, the surging river was just like a giant snake, coiling and enveloping the universe fragment. Dao strength surged, and with the shaking of the space-time river, a section of the void was stripped away and compressed while the universe fragment within shrank rapidly. In less than an hour, Yang Kai retrieved the river and reached out, grabbing a newly formed world bead. After a quick investigation, he tossed it to Xiang Shan, who was standing next to him. Even Xiang Shan, who was used to seeing the strong winds and waves, caught it in a panic as he cradled the world bead in his palms. There was no helping this as the entire Blood Flame army was currently inside this world bead. Heavens know what damage it would cause to the army if the bead was to shatter. At this moment, Xiang Shan could only sigh and marvel at the profundity of space secret techniques. He had never imagined that Yang Kai could do such a thing, refining an entire universe fragment where an army of millions of human masters were located into a single bead. If you had such a technique, why didn't you use it during the previous crusade? Xiang Shan couldn't help but ask. When the humans set out from Black Territory, they had to trek through a long and arduous journey. At that time, they used the method of taking low and mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters into the small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to reduce the cost and risk of transmission. Even though it was still considered convenient, it was far inferior to the current method Yang Kai was displaying. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-18, Turtle Hiding in Its Shell. In response to Xiang Shan's question, Yang Kai explained, "This technique requires a suitable vessel, so it wasn't possible for me to do so at the time. A universe fragment or universe world that had been refined into a world bead was one such suitable vessel. The Black Ink clan had destroyed essentially all suitable bodies in the 3,000 worlds during their many millennia of occupation, so they were unsuitable for him to use in such a situation. He did have a few world beads from the myriad monsters' territory, but those were meant as rations for Ada and Aer." Xiang Shan nodded in understanding as he carefully put away the world bead that contained the entire Blood Flame army. Yang Kai was already refining the second one and soon turned the various universe fragments, each with one of the 12 armies on it, into world beads and gave them to the appropriate Ninth Order Masters for safekeeping. Finally, Pure Yang Pass was the only object remaining outside the no-return pass. The Supreme Headquarters staff gathered in the central square with the two giant spirit gods who shrank themselves down. Once Yang Kai used his space-time river to envelope and refine Pure Yang Pass into a type of world bead, all that was left of the Grand Army was a group of Ninth Order Masters. Mi Jingluan turned around and gazed in the direction of the no-return pass as he called out, "Those of you who remain in the no-return pass must do your best to safeguard the entrance to the 3,000 worlds. If the army returns one day, it will be in glorious triumph. If, however," he paused, "if you receive unfavorable news from the front lines, seal the territory gate, return to the 3,000 worlds, and make the necessary preparations." Though the majority of the army was setting out, there were still some who remained at the no-return pass to stand guard. After all, this was the primary territory gate that led to the 3,000 worlds. They could not leave it undefended. Nevertheless, the ones who stayed back were the ones who had been severely injured during the previous battle. Every single one of them sported grave injuries, from severed limbs to damaged small universes. There were only a few tens of thousands of them. When Mi Jingluan gave the order for them to remain at the no-return pass, their protests made it all the way to the Supreme Headquarters. Despite their injuries, they were still fueled by their desire to slaughter the enemy, and even though they were not as strong as they once were, they were willing to fight to the bitter end. Mi Jingluan had to spend a lot of time persuading them with both reason and emotion until they finally agreed to watch over the territory gate. It was always wise to plan for all possibilities. Although they were able to kill off seemingly all of the Black Ink clan army when they besieged the no-return pass, there were bound to be some who managed to slip past them due to the vastness of the battlefield. While these remnants of the Black Ink clan army might not be all that powerful, they could still wreak havoc on the humans who remained behind in the 3,000 worlds if they were given free rein. Furthermore, the ones who stayed behind were not all powerful masters. It was for this very reason that Yang Kai left behind a sealing secret technique. If the humans fell in the coming battle, the ones who remained at the no-return pass were to retreat and use the sealing secret technique he left to permanently close the territory gate. Once that was done, the 3,000 worlds would no longer be connected to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a very large number of pseudo-royal lords or royal lords would be able to break the sealing secret technique Yang Kai left behind. If that many powerful masters from the Black Ink clan did return to the no-return pass, it meant that the human army had lost, which would also mean the end of the human race. Once Mi Jingluan finished giving his instructions, those who were to remain behind cupped their fists and chorused, "Yes, sir." The Ninth Order masters took one last look at the no-return pass. Their eyes flitted over the territory gate that led back to the 3,000 worlds before they hardened their hearts and abandoned all wistfulness as they headed deeper into the void. No one knew how many of them would make it back alive. Behind them, a loud voice bellowed out from the no-return pass, "May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious." The other voices rang out in unison, "May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious." With the help of the universe temples and space arrays that the Void Guard had set up beforehand, the 39th Order Masters took only a few days to traverse across the vast void and arrive at the boundary between the Black Ink battlefield and the late Ancient Era battlefield. They had made their calculations beforehand and gathered at the last of the universe temples, or they convened with the Void Guard who were standing guard here. They wanted to hear the reports regarding the situation further ahead. Soon, the Void Guard finished reporting everything they knew. After taking it all in, Yang Kai said, "That means the Black Ink clan's reinforcements plan on ambushing us on the late Ancient Era battlefield." The Void Guard who spoke nodded and added, "That seems to be their plan." During the final battle at the no-return pass half a year ago, the reinforcement army that had been rushing over suddenly stopped. We didn't know what happened at the time, but later on, we figured that they must have received word from the no-return pass. Mi Jingluan nodded. Before Mo Na Yi died, he was still busy sending out dispatches. He must have been the one who arranged this. After Yang Kai killed Mo Na Yi with his spear, Mi Jingluan retrieved a small Black Ink nest from Mo Na Yi's hand. It was clear that the latter had been using the power of the Black Ink nest to send messages to the reinforcements. It's all clear now. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements realized that their existence had been exposed and that the no-return pass had been seized, so in compliance with Mo Na Yi's arrangements, they found a suitable battlefield to lay in wait to attack us, but they would not have expected us to arrive this quickly. Considering the pace of a regular army, it would take the humans about a decade to cross such a distance, even if they left as soon as they emerged victorious at the no-return pass. By then, no matter how strong the human race Grand Army was, they would still be exhausted from traveling and caught off guard by the Black Ink clan's well-prepared ambush. However, the human race only spent half a year recuperating after taking back the no-return pass before reaching this place a couple of days later. It had indeed been a wise decision to form the Void Guard, as they managed to help the humans avoid a catastrophic situation. This was their chance to make use of the intel they had while their opponents remained in the dark. After mulling it over in silence, Yang Kai raised his head and said, "Senior brother, all of you can rest here for now. I'll go on ahead and scout the situation." Mi Jingluan nodded. "We will have to trouble you with that, junior brother." A Void Guard swiftly stepped forward with a space beacon which Yang Kai took and channeled his power into. Once the space beacon flashed, Yang Kai disappeared. The next instant, he appeared somewhere in the void. There was a figure beside him. It was Li Wuyi, who was in charge of tracking the movements of the Black Ink clan reinforcements. This was the same way Yang Kai dropped in on Li Wuyi the last time. Li Wuyi let out a small exhale of relief when he spotted Yang Kai. He did feel rather pressured by his task of keeping an eye on things alone, but thanks to Yang Kai's presence, he now felt as if some weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Did we retake the no-return pass?" Li Wuyi asked. Even though Li Wuyi received the news about the results of the battle at the no-return pass, he could not resist checking anyway. "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "That's good to hear." Li Wuyi smiled at the confirmation, but soon, his expression turned grim as he asked quietly, "The casualties?" "Not as bad as it could have been. It is still bearable for us." Li Wuyi nodded without asking any further. All he would get was a cold, emotionless number, but every single number represented the sacrifice of a person. The price of war was far too heavy. "How are things over there?" Yang Kai looked out in front of him, but to his puzzlement, he did not see any sign of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. "I knew you were coming, so I retreated a little to avoid letting them sense anything. You can't see them from here," Li Wuyi explained. "They stopped moving half a year ago. Since then, they've been preparing themselves and building defensive structures." "Defensive structures?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Li Wuyi nodded. "They dragged over many of the lifeless universe worlds and fragments to act as barriers. It seems to me that they intend to build up a base. It sounds as if they plan on having a full-on confrontation with us instead of ambushing us," Yang Kai thoughtfully mused. "That's very much within their means." Li Wuyi's expression was grim. There were several hundred pseudo-royal lords and over 10 million high-rank or higher Black Ink clansmen. Even though they don't have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods with them, they are still a force to be reckoned with. "It's undoubtedly Mo Na Ye's doing," Yang Kai remarked in realization. "Their goal was never to stop our crusade, they simply hope to weaken us. As long as we've been weakened enough, continuing with the crusade will become meaningless. Thus, instead of trying to set up an ambush, they are better off fighting an all-out battle. They probably want us to discover their tracks." Li Wuyi gave it some thought before nodding in agreement. "That seems to be the case." "How vigilant are they?" Yang Kai checked. "Only somewhat, I'd say," Li Wuyi replied. "They don't seem to expect us to arrive anytime soon, so they haven't sent out scouts or set up any strict patrols. Furthermore, the scouts they have deployed are only monitoring a small area. Still, it's enough to stop me from getting too close." 6 months ago, Li Wuyi had been able to observe the Black Ink clan army from up close, but ever since they began setting up their base, he had to stay further back to avoid detection. "I'll go and take a look," Yang Kai said. After confirming the direction, he shot off into the void. Though he did not discover any true royal lords the last time he checked, there was no harm in being cautious. It was best to do a thorough check once more, as inaccurate information could very well lead to unnecessary casualties in battle. After traveling for a while, Yang Kai caught sight of the Black Ink clan army. He used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to mask his figure and aura as he continued making his approach. It was just as Li Wuyi had said. The Black Ink clan army was building a base here. They dragged many universe worlds and fragments from all over the void to create barriers and barricades in an otherwise empty territory. This area was still a part of the Late Ancient Era battlefield. During the Late Ancient Era, the humans and the Black Ink clan fought fiercely on this vast expanse. Countless great experts died in battle, leaving behind numerous traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions. There were even divine abilities and secret techniques that had yet to be used up. These were all things that the Black Ink clan could use to their advantage. Yang Kai scrutinized the surroundings as he made his way closer to the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army. Soon, he arrived at the nearest spot he could reach and began studying the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army closely. Once he was certain that they did not have any true royal lords amongst them, his worries eased. Though they were a sizable force, and powerful as well, their lack of military intelligence when compared to what the humans knew made them little more than turtles hiding in their shells. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-19, Without Warning. Around half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Universe Temple and the Ninth Order Masters gathered around him to get an update. Once Yang Kai filled them in on everything he witnessed, Mi Jingluan nodded, "It's fairly similar to what we expected. In that case, should we proceed according to plan?" Xiang Shan asked. Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai, "What do you think, junior brother?" "It won't be a problem," Yang Kai answered. Mi Jingluan's expression was serious as he declared, "Let's stick to the plan then." Soon, everyone left the Universe Temple, save for 2 Void Guards who remained behind to stand guard there. After a day's worth of traveling, they arrived in a part of the void that was neither too far nor too near the base of the Black Ink Clan's reinforcements. Yang Kai held his hand out to Xiang Shan, who brought out the world bead he had been keeping with him the whole time. Space principles surged as Yang Kai's hands moved swiftly. He gently patted the world bead before tossing it into the void. Once the tiny world bead left Yang Kai's grasp, it started expanding at great speed. It looked as if a stone had been tossed into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. In just a few moments, the world bead had been restored to its original form, and on the lifeless universe fragment, the Blood Flame Army was busy preparing themselves. "Senior brother Xiang, I'll leave things here to you and junior brother Sun," Yang Kai said. Xiang Shan nodded in response, as did Sun Ku, one of the new Ninth Order Masters. "You all will remain here as well and cooperate with me later when we strike," Yang Kai spoke to a few members of the Void Guard accompanying them. "Yes, sir," they quickly replied. "Let's go to the next spot," Yang Kai called out as he led the rest of the Ninth Order Masters and Void Guard onwards. Yang Kai kept releasing world beads at specific spots and leaving each of the human race armies there. This carried on for a couple of days until everything was in place. They were done with all their preparations. The last army to be released was the Profound Nether Army, which presently had 3 Ninth Order Masters among their ranks. One was Ouyang Lai, a more seasoned Ninth Order Master, while the other 2 were newly promoted with a lot of room for growth. The atmosphere was tense as the army stood ready for battle. Ouyang Lai was in the lead, his eyes closed. Approximately a quarter hour later, the time that had been agreed upon earlier arrived. Ouyang Lai whipped his eyes open, raised his hand, and shot off. The Profound Nether Army that had been waiting eagerly for this moment heard him roar, "Charge!" This scene played out in 12 different areas of the void as the 12 armies marched on the enemy from 12 different directions at the same time, heading straight towards the Black Ink Clan reinforcements base. No sound was made, but their steely resolve and murderous intent permeated the void, causing space itself to shudder in their presence. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hovering above the base with his eyes closed as he quietly counted down. The base was made up of over 100 universe fragments and worlds that had been gathered together. The Black Ink Clan had gone through painstaking efforts to drag all of these over from the neighboring areas of the void to use as a defense line. Some of the pseudo-royal lords were gathered in a corner of the base, communicating via divine sense, their expressions grim as they were worried about the future. This could not be helped. 6 months ago, they suddenly received word from the No-Return Pass that the humans had launched a frenzied, all-out attack. Not only did they lose one of the Supreme One's soul clones in the battle, but the entire Black Ink Clan army there had been routed and was at risk of being annihilated. They had no way of knowing the outcome of the battle as they stopped receiving updates from the No-Return Pass after the royal lord named Mo Na Yi transmitted some final information to them. Nevertheless, they could hazard a guess that the Black Ink Clan at the No-Return Pass must have met their doom and all the Black Ink nests were destroyed. If that was not the case, it was impossible for them to not get any further news. Initially, they stormed out of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to help the Black Ink Clan army at the No-Return Pass, but now that the humans had captured it, was there any point in heading over as reinforcements? In the end, they chose to follow Mo Na Ye's directions. They remained in place to await the arrival of the human race army with the intent to block their path. The human race army was so powerful that they could even slaughter a soul clone of the Supreme One, thus, the reinforcements knew they would surely lose any war they fought against them, but they had no choice. Fortunately, they were quite a distance away from the no-return pass and thus had sufficient time to prepare for the confrontation. Just as the pseudo-royal lords were in the middle of their discussion though, a feudal lord flew over and stood by the side as he greeted them. "What is it?" A pseudo-royal lord that looked like a giant spider turned to him and asked. It was an extremely peculiar sight as the spider-like pseudo-royal lord had a human face. However, the Black Ink clan came in all manner of strange and peculiar forms, so he was not unique by any means. "I have something to report, sirs," the feudal lord respectfully said. "Go on." It was a pseudo-royal lord who looked like a small giant with 4 arms who spoke this time. The feudal lord swiftly reported his findings. It did not count as anything serious. A few of the teams who had been sent out to collect resources should have returned as early as 2 weeks ago, but had failed to show up, and now even the scouts sent out to check on them could not be contacted anymore. After hearing the reports, the spider-like pseudo-royal lord frowned and snapped, "You don't need to interrupt us with such inconsequential matters. Just send out a few more scouts to investigate." They were on the late ancient era battlefield where there were a myriad of powerful traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions left in the void. Many of their mining teams and scouts had already gone missing as well prior to this news, so the pseudo-royal lords did not pay much attention to these things. Therefore, they ignored the feudal lord's concerns. The feudal lord had more to say, but in the end, he feared the pseudo-royal lords too much to continue, so he respectfully took his leave. He could only do as the pseudo-royal lord had commanded, so once he got back, he sent out a few more scouts and instructed them to investigate the places where the previous teams had gone missing, though he still felt uneasy. Even though there had been instances where their scouts or teams in charge of collecting resources went missing in the past, it happened far less frequently than it did recently. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was hidden above the base, slowly opened his eyes. "It's time." Yang Kai looked down at the base and the universe fragments filled with the resting Black Ink clan army, then, he opened his palm. The space-time river was circling atop his palm like a snake biting its tail, and in the middle of it was a piece of the void that had been cut out. A tiny great pass was sealed up inside that piece of the void, and 2 figures sat cross-legged inside of it. They looked quite adorable in their miniature state. As Yang Kai looked at them, the 2 figures noticed his gaze and looked up at him before rising to their feet. Yang Kai nodded lightly at them before flicking his hand, causing the space-time river to fly out. In a similar fashion to what had happened when Yang Kai released the world beads, the space-time river began rapidly expanding the moment it left Yang Kai's grip. The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of all from the Black Ink clansmen. The pseudo-royal lords, territory lords, and feudal lords, all sensed that something was happening and quickly looked up. The sight they saw shocked them to no end. A large river appeared out of nowhere and rapidly expanded until a massive great pass appeared before their eyes. A pseudo-royal lord saw the characters etched into the great pass and had to rub his eyes before taking another look to ensure he was not hallucinating. Pure Yang Pass. They had never seen Pure Yang Pass before, but the intelligence Mo Nayi sent them before he died mentioned the existence of such a great pass. It was the only great pass the humans had right now and had greatly contributed to their invasion of the no-return pass. Why would Pure Yang Pass be here? And, why does that strange river that cuts across the void look so familiar? After giving it some thought, isn't that great river the exclusive divine ability of Yang Kai, the killing star from the human race? They were gobsmacked by the sudden turn of events and had not figured out what was happening, but there were always going to be smarter ones in their midst. As such, a voice soon roared so loudly that it echoed in the void. "The humans have come. We're under attack." That was enough to shock all from the Black Ink clan into action. Although they did not know how the humans managed to arrive so soon, now was not the time for them to dwell on this conundrum. However, before they could do anything, the massive Pyongyang Pass came crashing down on the universe fragments in the center of their base. Technically, Pyongyang Pass was many times smaller than even a single universe fragment, but when the two met, it was the universe fragments that exploded into pieces. It looked as if someone used a hammer on a watermelon. The sudden, forceful attack turned the first universe fragment into shattered pieces, and the Black Ink clansmen atop it were thrown into chaos. The unlucky ones were killed upon impact, but most of them were stumbling around and coughing up blood as they had been heavily injured in the collision. Only those who were at least a feudal lord could survive the fallout of such a collision. At least 100,000 high-rank Black Ink clan soldiers died from just this attack alone, and it was only the beginning. Without the humans to wield the strength of Pyongyang Pass to its maximum, it was simply an inanimate object that could not do much. However, just as Pyongyang Pass smashed that universe fragment to pieces, two figures shot up and swiftly expanded. They instantly turned into giant silhouettes that flanked the great pass on either side. The immense pressure that emanated from the enormous figures made the Black Ink clan feel as if their souls were shaking and chills ran down their spines. Giant spirit gods. Terror-stricken screams rang out from all directions. None of them expected to see a giant spirit god suddenly appear amidst their ranks, let alone two. Pyongyang Pass, which was supposed to be back at the no-return pass, had shown up here, and two giant spirit gods came with it. The pseudo-royal lords could not fathom how the humans managed to cross such a vast distance in such a short amount of time, or how they managed to ensure that the Black Ink clan was completely blindsided by this sudden, fearsome attack. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-20, in full force. Secret techniques shot out at the two giant spirit gods from all directions as the Black Ink clan reacted instinctively while in panic. Thus, Ada and Air had only just resumed their original forms, but they were already under fierce attack. Ada roared as fury colored his simple, honest face. Ada didn't do anything. Ada just showed up here, but everyone is attacking Ada. Ada knew the Black Ink clan was bad. His roar seemed to form an invisible wall that blocked all the secret techniques from the Black Ink clan, and in the very next moment, he stepped towards them. Though his massive size made his movement seem rather clumsy, one step was all it took for him to reach the nearest universe fragment where he threw out his fist. Ada was much bigger than Pyongyang Pass, almost the same size as the universe fragment in front of him, so when his fist struck, the Black Ink clansmen who were hit directly instantly vaporized, regardless of how powerful they were. There had even been a pseudo-royal lord present, yet he did not manage to escape this fate. Pseudo-royal lords were undeniably strong, but they were still ants compared to a giant spirit god's fist. Countless others died as well. Ada's blow created a huge crater initially, and as the force of his punch reverberated out, the entire universe fragment soon exploded into dust. The Black Ink clansmen cried out as they tried to escape, but they were still affected by the shockwave of Ada's punch and were now either heavily injured or at least dazed, making their struggles almost futile. An Eighth-Order Master could destroy a universe fragment with a single punch, but there was still an enormous difference in destructive force when compared to a giant spirit god. This was the strength of a giant spirit god. Right now, apart from Mo, whose power remained enigmatic to all, the giant spirit god clan were the most powerful beings fighting in this war. Although they were not proficient in the use of secret techniques or divine abilities, and seemed to be of lower sentience in some ways, they had immense strength. While Ada was busy destroying that universe fragment, Air did not stand around idle either. He charged at the defensive barrier the Black Ink clan had worked so hard to create, and with each kick or punch he landed, lands were destroyed and countless Black Ink clan soldiers died. In just a few breaths of time, the void was littered with broken universe fragments and Black Ink strength that had leaked out of the dead Black Ink clan soldiers. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords managed to recover themselves and take action, ordering their armies to try and stop the two giant spirit gods. Soon, their attack started taking effect. Although giant spirit gods were terrifyingly powerful, there were only 2 of them and their enormous size made them easy targets. The Black Ink clan reinforcements numbered over 10 million, and as long as they properly coordinated, their combined strength could not be underestimated. The attacks poured in from all directions. Ada and Aer's silhouettes began to look a little unsteady and they could not move as freely either, but that only served to infuriate them even more. When the human race army attacked the no-return pass, they were able to kill the second Black Ink giant spirit god by gathering all their strength together. The Black Ink clan would probably be able to accomplish the same feat if they could group up and arrange themselves the way the humans had. Though it had to be said that the Black Ink giant spirit god the humans killed had already been through an intense battle with Ada and Aer, and thus was already seriously injured. Furthermore, its movement had been restricted as well and it could not dodge the combined assault from the human race army. Even a Black Ink giant spirit god could not withstand that level of bombardment. Ada and Aer's situation was a lot better than that Black Ink giant spirit god's. Though the Black Ink clan kept attacking from all directions, the 2 giant spirit gods would not be in any mortal danger if the Black Ink clan failed to unleash a combined assault that was strong enough to overpower them in one blow. However, considering the heritage of the Black Ink clan reinforcements, it was within their means to force Ada and Aer to retreat if they were willing to make some sacrifices. That would only be possible if nothing unexpected happened, however, and alas, it soon did. All of a sudden, those on the battlefield detected the fall of a pseudo-royal lord. An intense fight had broken out on the battlefield and the death of a pseudo-royal lord was not something surprising. The unluckiest of them all had died from the giant spirit god's first strike. However, what caught the Black Ink clan's attention was the fact that the pseudo-royal lord who just died did so a great distance away from the giant spirit gods at a place that did not seem to be under attack. Furthermore, even if the fallout from the giant spirit god's blows had managed to travel that far, how was it possible for a pseudo-royal lord to not be able to block that level of attack? Before the Black Ink clan managed to figure out what had just happened, the aura of yet another pseudo-royal lord vanished. A third and a fourth soon followed. At last, the pseudo-royal lords realized the situation they had on their hands. Apart from the 2 giant spirit gods, there was also a third master they did not know about who was lurking on the battlefield and assassinating the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords were alarmed. "It's Yang Kai. He's here." One of the smarter pseudo-royal lords roared. A strange river had cut through the void when Pure Yang Pass and the 2 giant spirit gods abruptly appeared, and several of the pseudo-royal lords recognized what it was. According to the information Emo Nayi provided before his death, the river was made out of Tao strengths and belonged to Yang Kai, the Killing Star. He was the most powerful Ninth Order master and the one that Emo Nayi warned them to guard against, for he was an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. When the pseudo-royal lords in the reinforcement army heard this report, they found it hard to believe that a lone human, no matter how strong, would pose an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. Nevertheless, Emo Nayi was a true royal lord and they had to pay serious attention to the last warning he gave them just before he died. It was only now that the pseudo-royal lords realized Emo Nayi could have been right. Though the giant spirit gods were powerful, they were extremely overt in the way they did things. It was much easier to guard against a spear in the light than an arrow in the dark. As soon as that pseudo-royal lord's roar rang out, it was followed by an agonizing shriek. The Black Ink clan were drawn by his cries and quickly looked over, only to find a silhouette fading away behind the pseudo-royal lord who was now sporting a large hole in his chest. Tao strengths surged from his wound and ate away at his vitality. "Don't let him escape." A pseudo-royal lord yelled as he unleashed his aura and smashed it towards that part of the void. Many pseudo-royal lords jumped into action and followed suit. Space rippled and a silhouette which was about to completely fade away reappeared once more. It was a human who had a long spear in his hand. He looked perfectly at ease despite being surrounded by his enemies. "You've got pretty quick reflexes," the human coolly remarked, but the pseudo-royal lords did not hear any semblance of a complimentary tone in his voice. "Quick! Keep him occupied." The pseudo-royal lord who shouted earlier was smarter than the others and knew that this was a rare opportunity for them. If they allowed Yang Kai to hide once more, even more of their masters would meet their doom. Their best option now was to pin him down and stop him from finding a chance to sneak up on any other pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords nearest to Yang Kai swiftly lunged at him from their respective directions, trying to gang up on him. They attacked as speedily as they could in an impressive display of cooperation for the frantic state they were in. If it had been any other Ninth Order master, they would have been caught in a difficult battle. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he made a grabbing motion and Dao strengths rippled in the air as the sound of water echoed. He summoned his space-time river, and it snaked around him like a whip. The pseudo-royal lords who were charging at him were taken by surprise and ended up plunging into the river, just like children who drowned by a sudden surge of water. They struggled on the surface of the river for a few moments before sinking in and disappearing. The river grew fierce as Dao strength surged. A few figures could vaguely be seen inside the river, clearly fighting for their lives. Soon, the commotion died down. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and a few figures flew out of the river. When the Black Ink clan saw this, their hearts sank and their expressions hardened. The figures that fell out were the pseudo-royal lords who had been swept up just now, but they were all now covered in mortal wounds and their auras had vanished. All it took was a few moments and all those pseudo-royal lords had been killed. It was an unbelievable display of power. The pseudo-royal lords who were still charging towards Yang Kai immediately halted, thanking the Supreme One for being further away as they had not been dragged into the strange river. Otherwise, they would have numbered among the dead pseudo-royal lords as well. All of the pseudo-royal lords began to hesitate. Although all the information from Mo Nai about Yang Kai had warned them not to underestimate him, none of them had imagined he would be this terrifying. Good, good. The pseudo-royal lords were terrified and uncertain, but Yang Kai felt spirited. He had been hiding his true strength all these years, which meant he could not unleash his full power whenever he joined the attacks on the no-return pass, and he hated every moment of it. Even though he no longer tried to conceal his ability during the last battle, he had been facing off against a Black Ink giant spirit god and he did not manage to have a true face-off with it, so he did not get to experience the rush of displaying his full strength. He killed Mo Nai by concealing himself with the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, and ever since then, he had been patiently waiting. Until today. The death of these pseudo-royal lords enabled him to see just how much stronger he had become. In the past, whenever he used the space-time river, Yang Kai was able to capture multiple pseudo-royal lords at once but he could not kill them off so easily. He had to enter the river personally to finish off his prey. But he no longer had to do so. He now had complete control over the life and death of pseudo-royal lords who entered the space-time river. This was the change that happened when one's heritage grew stronger. It was an intoxicating feeling. Kill him. The pseudo-royal lord who gave the command was retreating as he roared. An endless stream of secret techniques shot out at Yang Kai, but they all hit nothing as his figure simply faded away. The pseudo-royal lords pushed their divine senses wildly, but they could not detect any trace of Yang Kai. The chaotic battlefield was filled with all kinds of fluctuating forces and energies, so the pseudo-royal lords completely lost track of predator among them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon reappeared behind the pseudo-royal lord who had given the command, his long spear casually piercing through the latter's head. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-21, Broaden Your Horizons. When the two giant spirits gods appeared, an intense battle broke out at the Black Ink clan base. Though initially flustered and caught off guard, the Black Ink clan reinforcement army slowly regained composure and began working together to suppress the giant spirit gods. It was immensely difficult, but at least they did not become victims of an outright massacre. The giant spirit gods were beginning to show signs of injury as well. Large boulder-like objects fell from their bodies as the Black Ink clan army kept up a continuous bombardment of attacks. The fact that the reinforcement army was able to come up with a response in such a short amount of time made it clear they were indeed elites of the Black Ink clan. Alas, the two giant spirit gods were not what the Black Ink clan felt most challenged by. No matter how powerful the giant spirits gods were, they were out in the open and they could deal with them accordingly. The biggest threat, however, was the human killing star, who was hiding in the dark and could strike out with extreme lethality at any given moment. Yang Kai, the killing star, was able to move around essentially undetectable. Even the pseudo-royal lords could not track him down, and each time he appeared, at least one pseudo-royal lord would die. It was their first time clashing against an opponent like Yang Kai, but despite only a short time passing, he was already akin to a looming shadow of death that hung over all their heads. He did not attack anyone other than the pseudo-royal lords, but in just a short span, 20 such masters had died, with the surviving ones helpless to deal with him. Had it been possible, the pseudo-royal lord's best option would have been to hide among the rest of the army, but due to the drawbacks of the source fusion technique, they couldn't restrain their auras. They were like bright lights in a dark tunnel, their presence glaringly obvious to anyone despite being in a sea of over 10 million other Black Ink clansmen. They could neither defeat Yang Kai nor find him. It felt as if they had no way of overcoming this crisis. I want to know what the situation is at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. I will spare the life of the one who tells me what I wish to know. All of a sudden, the human's voice rang out on the battlefield for all the Black Ink clan army to hear. One of the pseudo-royal lords had an abrupt change of expression as his eyes glinted and he threw his fist towards a certain part of the void. He's here. He punched with all his strength and the void shattered like a mirror, but there was nothing there. Then, the pseudo-royal lord heard Yang Kai's voice sounding tauntingly next to his ear. Wrong answer. There was a flash of light as the local space solidified. The pseudo-royal lord was still in the same pose, his clenched fist extended out, but his head had been separated from his body and black blood was now gushing out of his neck, dyeing the void black. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yang Kai's voice rang out again. Two pseudo-royal lords confidently unleashed attacks towards the spot where the voice came from, but as soon as they did so, Yang Kai appeared behind them and thrust his spear through their backs. Before the rest of the pseudo-royal lords could rush over, Yang Kai's silhouette disappeared once more. Maybe my previous question was a little too broad, so I'll be more specific. Has Mo woken up yet? What's the situation like with the human race army based outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? A hot-tempered pseudo-royal lord immediately hollered, you want to know what happened to the army over there? They're all dead, and you're next. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai appeared in front of him. The pseudo-royal lord had been secretly searching for Yang Kai's location all along, but he did not expect the human to be arrogant enough to show up in this manner, so he was caught off guard. By the time he was able to react, Yang Kai's hand had flashed out and tightly gripped his forehead. The pseudo-royal lord was entirely shocked by what happened next. All at once, he felt as if his entire body was mysteriously suppressed and sealed by a strange force. Despite merely being held by the forehead, he could not fight back at all and Yang Kai ended up whisking him off just like that. All the masters from the Black Ink clan nearby gasped in shock and fury as they sent forth a torrent of secret techniques aimed at Yang Kai. Nevertheless, their attacks hit nothing as Yang Kai's silhouette flickered across the battlefield without ever truly solidifying in one spot. Yang Kai flitted around to avoid the Black Ink clan's attacks, all the while holding onto the pseudo-royal lord by the latter's forehead. He eyed the pseudo-royal lord and stated matter-of-factly, the humans have a saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You'll have to pay the price for not watching your tongue. Alas, the pseudo-royal lord was a rebellious fellow, so despite being subjugated, he had no intention of compromising. He sneered and screeched, what price would you make me pay, huh? It's just death. So what if you kill me? You'll never be able to stand against the Supreme One. Black ink is eternal. Who said I'm going to kill you? Yang Kai eyed him coolly. The pseudo-royal lord abruptly felt a thick malice engulf him, one so intense that even though he was fully prepared to die, he could not help shuddering in response. You just came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so I'm assuming you've never experienced purifying light before. Well, I'm in a generous mood today, so I'll help you broaden your horizons. Having said that, the two marks on Yang Kai's hand became visible, and in the very next moment, yellow and blue light flowed out and wrapped around the pseudo-royal lord. The pseudo-royal lord immediately had a look of horror on his face. It was true that the reinforcement army had only just recently left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had never encountered purifying light before, but they had heard of it and how it could be used to counter black ink's strength. Black ink's strength was able to corrupt anything and everything it touched, but the heavens were fair in all things, so no matter how strong a particular energy was, there was always something that countered it. Primordial light and darkness were both born at the dawn of the universe. Neither could exist without the other, but both also perfectly suppressed one another. The yellow and blue lights swirled together and quickly condensed into a pure white light. A sizzling sound was heard and all at once, the pseudo-royal lord felt as if he had been tossed into a boiling pot of oil as black ink strength gushed out of his body and evaporated as it came into contact with the purifying light. Throughout this process, the pseudo-royal lord underwent such overwhelming pain that he could not stop screaming in agony. His tormented cries echoed across the battlefield and struck fear into the hearts of all the Black Ink clansmen. The attacks on Yang Kai did not cease as the Black Ink clan continued their attempts to track him down, unleashing all their most powerful attacks wherever they suspected he might be. However, it made no difference. While Yang Kai could not hide himself while torturing the pseudo-royal lord, his masterful use of space principles allowed him to freely weave around the Black Ink clan's attacks. In fact, thanks to Yang Kai's sneak maneuvering, a sizable number of masters from the Black Ink clan ended up getting caught in friendly fire instead. As for the pseudo-royal lord that Yang Kai captured, he had nearly screamed himself hoarse as his aura continuously weakened. In the end, he could not take it anymore and growled hoarsely, "Kill me. Kill me." He finally realized that there were fates worse than death. Yang Kai carefully adjusted the strength of purifying light and brought the pseudo-royal lord before him. "Killing you is no problem at all," he quietly said, "just tell me what's happening at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and you won't have to suffer this torment any longer." The pseudo-royal lord's lips quivered as he howled through his pain. "The human race army has been wiped out and the Supreme One has woken up." Yang Kai's gaze turned cold. "Kill me. I told you what you wanted to know," the pseudo-royal lord roared hoarsely. "But, what you told me differs from what I know. I'm telling you the truth. It's all true." Yang Kai did not answer. Regardless of whether or not the suppressing Black Ink army was still alive, there was no doubt that Mo had not awakened yet. If Mo was fully awake, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would have been shattered and the reinforcements sent out would have been many times larger and had true royal lords leading them. Even at a time like this pseudo-royal lord still wants to try and trick me, huh? Either he doesn't know what's happening over there, or he doesn't wish to tell me. Yang Kai sighed. He knew there was no hope of him extracting any useful information about the situation over there out of the Black Ink clan now. The reinforcements had chosen to remain in this place to put up a fight against the human race army after hearing about the situation at the no-return pass. Thus, it was most likely that they were already prepared to die, so it was unrealistic to think he could dig out any information from them. That pseudo-royal lord was still bathing in purifying light and his aura had now dropped precipitously. Even the aura of a high-rank Black Ink clan was stronger than his now, so Yang Kai tossed him at the group of pseudo-royal lords who were swarming over as a barrage of attacks shot out at him. As the attacks exploded, the pseudo-royal lord turned into dust. Once Yang Kai's hand was free, he immediately turned around and summoned the spacetime river, which came crashing down on those who were chasing after him. The long river was like a beast that devoured everything in its path as it swallowed up a group of pseudo-royal lords. Dao strengths then surged and wiped out their vitality. Meanwhile, a group of pseudo-royal lords were standing on a certain universe fragment. They did not join the hunt against Yang Kai and instead gathered in the distance to observe the situation. After seeing the way a single human and two giant spirit gods sent their entire army into upheaval, the pseudo-royal lord in command let out a long sigh before saying, "We can't lose all our forces here. Our mission is to cripple the human race army. There's no point trying to put up a fight against these three. Based on the current strength of the Black Ink clan army, it was impossible for them to kill the two giant spirit gods. Certainly they could injure these two giant spirit gods, but once the latter felt threatened, they would simply run away and the Black Ink clan had absolutely no way to stop them. The same applied to Yang Kai, the killing star. Since the Black Ink clan had no way of stopping their three opponents from escaping, and no way of killing them, this was an entirely futile fight that would only result in casualties on their side. The other pseudo-royal lords nodded in agreement. Give the order for some to stay behind and keep these three occupied, as for the others, evacuate at once. The pseudo-royal lord quickly came to a decision. Where should we go? A pseudo-royal lord asked. The one who first spoke stayed silent for a moment before looking in the direction of the no-return pass. We'll go out and meet the human race army ourselves. At first, the rest were confused, but they soon came to a realization. This was probably their only option now. They had to clash with the human race army as soon as possible, that way, even if they all died, they would still manage to fulfill their mission. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-22, The Purple Feather Army Charges. The order to withdraw went out at once, and despite the chaos of the situation, the Black Ink clan army was able to maintain some semblance of order as they prepared to retreat. According to their estimates, they had to leave at least 30% of their forces behind to keep the two giant spirit gods and the killing star occupied. That was the only way they could carve out enough room for the rest of the army to leave safely and carry out their mission. This decision pained the majority of them, but they had no choice. The pseudo-royal lord who served as the commander was standing atop a universe fragment and surveying the bloody battlefield with an icy glare. Though he knew he would never get to seek vengeance himself, he still wanted to sear the killing star's image into the recesses of his mind. "Sir!" Suddenly, a feudal lord flew over and landed in front of the pseudo-royal lords to frantically report, "Sirs, we have found signs of a human race army." The pseudo-royal lords were startled. "Which direction?" The commanding pseudo-royal lord quickly asked. "That direction," the feudal lord pointed it out. The pseudo-royal lords all turned to look, and sure enough, they spotted hazy figures far off in the depths of the void. It was a great distance away, so they could not see clearly, but it was undoubtedly a human race army, a very large one. "Excellent!" The pseudo-royal lord cheered thunderously. He did not seem panicked by the sudden report, instead, he looked pleased. Regardless of how the human race army managed to arrive in such a short amount of time when it should have taken them over a decade to reach this place, it was precisely what the Black Ink clan hoped to see. When they left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, their initial mission was to aid the Black Ink clan army at the no-return pass by attacking the humans from the rear. They wanted to sneak up on the enemy, catch the humans off guard, and slaughter them all. However, when the no-return pass was lost, their mission changed. All they needed to do now was to fight the humans who were heading for primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and to stop at nothing whilst doing so. Neither the outcome nor their survival mattered. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai and the two giant spirit gods threw their initial plans into disarray, and they were forced to split their troops in two. They had to leave some behind to keep the three menaces occupied while the others headed for the no-return pass to confront the human race army as soon as possible. No one expected the human race army would be here already. The enemy was delivering themselves up, so after being startled for a moment, the Black Ink clansmen were filled up with a thirst for battle. The humans used the strength of their killing star and the two giant spirit gods to disrupt their position and deployments before sending in their army to launch a surprise attack. It looked as if the humans had planned all this from the start. It was perilous to face such an enemy on their terms. Still, what was there for them to fear? The Black Ink clan existed solely to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Supreme One. "Sir!" Yet another voice called out from the distance, and a second feudal lord joined them as he quickly reported, "Sirs, we have sighted a human race army." The pseudo-royal lord commander nodded, "I know." The feudal lord who just came was completely taken aback. He rushed over as soon as he received the news, so how did the pseudo-royal lords find out about it beforehand? Nevertheless, he dared not make any comments. He stood aside and glanced at the first feudal lord, but when their gazes met, they seemed to realize something. "Sir!" Once again, a feudal lord rushed over from a different direction. At last, the pseudo-royal lords also realized that the situation was not as simple as they thought it was. The human race army was not coming from just one direction. Armies were rushing towards their base from all directions. They were completely surrounded. It was hard to imagine how the humans managed to achieve this. The Black Ink clan army numbered over 10 million elites, so it should have been impossible to box them in without someone noticing something earlier on. Finally, some of the pseudo-royal lords recalled the reports they had dismissed the past few days, ones about scouts and resource-gathering teams failing to return on time. From the looks of it now, the missing Black Ink clansmen must have been discovered by the humans and eliminated. They never thought that the humans could arrive here so soon, so they had been preparing for a battle to break out a decade later. That was why they were not more vigilant and failed to realize the humans were closing in on them. Those deplorable humans. The pseudo-royal lord commander exploded in rage. Even though he wanted to take on the human race armies as soon as possible, he did not welcome being plotted against this way. After thinking in silence for a moment though, he shouted, "Pass down the order, we launch a full-scale attack in that direction." He pointed in the direction of the no-return pass, which was also the direction the first feudal lord pointed out in his report. Although the Black Ink clan was being besieged from all directions, the one silver lining of the situation was that the human race's strength was scattered as they had split themselves up into over 10 different forces. Even though this allowed them to surround the Black Ink clan, it also meant that the Black Ink clan could target these smaller armies individually. As long as they moved quickly enough, they had enough heritage to wipe out a few of the human race's armies. That would be enough to deal a crushing blow to the humans and force them to cut their crusade short. The Black Ink clan were already making preparations to withdraw, so after receiving the latest order from the commanding pseudo-royal lord, they instantly split into two. 30% stayed behind to keep Yong-kai and the giant spirit orders occupied while the rest charged at the human race army that was approaching from the direction of the no-return pass. The human race army coming from that direction was the Purple Feather Army. Wu Qing was originally the only Ninth Order master in the Purple Feather Army, but ever since the battle at the no-return pass, the humans had 20 new Ninth Order masters, 2 of whom were added to the Purple Feather Army. They were a man and a woman, an actual senior brother and junior sister pair. Even if one searched the entirety of the human race's history, it was exceedingly rare to find a precedent of 2 such people growing so powerful together. It was hard enough to become a Ninth Order master as few ever had the possibility of doing so. If it had not been for the benefits gained from the World Tree clone, it would usually take several thousand, if not tens of thousands of years for someone with the aptitude to become a Ninth Order master to appear in a great force. Thus, the years and generations that separated the Ninth Order masters made it near impossible for 2 to have a senior brother and junior sister relationship. That all changed with the appearance of the star boundary. After several millennia of fighting together, this pair could basically read each other's thoughts. Even when they were still 7th Order and 8th Order masters, they had already carved out a name for themselves on the battlefield as numerous feudal and territory lords had died at their hands. They had even caught Mo Na Ye's attention as he had set up traps that were targeted specifically at them. The many years of war between the human race and the Black Ink clan gave birth to a plethora of both celebratory and sorrowful stories, but it also led to the birth of many remarkable people, and these two were ranked among them. Right now, they were standing atop a purifying Black Ink battleship together with Wu Qing, their senior, as all three were observing the battlefield. When Wu Qing saw that the Black Ink clan army had chosen to charge in their direction, his eyes flashed with displeasure. Whether it was on purpose or not, the Purple Feather Army had been singled out by the enemy as the weak point that they could easily run over. "Prepare for battle," Wu Qing loudly commanded. The Purple Feather Army that had been traveling at great speed instantly repositioned themselves. They did not take up a defensive formation, but rather an offensive one. Despite facing off against their opponents whose numbers were several times greater than their own, the Purple Feather Army showed no fear. Every single one of them was able to stay composed as they waited for the moment to strike. After going through numerous battles, both large and small, throughout the past few millennia, they had built up their spirits through their continued victories and could move as one body. The Black Ink clan army was not about to face the weak army they believed it to be, but a giant beast who could swallow everything in its path. Murderous intent flared as the distance between the two armies rapidly shrank. All at once, multicolored flashes of light shot out from the Purple Feather Army and rained down on the approaching Black Ink clan. At the same time, streaks of black secret techniques shot out from the Black Ink clan army towards the Purple Feather Army. The fight had officially begun. Scores of auras from the Black Ink clan were extinguished by the bursts of light, and even the pseudo-royal lords could not let their guard down. They were completely focused on dodging the secret techniques. In a situation like this, even a minor slip-up could spell their doom. As for the Purple Feather Army, though they suffered some losses as well, it was nothing compared to what the Black Ink clan suffered. It was not surprising as the human race had the protection of warships and spirit arrays, while the Black Ink clan did not. In a head-on battle between two armies where secret techniques and artifacts were exchanged at long range, the side with stronger defenses had far more of an advantage. It was akin to a mortal battle where both armies had archers but only one had shields. Naturally, the one with shields suffered far fewer casualties. In this case, the humans were the ones with the shields. Evidently, the Black Ink clan picked up on this as well. They had to withstand the constant decrease in their numbers as they tried to hasten their attacks. Since they lost out in terms of defense, they were forced to expend some of their energy to defend themselves in order to counter the humans' advantage. After a few rounds of secret techniques were exchanged, the fearsome armies finally clashed in the void. By numbers alone, the humans were certainly at a disadvantage, but they were still able to halt the Black Ink clan army's charge by force. The Purple Feather Army seemed to turn into a massive boulder which could not be moved. No one knew how they did it, but they did. Black Ink clan bastards, suffer death. Wu Qing's bellow rang out. He was still standing atop the purifying Black Ink battleship when he first started speaking, but by the time he finished, he had already charged into the Black Ink clan army. His weapon flashed as he cut down a pseudo-royal lord before the latter could even register what was happening. Black blood splattered everywhere as a powerful aura flared up before disappearing. Countless masters from the Black Ink clan shuddered in fear. Though the pseudo-royal lords were resolute in their determination to sacrifice everything for the Supreme One, they still felt chills down their spine when they saw how terrifying Wu Qing was. At last, they realized that the human race did not only have Yang Kai as their solitary killing star. The Ninth Order Master in front of them now was also immensely powerful. Wu Qing was a veteran Ninth Order Master, and out of all the current Ninth Order Masters, Xiao Xiao was the only one who had more experience than him. However, Xiao Xiao was proficient in the Yin-Yang Grand Dao and specialized in crowd control rather than single combat. The same could not be said for Wu Qing. Thus, among all the Ninth Order Masters, Wu Qing was second only to Yang Kai in terms of individual combat strength. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-23, Surrounded. Wu Qing made a show of strength by channeling everything he had into the attack. A pseudo-royal lord who was caught off guard would never have been able to defend himself against it. Off to a good start. However, in the very next breath, Wu Qing was surrounded by numerous masters from the Black Ink clan. After being momentarily stunned, they swiftly rushed over to gang up on him. Wu Qing showed no fear as he slashed out around him. As Dao's strength rippled through the void, his formidable power burst out and turned his enemies into rivers of blood. The other human race masters followed in Wu Qing's footsteps as they rushed into the enemy lines, including the two new Ninth Order masters. Their figures lunged forth as two flashes of light as they headed straight for the pseudo-royal lords. The junior sister's expression was grim as her hands swiftly moved to unleash a mysterious strength that filled the void, causing the pseudo-royal lords to instantly feel as though their souls were becoming unstable. They saw stars circling their heads as if they had been hit by an invisible hammer. The senior brother seized this chance to close in with his sword. Sword light shrouded his body as he cut through the pseudo-royal lords. Black blood splattered as one of the pseudo-royal lords was relieved of his head, while the others were heavily injured. This was all accomplished with a single strike. By the time the pseudo-royal lords who were lucky enough to survive could finally react, the senior brother's sword light was slashing down on them. Agonizing screams echoed across the battlefield. Of this senior brother and junior sister pair, one excelled in the soul Dao while the other excelled in the sword Dao. Furthermore, they were able to act as one as they fought on the battlefield, which meant they could kill their enemies even more efficiently than Wu Qing, the veteran Ninth Order Master. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order Masters quickly got into their battle formations and challenged the remaining pseudo-royal lords, causing intense fights to break out in all directions. The battle was joined in an instant as the two armies fought with dogged fervor. In this battle, the human race were both advantaged and disadvantaged at the same time. One of the things working in their favor was that these pseudo-royal lords had a critical difference from the pseudo-royal lords from the No Return Pass. While they were all similarly powerful, they differed when it came to experience. The pseudo-royal lords from the No Return Pass had fought against the human race for hundreds of years at least, and with the help of the information they gleaned from Black Ink disciples, they were able to mimic the humans and even learn to form battle formations. Although they could only form a simple Three Fortunes formation, it would still require 20 to 38 Order Masters in 5 elements or 6 paths formations to contain them. That was the reason why the humans had such a hard time during the battles at the No Return Pass. Even a simple Three Fortunes formation had given the pseudo-royal lords a huge boost in combat efficiency and allowed them to occupy many more human masters. However, that was not the case for the pseudo-royal lords who just came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. They did not know how to form battle formations and their combat experience was quite lacking, so even though they worked together in certain situations, each of them basically acted independently, oftentimes getting in each other's way rather than providing support to one another. As soon as the clashing started, the Eighth Order Masters keenly picked up on this and were thrilled. If the Eighth Order Masters formed a 5 elements formation, they were just barely able to put up a fight against a pseudo-royal lord. A 6 paths formation would mean that they would stand on equal footing, while a 7 stars formation made them even more powerful than their opponent. As of now, the humans had quite several Eighth Order Masters. This was thanks to their steady accumulation all these years, as well as the ordinary grade innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace. Each army had at least 2,000 Eighth Order Masters, some even had 3,000. With so many Eighth Order Masters, it was easy enough to form battle formations and contain the pseudo-royal lords. Nevertheless, when it came to sheer numbers, the Purple Feather Army paled in comparison to the Black Ink Clan Army as the latter had nearly 10 times as many masters. Therefore, even though the Purple Feather Army was able to put up a fight for now, they could not keep it up for long. Fortunately, they did not need to. The other human armies were closing in from all directions, so all they had to do was hold out for a little longer, and their reinforcements would be able to surround the Black Ink clan completely. When the time came, the Black Ink clan would be trapped. The difference in numbers meant that the Purple Feather Army suffered increasing injuries and casualties, but in comparison to them, the Black Ink clan suffered the same in far greater numbers. The 3 Ninth Order Masters weaved through the enemy as they killed pseudo-royal lords again and again. Wu Qing was covered in wounds, and the senior brother and junior sister duo had also turned pale from overexertion. The wreckage of the broken warships floated everywhere as blood and torn limbs scattered all over. Nevertheless, the Purple Feather Army did not retreat. They maintained their lines and held fast to keep the enemy rooted in place. The other human armies were rushing over to provide aid from all directions, with the Ninth Order Masters in the lead, and would soon arrive. The Black Ink clan army was slowly weakening. Initially, the pseudo-royal lords figured that their numerical advantage would be enough for them to triumph over the Purple Feather Army, with a high chance of them being able to wipe this human army out entirely. As long as they did so, they would be able to create a gap in the encirclement and gain a better position to battle against the other human race armies. Alas, they did not expect the Purple Feather Army to be able to keep the battlefield fixed in this area despite being outnumbered nearly 10 times. Are humans really so resilient? The pseudo-royal lords were somewhat dazed. No wonder the ones who first left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction couldn't exterminate the humans and were soundly defeated after years of battle. As the stalemate continued, the Black Ink clan army soon began to despair. The other human race armies had arrived, swarming over from all directions and surrounding the Black Ink clan army. An even more intense battle broke out then, as both parties numbered over 10 million now as they fought viciously. The Black Ink clan army was already weakened by the previous battle, but the humans remained spirited, so the outcome was clear. Furthermore, the humans had 29 Ninth Order Masters while the Black Ink clan did not even have a single true royal lord. Their pseudo-royal lords did not know how to form battle formations either. Thus, the clash soon became a one-sided massacre for the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, back at the Black Ink clan's base where the fight first broke out, Ada and Aer were stomping about, slaughtering the Black Ink clan army in droves. Though a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan remained here to keep them occupied, they were only 30% of the whole reinforcement army, and it was hard for them to put up a fight against 2 giant spirit gods. Moreover, Yang Kai was still weaving about undetected among them as he snuck up on their masters and assassinated them. Soon, Yang Kai killed off the last of the pseudo-royal lords who had stayed behind, and without them, the Black Ink clan's attacks became little more than tickles and scratches to Ada and Aer. Since the battle had been decided, Yang Kai returned to Pure Yang Pass. The Great Pass had been floating along on the battlefield without anyone paying any attention to it after Yang Kai first let it out and sent it crashing into a universe fragment. Until now. Instantly, somewhere on the Pure Yang Pass, Yang Kai's divine sense surged like gushing water, and soon, he took in the situation across the void. It's the perfect time. A torrent of world force was unleashed and a huge array lit up on the spot where Yang Kai stood. A mysterious energy burst forth in all directions. 12 universe fragments were scattered across the void outside the battlefield. These 12 universe fragments were the ones that Yang Kai brought from the no-return pass after turning them into world beads. He restored them to their original size once they arrived in this area. The 12 universe fragments were not simply tools to transport the armies, they were also a crucial part of the plan to surround the enemy. The human race army had planned all of this before they left the no-return pass. Just as Yang Kai activated the Grand Array on Pure Yang Pass, the Void Guard that remained on the 12 universe fragments did the same to the arrays that had been set up there too. All at once, the 12 universe fragments lit up brightly as they connected with Pure Yang Pass. It was incredibly difficult to harness the strength of such a huge array. Just creating it had cost an enormous amount of resources, while powering it was also not cheap, but it was all worth it for the sake of eliminating the enemy once and for all. The connection between the universe fragments and pure Yang Pass kept growing stronger, and once Yang Kai felt it reach a certain critical limit, he surged his space principles. The Void Guard picked up on this signal and instantly followed suit. All at once, there was a visible ripple that started from pure Yang Pass and rapidly spread out over several millions of kilometers, sweeping past the two clashing armies as it filled every corner of the void. This ripple was not deadly in any way, nor did it disrupt the two armies either. However, after it spread out, something seemed to change on the battlefield. The 12 universe fragments scattered across the void had been linked together with pure Yang Pass to seal the entire battlefield. A massive section of the void had become a cage, and as long as the array held strong, nothing could escape. This was a massive battle involving millions of soldiers on each side. No matter who had the upper hand, it was still going to be hard to completely annihilate the other side. There were bound to be those who managed to escape. To prevent that from happening, the humans came up with a plan beforehand. If some of the Black Ink clansmen did manage to flee, they would surely be a threat to the ones left behind at the no-return pass, as only a few tens of thousands of masters had stayed back. What's more, those masters were all heavily wounded and not as powerful as they once were. The humans were determined to slaughter every single Black Ink clansman here in one battle. Thus, Yang Kai was personally standing guard at the array core, and as long as he did not die, there was no way of lifting the sealing array. Furthermore, even as he stood guard in the middle of pure Yang Pass, he was still able to take part in the battle. Thanks to the power of the array, Yang Kai could monitor the entire situation out on the battlefield. It was a mysterious feeling for him, as it felt as though he was observing the battle from a different dimension. Since he could see what was happening, it meant that he could partake in the battle as well. Thus, out on the battlefield, there were frequent attacks that seemed to come from out of nowhere. These attacks would smash the masters from the Black Ink clan into pieces, and many of the humans who had been caught in a perilous situation were saved, to the confusion of everyone. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-24, Go on ahead first. There was no suspense in this battle. The human race spent over a decade retaking the no-return pass, but the outcome of this fight against the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had been determined right from the start. The portion of the Black Ink clan army that stayed back to keep the two giant spirit gods occupied was the first to crumble. After all of the pseudo-royal lords had been killed, there was no point in continuing a hopeless fight. Many of the surviving masters wanted to flee. Alas, the surrounding space had been sealed up and they could not escape. They were doomed to meet their end here. On the main battlefield, the 12 armies successfully surrounded the Black Ink clan and were now slowly but steadily eliminating them. It was ironic that the Black Ink clan army's plan was being carried out by the humans instead. Once the equilibrium between the two sides was broken, death was the only fate awaiting the Black Ink clan. One by one, the pseudo-royal lords died, and once they were all gone, the territory lords were next. Then, the feudal lords. The battle lasted for a dozen days before it finally came to a close. Now that it was over, the humans began focusing on their recuperation as they counted the casualties. The Purple Feather Army had suffered catastrophic losses. This was the biggest loss for the human race in this battle. Most of the casualties occurred, and the Purple Feather Army was holding down the Black Ink clan army before the other armies arrived. A heavy price had to be paid for an army to hold out against an enemy 10 times its size. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile price to pay. Due to the various setups and arrangements made prior to the battle, the humans were able to kill every single one of the reinforcement army that came out of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. They had completely wiped out the threat that this reinforcement army could have posed. Once the battle ended, Yang Kai released the Grand Array that suppressed and sealed the local space, and at the same time, the 12 universe fragments that had been turned into array nodes shattered into dust as well. It was the backlash from the strength of the spirit array, and even Yang Kai could not stop that from happening. The Ninth Order Masters gathered back at Pure Yang Pass. Many of them were injured, especially the 3 from Purple Feather Army. Mi Jingluan, who was seated at the helm, had a worried expression. You wish to go on ahead first, junior brother. Yang Kai had just announced to the group that he intended to leave first and head for the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. He nodded and said, something must have happened at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, so I want to go and take a look. Furthermore, we don't know what's happening with the suppressing Black Ink Army either. The humans had too little intel on their hands. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction had not been broken yet, as true royal lords would have appeared as well if it did. However, he was worried about the suppressing Black Ink Army's predicament. They were a team of elite masters who were in charge of dealing with the Black Ink clan who escaped from the Grand Restriction to ease the pressure on Wuquan. The army of over 10 million that had escaped was too much for the suppressing Black Ink Army alone to have stopped, so it was inevitable that some terrible fate had befallen them. Mi Jingluan and the others knew that many of Yang Kai's family and disciples were part of the suppressing Black Ink Army, so they understood what he was feeling right now. As it was, Yang Kai had already shown a great deal of righteousness when he chose to remain here and fight with the rest of the human race army despite knowing that the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had escaped from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. Mi Jingluan thus spoke up, since their reinforcement army escaped from the Grand Restriction, things would not be peaceful there. I'm sure there would be enemy forces outside the Grand Restriction as well. How can you go up against them alone, junior brother? Why don't you wait a few days and head out with the rest of the army? It won't be long. Just 10 days will do. Yang Kai shook his head. Everyone has just been through an arduous battle, and though it was not the most intense we've experienced, everyone is exhausted. 10 days won't be enough to recover, they'll need to rest and recuperate for longer than that. Also, if I head over alone, I can hide my tracks and act according to the situation. Seeing as how Mi Jingluan wanted to continue talking him out of it, Yang Kai added, I'll take some of the Void Guard with me and finish setting up the space arrays along the way. We're only a few years distance away from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, so once the space arrays have finished being arranged, everyone should more or less have recovered as well, and it would be just in time for them to proceed. This is the best arrangement, senior brother. Mi Jingluan had more to say, but in the end, he nodded in agreement. You're right, but it will be hard on you, junior brother. I'm just doing what I must. Yang Kai got to his feet. I'll go and make the preparations. In reality, there was not much he needed to prepare. He simply got Li Wu Yi to select a group of Void Guards who would be leaving with him before sealing up Pure Yang Pass and the 2 giant spirit gods. Both Pure Yang Pass and the giant spirit gods were massive and could not be sent through the space arrays in their original forms. Yang Kai had to seal them inside a world bead to accomplish that. The 12 universe fragments he used earlier had turned to dust, but thankfully, there was no lack of universe fragments in the void. As such, Yang Kai randomly moved one over and placed Pure Yang Pass as well as the 2 giant spirit gods on it. Then, with the use of space principles, he refined it into a world bead and passed it to Mi Jingluan for safekeeping. Once everything was settled, Yang Kai took 20 Void Guard into his small universe before stepping out into the void. He kept moving onward without stopping at all. The emotions that Yang Kai had been suppressing for the past 6 months finally welled up again. He desperately wanted to hurry on over to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction as soon as possible and see what was happening for himself. Several days later, he stopped and opened the portal to his small universe, bringing 2 Void Guards out. I'll leave things here to you, Yang Kai said before carrying on with his journey. The 2 Void Guards sent him off with a bow, and once he was gone, they began setting up the space array. A few days later, Yang Kai let out 2 more Void Guards. This scene repeated itself all along the way as the Void Guard arranged the space arrays that would lead to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. In just over a month, Yang Kai traversed across the late ancient era battlefield and arrived at the spiritless land. It was an empty void with no trace of life. Even the strength of the void, which could literally be found anywhere in the universe, was incredibly weak here. Yang Kai was extremely close to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction now. All he had to do was travel a little further and he would arrive at the Grand Restriction, which had been in existence for millions of years. His small universe opened up and Li Wu-Yi and another void guard stepped out. They were the last two. Set up the space array here, but don't travel any further ahead. Remember to stay hidden and not let the Black Ink clan discover you, Yang Kai instructed. Li Wu-Yi and the other void guard nodded. I'm heading off, Yang Kai said before disappearing into the distance. Pushing his space principles to their maximum potential, Yang Kai arrived outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction in just 3 days, and the sight he saw made his expression grim. It was just as Mi Jingluan had predicted. A large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were gathered outside the opening in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, with many pseudo-royal lords among them. There seemed to be even more of them here than there had been with the reinforcement army that had just been wiped out. Right now, they were ceaselessly attacking the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction from the outside. There was no telling how long they had been doing this. The endless waves of attacks caused ripples in the Grand Restriction, and though it was not in any danger of breaking yet, it would clearly not hold out for long. What's more, there was no sign of the suppressing Black Ink army. Yang Kai's heart sank. As he moved forward, he kept searching for signs of the suppressing Black Ink army, but he had yet to discover anything. It was an extremely worrying situation. The suppressing Black Ink army was made up of thousands of the most elite masters of the human race. Not only did it include Yang Shui, a new Ninth Order master, but also Fu Guang, who was a divine dragon. Furthermore, they had the help of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, so even if they could not defeat the Black Ink clan, they should have been able to escape. However, Yang Kai saw no trace of them as he made his way over, and when he arrived, he did not see any sign of them either. He did not find any human bodies or the wreckage of the suppressing Black Ink fortress in the void. It was as if the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress had simply up and vanished. Yang Kai did not know what happened to the suppressing Black Ink army, and the only source of information available to him was Wu Kuang, who was standing guard at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. I hope he's still alive. Yang Kai silently prayed as he used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability before approaching the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. He avoided the Black Ink clan army and arrived at a different part outside the Grand Restriction before using his divine sense. Time seemed to stretch on as he nervously waited, but at last, the familiar voice rang out in his mind. You finally came. Wu Kuang sounded weak and exhausted. Didn't you say you'd come over now and then to check up on things? It's been so long since your last visit that I thought you'd died. Something unexpected happened and I couldn't use my special method to reach this place, Yang Kai helplessly explained. The old tree had fallen into a coma after bringing Yang Kai back to the grand ancient ruins boundary from an extraordinary distance away, so Yang Kai could not use the power of the old tree to shuttle through the void. Otherwise, he would not have waited until this day to come over. What happened? Where's the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai frantically asked. It's a bit complicated, Wu Kuang did not know how to explain, take a look for yourself. He then transmitted a bunch of information over and after looking through everything, Yang Kai's expression grew strange too. No wonder Wu Kuang said it's complicated. It's not at all what I expected. The only thing he was glad about was that the suppressing Black Ink army was safe, for now. This was unexpected good news. Yang Kai figured that at best, the suppressing Black Ink army had been defeated by the Black Ink clan and had to flee, but the worst-case scenario was that they had all been killed, and that was not an outcome he could accept. However, based on what Wu Kuang shared with him now, the suppressing Black Ink army's situation was far better than he had initially thought. Furthermore, the information Yang Kai just received was something that neither he nor any of the other humans would have thought of. I only discovered these things and the Black Ink strength exploded this time. I didn't detect any of them before. Mu was indeed the strongest of the 10 from the late ancient era, Wu Kuang declared with a tone of admiration. The fact that someone like Wu Kuang expressed such thoughts proved just how remarkable Mu's plans and methods had been. Yang Kai was just as stunned by the information he received from Wu Kuang. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-25, Inside the Grand Restriction. Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors from the late ancient era chose to set up the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction in this place because it was where the primordial light and darkness were born. It could be considered the place where Mo came from. All the humans knew that Mo was suppressed and sealed inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, however, no one knew what it was like inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Even Tsang and the others knew very little. Out of the 10 martial ancestors from the late ancient era, Mu was the only one who personally entered the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction to see what it was like inside. Nevertheless, when she returned, she chose to sacrifice herself by merging with the Grand Restriction to strengthen it. She did not speak of what she saw or encountered inside. The human race masters came up with their own theories about what was inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and Yang Kai had done the same as well. All along, he assumed that the Grand Restriction was simply Mo's cage. It suppressed and sealed Mo, as well as its creations. After all, Mo was an existence that embodied chaos and evil, the source of all misfortunes that befell all of existence. Even if Mo had no wish to be so, its existence was sadly the antithesis of other living beings. However, from the looks of it now, the situation was a lot more complex than Yang Kai had thought. Despite everything else Yang Kai had gone through before, he could not help but be dazed by this new information. Still, there's no point in getting to know these things now. Wu Kuang's feeble voice rang out in Yang Kai's head once more. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction has been in place for too long. For the past 6 months, the Black Ink clan has consistently attacked it, so I'm afraid it won't hold out much longer. After a pause, he said, Yang Kai, if you wish to save the suppressing Black Ink army, I can send you in. You can find a chance to bring them out again, though if I'm being honest, I don't think there's much hope of that. If you don't, then leave now. Once the Grand Restriction breaks open, Mo will fully awaken and there will no longer be a place free from it anymore. It hasn't come to that yet, Yang Kai quietly replied, plus, it's just as you said, if Mo does wake up, it will be impossible to find an uncorrupted place, so where would I run to? As he spoke, he recalled his previous plan. If the humans could not defeat the Black Ink clan, their only option was to gather their strength and flee deep into the void to find a new home. The universe furnace was constantly splitting heaven and earth apart, so there had to be more than one livable environment in the vast universe. No matter how strong Black Ink's strength was, it would not be able to cover the entirety of existence. However, if it did come to that, not only would it mean that only a few could escape, but even those who did would have to wander aimlessly for the rest of their lives. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. Don't despair. The human race army will be arriving soon enough, and when the time comes, they'll be able to get rid of the Black Ink clan forces outside the Grand Restriction, Yang Kai consoled. Wu Kuang was startled. The humans are on their second crusade already. Yang Kai nodded. More than 20 years ago, we reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, and half a year ago, we took back the no-return pass. A month ago, we dealt with the Black Ink clan's reinforcements that emerged from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Our army is currently reorganizing itself and will be here soon. Wu Kuang was a little dazed. Has the human race's heritage grown that strong? When he saw Yang Kai appear here alone, he assumed that it was only Yang Kai who would be coming, so he did not expect to resolve the crisis he had on his hands right now. After all, the Black Ink clan army attacking him numbered over 10 million. Though they did not have a single royal lord among them, Yang Kai could not take them on all by himself. Our heritage is stronger now than it has ever been. Yang Kai seriously declared. Even though they only had around 39th Order masters now, in the future, they would have at least 10 times what they had at their peak, if not 100 times. What fortuitous news, Wuquang remarked with a joyful voice. There was more he wanted to say, but all of a sudden, he exclaimed, "Damn it! The suppressing black ink army is in trouble. Let me deal with it first." As soon as Wuquang finished speaking, Yang Kai could no longer sense the former's aura as he had gone to deal with the situation the suppressing black ink army was in. Yang Kai stood in place with his aura and figure hidden as he watched the Black Ink clan army. They were standing at the gap and persistently attacking the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai had a hard time stopping himself from jumping into action. He was all alone, so even if he attacked the Black Ink clan army, he could not deal with so many of them, and he would also end up putting the Black Ink clan on high alert because he exposed his presence. All that could be done now was to have Wuquang hold out a little while longer. The human race army would soon be here, and once they would be able to deal with this army. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and engraved all of the information he had into it. Then, he took out a space beacon and used it to deliver the jade slip over to Li Wuyi. Thus, by having Li Wuyi pass the message along, the others would soon receive the reports about the situation over here, and Mi Jingluan would be able to make appropriate arrangements. Around a quarter hour later, Yang Kai felt Wuquang's aura again and he quickly asked, "How are things?" "They're safe for now, but it won't stay that way for long," Wuquang replied. "It's all thanks to the fact that a large number of the Black Ink clansmen left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and the rest are focused on the opening right now. Otherwise, the suppressing Black Ink army would surely be facing an even bigger crisis." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll have to leave the suppressing Black Ink army in your care then. When can the human race army arrive?" Wuquang asked. "They would have set off by now, so it should take less than a month for them to arrive." "That's good to hear." Wuquang exhaled at last. Before Yang Kai came over, Wuquang had to fight a dire battle all on his own here. Not only did he have to protect the entire suppressing Black Ink army, but he also had to focus on maintaining the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. He was beginning to despair at the situation. At last, Yang Kai had come and the human race army would be here in a month as well. They would be able to deal with the Black Ink clan army outside the Grand Restriction and he would have a much easier time once they did. "What do you plan on doing now?" Wuquang asked. After thinking in silence for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "Send me to the suppressing Black Ink army. It's been so many years, so they must have used up all of their resources by now." Although Yang Kai did leave a lot of resources with the suppressing Black Ink army when he first sent them to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, it had been thousands of years since then and they had no way of replenishing their supplies. They had to have used it all up by now after all these years of clashing with the Black Ink clan. "Good," Wuquang said, "follow my lead." Yang Kai nodded and followed the signals that Wuquang gave, which led him deeper into the void. Soon, once he arrived at a different location outside the Grand Restriction, Wuquang's voice rang out again, "This is where the Grand Restriction is at its weakest. The innate territory lords escaped from here back then." Yang Kai recalled this point clearly. Before the universe furnace emerged, a large number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai inadvertently found out about this and rushed over to kill them off. Rivers of blood marked his path, and in the end, he came over and informed Wuquang about this, which was how the latter managed to repair the breach. Since this breach could be repaired, it could also be opened up again. "You'll only have one breath of time to enter the Grand Restriction. Don't miss it," Wuquang instructed. Despite being in control of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, he did not want to let any breach stay open for too long. It was safest to do so for only a breath, as something unforeseen could happen if it were open any longer. "Got it," Yang Kai answered. The very next instant, he saw a crack in the Grand Restriction. Black ink strength poured out of the crack that was filled with an evil and chaotic aura. The crack opened up for just a brief moment before it sealed back up again. Yang Kai, who was initially outside the Grand Restriction, was nowhere to be seen now. Never-ending black ink strength surrounded Yang Kai as everything was plunged into utter darkness. Yang Kai stood amidst it all with his aura and figure hidden as he looked around. He could not see anything with his eyes, so he had to rely on his divine sense to scout his surroundings. All cultivators, including Ninth Order Masters, would lose their sight and sense of hearing in a place like this, and if they used their divine sense, they were opening themselves to the possibility of being corrupted by black ink strength. Thankfully, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to protect him, so he did not have to worry about anything when using his divine sense. He instantly detected a mysterious energy protecting him, one that was like a thin layer of mist that enveloped him completely. Although it was his first time coming into contact with this energy, he was able to instantly deduce what it was. This was the power of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Wuquang was in control over the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and his cultivation had steadily grown over the years. Even though he was not as strong as Tsang, who used to stand guard here, yet, he was not that much weaker. Thus, he could use the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction to protect Yang Kai and ensure that the latter would not be detected by the Black Ink clan inside the Grand Restriction. Otherwise, even if Yang Kai used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, he would still run the risk of exposing himself as he was inside an environment filled with black ink strength. If something that was in the middle of a sea of black ink strength moved, the movement would cause ripples in it the same way it would in water. Based on what Wuquang told Yang Kai, the former had relied on the power of the Grand Restriction to keep the suppressing Black Ink army safe all this while. If it had not been for that, the suppressing Black Ink army would not have survived till this day after being swallowed up into the Grand Restriction. They would have been ripped into pieces the moment they ended up inside. Wuquang's voice rang out in Yang Kai's mind, "Don't move. The Black Ink clan is approaching." At the same time, Yang Kai sensed a group of powerful auras coming over. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and stayed hidden in silence. Moments later, the group of powerful auras arrived. It was a group of innate territory lords led by a royal lord. They came over after sensing that something unusual occurred earlier. The royal lord immediately went over to the spot where Yang Kai snuck into the Grand Restriction and studied it with his divine sense before looking around. A territory lord also came over to inspect the spot, and soon, he reported, "Sir, there are signs that the breach had weakened earlier." Oh. The royal lord's expression was stern as he made a more thorough check. Once he confirmed that it was true, his expression turned to one of glee. This breach once opened up nearly 1,000 years ago. Since it has weakened, it won't be long before it opens up again. After a pause, he sneered, "That scoundrel must be stretched thin right now." He immediately barked out an order, "Get the word out. We must find that human army as soon as possible and occupy that bastard's attention." "Yes, sir." The innate territory lords responded at once. Then, the royal lords selected 2 innate territory lords. "You 2 will stay here and keep an eye on the breach. If anything strange happens, report back to me right away." "Yes, sir." Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-26, Suppressing Black Ink Army. 2 innate territory lords stayed back to keep an eye on things while the other masters from the Black Ink clan left as quickly as they came. Yang Kai, who was still in hiding, cocked his brow and transmitted to Wuquang, "What a unique nickname you have there." "I interacted with the royal lords here a couple of times when I was bored," Wuquang quipped. "I made a strong impression on them." Yang Kai had nothing to say to that. Standing guard over the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction for thousands of years was indeed a lonely, monotonous task. Making contact with the royal lords would not only relieve some stress but would also be a chance to glean useful information. "I'll take you over to the suppressing Black Ink army." "Don't resist," Wuquang's voice rang out. Yang Kai hummed in acknowledgement. At the very next breath, he felt a strange energy enveloping him and whisking him through the endless black ink strength. Yang Kai was moved silently and unnoticeably. Occasionally, he could sense strong auras flitting past him. These belonged to the royal lords, but somehow, with the help of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction's power, he could move past them without being detected. At last, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken through a layer of some sort and entered a different space. The darkness disappeared at once. This space was not filled with black ink strength. It was a fairly small area where speckles of light could be seen. Yang Kai followed the light and saw the suppressing black ink fortress. Glowing pearls hung atop the suppressing black ink fortress and gave off the soft light that Yang Kai saw. A group of people was waiting expectantly on the suppressing black ink fortress. They had heard the news from Wuquang in advance and knew Yang Kai was coming. Yang Kai moved over to the suppressing black ink fortress and soon, he landed in front of the group. He let out a small exhale of relief as his eyes took in the crowd, then, he bowed in greeting to the silver-haired man in front, Senior. Wuquang borrowed the strength of the Grand Restriction to create this space. It was largely protected from the Black Ink clan's eyes, and that was why the suppressing Black Ink army was able to remain inside for so long without being annihilated. As it was a small space, Fu Guang did not use his dragon form but remained in his human form instead. Fu Guang raised his hand and said, "We can skip the formalities. It is unfortunate that you had to see us in this awkward predicament." Yang Kai shook his head, "It is I who failed to plan properly. All of you have suffered greatly for the past few years, Senior. We all share the responsibility of vanquishing the Black Ink clan." Fu Guang waved his hand before asking, "How are things out there?" Wuquang had informed them that Yang Kai was coming, but he did not give them an update about the situation beyond the Grand Restriction, so Fu Guang could not help but feel a bit concerned. The suppressing Black Ink army was in charge of standing guard over the opening in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. They had been sucked into the Grand Restriction during an earlier commotion, and without them, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan had escaped from the breach. That would surely be a blow to the humans in the 3,000 worlds. "We have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds," Yang Kai declared. "All of the Black Ink clansmen there have been wiped out. The human race army is currently making its way over and will arrive at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction in about a month." "Oh." Fu Guang's spirits soared at once. "We have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds." Everyone else was thrilled by the news. They had been positioned outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction for years now and never got a chance to make contact with the others back home, so they were completely unaware of what was happening. The lack of information was torturous for the suppressing Black Ink army. They did not know how much longer they had to stand watch here. Now that they heard the 3,000 worlds had been reclaimed, they felt a heavy burden lifted off their shoulders. A large number of masters escaped from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, so we realized that something must have happened at the Grand Restriction, which is why I came over first to see what the situation was, Yang Kai added. Fu Guang nodded. "A few years ago, the Grand Restriction had a sudden burst of instability. The suppressing Black Ink army failed to withdraw in time, so we were sucked inside. We're only able to survive this long thanks to Wuquang's protection." Nevertheless, even though Wuquang used the power of the Grand Restriction to hide the suppressing Black Ink army's tracks to keep them out of sight from the Black Ink clan, they were still doomed if they could not think of a way to escape this predicament. Wuquang could keep them safe for now, but he could not do so forever. This was Mo's domain, and it was filled with its energy and creations. Now and then, the suppressing Black Ink army would inadvertently let out a trace of their existence and the Black Ink clan would mount a siege. In fact, it had happened just a while ago and Wuquang had to rush over to rescue them. All of a sudden, Wuquang's voice rang out, "Once the human race army comes along to keep the Black Ink clan occupied, I'll find a chance to deliver all of you out of here." He could not make an attempt now. For one, there were over 10 million Black Ink clansmen outside the Grand Restriction, so the suppressing Black Ink army would be slaughtered the moment they showed up. Furthermore, within the Grand Restriction, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were lying in wait near the opening as well. The Black Ink clan knew that there was a human race army inside the Grand Restriction, and there was also only one opening that allowed passage out of the Grand Restriction. By guarding that spot, they made it impossible for the humans to escape. If the suppressing Black Ink army wanted to leave safely, they had to wait until the human race army arrived. Once the battle broke out, they would get their chance to leave. Before that, they would have to remain under Wuquang's watchful protection. After getting more information about the outside world from Yang Kai, Fu Guang began to feel more assured. Oh, right. I brought some resources, Senior. Yang Kai took out a small pile of space rings from his small universe. After seizing the no-return pass, the humans managed to restock their supplies. The Black Ink clan had gathered a great number of resources during their occupation and failed to destroy them in the hasty battle, so the resources naturally fell into the humans' hands. Yang Kai had stored a lot of resources in his small universe for his own ease of use, so he could now pass them over to the suppressing Black Ink army. Fu Guang accepted the space rings and nodded lightly. Resources are indeed in short supply, so I'll take these. Yang Kai felt ashamed. I should have dealt with this issue sooner, but something unexpected happened a while back and I could no longer come over any time I wanted. Fu Guang nodded once more. He then glanced at Yu Rumeng at the others who were standing to the side and thoughtfully announced, I'll go and hand out the resources to the others first. Many thanks, Senior. Soon, the only ones remaining were Yang Kai and his family. He looked at the women and saw Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, Zhu Qing, Shuiyu, Ji Yao, Chu Huashan, and Tao Lingwan. Everyone was here apart from Xia Ning Chang, who had to remain in the star boundary as a great grandmaster alchemist. You all must have had a hard time, Yang Kai said, ashamed. When the suppressing Black Ink army had been formed, Mi Jingluan wanted these women to join it. At the time, intense fights were happening across the great territory battlefields and the situation out there was incredibly dangerous. On the other hand, the suppressing Black Ink army was only in charge of standing guard over the Grand Restriction, so the risks were much lower. Mi Jingluan had done so as a favor to Yang Kai. Alas, even Mi Jingluan could not predict the changes that would happen many years later. He did not expect the suppressing Black Ink army would end up in such a crisis. He never would have thought that they would be sucked into the Grand Restriction and run the risk of being exterminated if they did not have Wuquang's protection. Mi Jingluan had been under a lot of pressure when he heard that the situation at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had changed and the suppressing Black Ink army could be in a disastrous situation. He did not know how he was going to face Yang Kai if the suppressing Black Ink army had been annihilated. Everyone is having a hard time right now, not just us. Yu Rumeng took Yang Kai's hand and gently held it. Her voice was soft as she soothed, you don't need to worry about us. We're all together and we can look out for one another. You just need to focus on what you have to do. Su Yen spoke up next, that's right. We are a part of the army and doing our part to eradicate the Black Ink clan. We're not weak flowers that need constant protection. You don't need to worry too much about us. Shanqing Luo smiled, as long as you don't think that we're a burden, husband. Yang Kai chuckled, why would I think you're a burden? You're all my most precious treasures. Ji Yao and the more reserved women immediately blushed at how frank Yang Kai was, but their gazes softened with affection. Yang Kai's 3 legacy disciples were gathered nearby as well. Su Yi was looking at Yang Kai with a look of admiration as he exclaimed, that's our honored master, all right. He's indeed amazing. Looks like I'll have to work hard to follow in his footsteps. A sharp hiss suddenly rang out. Su Yi hastily turned around, what's the matter, eldest senior brother? Zhao Yibai had been the one who gasped. Zhao Yibai was rubbing his waist as he stared innocently at Xiaoya. Why did you pinch me, Xiaoya? No reason. I just felt like pinching you. Xiaoya huffed. Oh, Su Yi eyed Zhao Yibai pitifully, but in the end, he could not resist giving a reminder, eldest senior brother, as honored master's first disciple, you should learn from him and live up to his expectations. Zhao Yi Bai gave it some serious thought and nodded, you're right. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation of the Tao of space. This is a rare opportunity. I must ask honored master for some guidance later. Su Yi gaped and realized his eldest senior brother was a hopeless case as he muttered, the Grand Tao isn't the only thing you can learn from honored master, eldest senior brother, why did you pinch me again, Xiaoya? It makes me happy. There were endless thoughts and feelings of longing to express now that the long-awaited reunion had finally occurred. Still, it was not the time or place to dwell on such things. The women were wise and sensible enough, so once they all had a brief chat with Yang Kai, Yu Ru Meng led them away. Yang Kai fell into a reverie as he watched them leave. Big brother, Yang Shue's voice called out next. She and others like Zhao Yi Bai had been waiting to the side the whole time and only came over once Yu Ru Meng and the other wives left. A adoptive father. Yang Xiao called out as well. Yang Kai turned around and smiled at Yang Shui. He stroked her head as he said, your big brother has spent all this time running around everywhere and rarely had a moment to stop to take a break. I've always considered it a pity that I couldn't spend time with you when you were young. Please don't hold it against me. Yang Shui grinned and said, I wouldn't, of course. Ever since I was a child, I knew that you were destined for great things, big brother. Mother and father praised you all the time, and when I was young, I dreamed about becoming someone like you. Based on cultivation alone, I think I've done well enough. Then, she lifted her chin slightly and added, you need to work harder, big brother. Don't let your little sister surpass you. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-27, Guidance. Yang Kai chuckled, I do need to work harder from now on. After the light-hearted chat, both Yang Kai and Yang Shui felt warm with familial love. Yang Kai finally turned to Yang Xiao, who had been standing on the side all along. Adoptive father. Yang Xiao stood rigidly with sweat beading across his forehead. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, are you feeling extremely nervous? Of course not. Never. Yang Xiao denied it at once, my heart is leaping with joy at the fact that I get to see you when we're in such a challenging situation, adoptive father. Yang Kai scoffed. Yang Xiao jumped a little. Spend more time on your cultivation so that you become a divine dragon as soon as possible, Yang Kai instructed after eyeing Yang Xiao for a while. Yes. I won't let you down. Yang Xiao firmly declared. Go on, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Shui began leading away a stiff Yang Xiao, but all of a sudden, she turned back around and reminded, make sure you be careful, big brother. Perhaps the connection they shared due to their bloodline allowed her to sense that Yang Kai was about to do something dangerous, so she had a look of worry on her face. Yang Kai nodded, you both take good care of yourselves too. After watching Yang Shui and Yang Xiao leave, Yang Kai turned back to his three disciples. Greetings, honored master. All three of them kneeled and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai accepted the bow before lifting his hand, you may rise. Zhao Yi Bai and the other two stood up. Yang Kai had a faint smile as his eyes flitted over the three. All of the disciples from the Void Tao Temple could be said to have inherited his mantle and were proficient in the cultivation of various grand Taos. Thus, all of the cultivators from Void Tao Temple could be considered his disciples. However, only these three in front of him truly inherited his legacy. It was not that Yang Kai held back when he taught others his Taos, but Zhao Yi Bai and the other two were the only ones who formally underwent the ritual to become his disciples. They each inherited one of the grand Taos that Yang Kai was most focused on, and all along, he had high hopes for them. Based on their achievement over the years, they did not let him down, nor did they waste their talents. Are you about to break through to the next order? Yang Kai suddenly realized there was something amiss about their aura. All three of them seemed to be suppressed by some kind of energy, and they were also doing their best to rein themselves in. Zhao Yibai replied, reporting to Honored Master, "We will be breaking through soon," but Senior Wu Kuang said that as the suppressing Black Ink Army is currently in hiding, we shouldn't make too much of a commotion, so he had Senior Fu Guang put some seals on us to delay our breakthrough. Yang Kai nodded lightly, that was wise. The suppressing Black Ink Army was in a difficult spot right now, and just covering their tracks alone took up a sizable amount of Wu Kuang's attention. If Zhao Yi Bai and the others had their breakthroughs now, there was a high chance that the humans would be exposed and they would be caught. However, from the looks of it, their breakthrough was happening just as Yang Kai had predicted. They would have undoubtedly become Ninth Order Masters by now if they had not been sucked into the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Both they and the suppressing Black Ink Army would have received a great boost in power. Come. I do have some knowledge to share regarding the breakthrough to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Now's my chance to share it with you. Yang Kai took out a few futons from his small universe and tossed them onto the ground for him and his disciples to sit on. Zhao Yi Bai and the others quickly sat down to listen carefully to Yang Kai's advice. Although Yang Shui had shared some of her knowledge with them, every master who ascended to the Ninth Order would encounter slightly different situations, so it was still beneficial for them to listen to their honored master's teachings. After sharing some pointers and things to look out for when becoming a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai used his divine sense to confer with Wu Kuang. He was in a good mood as he asked, "It's rare for us to have some spare time on our hands. Do any of you have any difficulties in your cultivation that you need assistance with?" All three of them became spirited at once, but Zhao Yi Bai was the first to speak. "Honored Master, this disciple seems to have hit a bottleneck in the Tao of space and wants to seek guidance from you." Yang Kai nodded, "Use some of your space principles." "Let me take a look." Zhao Yi Bai immediately did as he was told. When Yang Kai sensed the movement of space principles, he raised his brow in pleasant surprise. When it came to cultivation aptitude, Zhao Yi Bai was the weakest of Yang Kai's three disciples. In fact, he was weaker than most of the disciples from the Void Tao Temple. There was only one reason why he was able to get this far in his martial Tao, and that was because he had overwhelming compatibility with space principles, as if he had been born to cultivate the Tao of space. Yang Kai had taken Zhao Yi Bai as his disciple because when the former had been wandering around in his small universe, he sensed that Zhao Yi Bai, who was still in his mother's womb at the time, had formed a connection with Yang Kai's space Tao essence. At the time, Zhao Yi Bai had not even been born yet. A cultivator who had an innate connection with a Grand Tao would surely be able to cultivate that Grand Tao a lot more easily than others. The compatibility between this cultivator and the Grand Tao would be far above everyone else's. Zhao Yi Bai's compatibility with the Tao of space was able to make up for what he lacked in general cultivation aptitude. Based on Yang Kai's categorization of Grand Tao mastery, Zhao Yi Bai was currently at the peak of the 7th level, just one step away from the 8th level. This was incredibly rare. Usually, only fully grown phoenixes would be at this level, but those of the Phoenix clan were born with a natural advantage as the Tao of space was their bloodline talent, making it far easier for them to cultivate it. Li Wu-yi was probably the only other human to reach this level as well, but Li Wu-yi had been cultivating for much longer than Zhao Yi Bai. Yang Kai even felt that if he cultivated normally, he would not be as proficient as Zhao Yi Bai was. His own elevated mastery of the Grand Taos was mainly due to the benefits he received from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and the Infinite River. He had refined a lot of pure Tao strengths from these two mysterious places and that had enabled his proficiency over the various Grand Taos to soar greatly. When it came to higher levels of individual Grand Taos, words conveyed very little, so after a moment of silent thought, Yang Kai manipulated space principles to elucidate some mysteries to Zhao Yi Bai. Zhao Yi Bai watched attentively. After a long silence, he declared, "You're incredible, honored master." This disciple is in awe. Yang Kai's display was akin to breaking the Tao of space down into minute details and showing Zhao Yi Bai the deepest, innermost mysteries. Due to Zhao Yibai's compatibility with the Tao of space, he was able to learn a lot from this alone. The new knowledge and understanding flooded Zhao Yibai's mind, and he was confident that a brief retreat of focused cultivation would be enough for him to break through his bottleneck and allow his mastery of this grand Tao to ascend to a new level. Though he was eager to do so immediately, he could not under these circumstances, so he had to quell his desire. Now that Yang Kai was done with his eldest disciple, he turned to his second disciple, Zhao Ye. She got to her feet at once and waved her hand in the air to produce a long spear. "Please instruct me, honored master." The spear Tao could not be taught the same way the Tao of space had been. It could only be transmitted through battle. Yang Kai smiled, "Attack me." Zhao Yibai and Su Yi's expressions changed as they quickly scrambled out of their seats in front of Yang Kai and hurried to the side. Yang Kai was startled by their reaction, but soon, his gaze hardened. All at once, an alarming murderous intent loomed over him, and in the very next instant, the tip of a spear drew near. He raised his hand and lightly flicked away Zhao Ye's spear. Nevertheless, Zhao Ye did not stop there. She kept attacking with her spear, time and time again with quick, relentless strikes. Zhao Ye seemed like an entirely different person when she had her spear in hand. Her presence became incredibly dominating. Her spear technique showed traces of the supreme limitless spear, but most of it was a product of her many years of accumulation and practice. In fact, Yang Kai could sense that she could very well surpass him when it came to the spear Tao, which left him feeling rather helpless. Only an impossibly dangerous environment could produce such an alarming spear technique, which was not something to be pleased about. Zhao Ye was afraid to cause too much of a commotion, so she did not use her world force or her Tao strength, she simply relied on pure technique. Her murderous intent did not decrease though. It was as if she were going up against a hated enemy she could never be reconciled with instead of Yang Kai, her honored master. Yang Kai finally realized why Zhao Yibai and Su Yi had reacted the way they did earlier. They must have experienced the imposing aura of Zhao Ye's spear themselves and knew to stay clear. "Zhao Ye, you do indeed have great mastery over the spear and its techniques, but your murderous intent is too strong." Zhao Ye continued to lunge and withdraw her spear as she flitted around Yang Kai. Her spear loomed over the small area as she asked, "The spear Tao is focused on domination and slaughter, how am I supposed to kill the enemy if my murderous intent isn't strong?" "You do need strong murderous intent, but too much of it isn't a good thing. It's good to strike fear in the enemy even before the battle. It makes it even easier to kill them off. If you run into an enemy who's either weaker or of similar strength to you, you can indeed use your murderous intent to intimidate them, but what will you do if you run into an enemy stronger than you?" "I won't give up until I kill them." Yang Kai shook his head. "Zhao Ye, it's true that spear Tao is used offensively, but you need to get one thing clear. Are you using your spear to kill or to protect?" Zhao Ye did not understand. "Please enlighten me, honored master." "One spear can be used to kill the enemy, but it can also be used to protect lives." Yang Kai blocked Zhao Ye's attack with his hand before reaching into the air. His voice continued, "The persistent focus on killing will only lead one's heart astray. Everyone has something they wish to protect and that gives them strength to persist." Zhao Ye was confused. "How can I protect anyone if I don't kill the enemy? Killing off all my enemies is the only way to protect what I am determined to protect." "And what do you want to protect?" Yang Kai asked as he brought out his azure dragon spear. "I want to protect." Zhao Ye's dazed eyes grew bright again as her gaze swept over the spot where Zhao Yibai was standing intently. She then shot a quick glance at Su Yi as well. Su Yi keenly sensed this and grumbled, "Hey, eldest senior brother, why do I feel like I'm just included as an afterthought?" "Huh? What?" Zhao Yibai turned to ask. As he spoke though, he felt a sudden chill grip his heart as the aura of death swept over him. Before he could react, he heard Zhao Ye's heart-wrenching shriek, "No!" Zhao Yibai turned around and saw his honored master, enveloped by black ink strength, a genuine black ink disciple, flying over at him with his spear ready to strike. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-28, The Mysterious Unknown Land. Zhao Yi Bai was frozen stiff in a corner of the suppressing black ink fortress, his sweat-drenched clothes clinging to his skin. For a brief moment, he felt the aura of death deep within his bones and thought he had already tread upon the gates of hell. He was even more horrified by the fact that he could not move. He could not do anything to stop or block his honored master's sudden attack. In other words, if his honored master wanted to kill him, a single attack from his spear would suffice. It was an awe-inspiring strength. Zhao Yi Bai was at the peak of the 8th order, and once Yang Shui became a 9th order master, Zhao Yi Bai sought her out for a friendly exchange. Even though neither one of them used their full strength in the battle, and Zhao Yi Bai had not been Yang Shui's equal by any means, he had still been able to put up a fight for a few dozen blows. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, so if he wanted to escape, Yang Shui would not be able to stop him. Out of all the current 8th order masters, he was one of the strongest. Even so, his strength seemed inconsequential when he was up against his honored master. At the last moment, someone blocked the spear from striking Zhao Yi Bai. Zhao Yi stood in front of Zhao Yi Bai with her spear held horizontally in front of her to block the azure dragon spear. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering dominance disappeared once the spears made contact. Zhao Yi was still in the throes of lingering fear and shock, though she felt a little dazed as well. She did not know how she managed to unleash such formidable strength to protect her eldest senior brother from her honored master's attack. The black ink strength surrounding Yang Kai vanished as he returned to normal. He eyed Zhao Yi, who looked terrified, and asked, "Do you understand now?" Zhao Yi pursed her lips and hoarsely replied, "Disciple understands." Yang Kai nodded. Out of his 3 disciples, Zhao Yi Bai's aptitude was the poorest while Zhao Yi's was the highest. In fact, her aptitude was stronger than anyone else Yang Kai had ever met. Throughout the last few millennia, there were many fine young talents from the Star Boundary, Void World, and Myriad Monsters World. Many were able to ascend directly to 7th order, but when it came to their natural aptitude for cultivating, no one surpassed Zhao Yi. She had strong comprehension, and though she had taken a few wrong turns in her cultivation of the spear Tao, Yang Kai was certain this experience would be enough for her to have a decisive breakthrough in her mastery of this grand Tao. As Yang Kai withdrew the azure dragon spear, Zhao Yi felt as if she had used up every bit of strength she had in her and crumpled weakly into Zhao Yi Bai's arms. Yang Kai turned to Su Yi. Su Yi gulped and stepped forward, "Please teach me, honored master." After seeing what his second senior sister went through, he did not know what kind of guidance he would be receiving from his honored master. Thankfully, Yang Kai simply raised his hand and condensed time principles above it. The time principles solidified as Yang Kai demonstrated the mysteries of the Tao of time the same way he did when he taught Zhao Yi Bai earlier. Su Yi was fully attentive and was able to learn a lot. A half cup of tea's time later, Su Yi respectfully bowed and said, "Honored master, this disciple has been enlightened." Yang Kai nodded. He looked at his 3 disciples and a thought occurred to him, "I once comprehended a divine ability that requires a combination of both the Tao of space and the Tao of time to work, and it is incredibly strong. Yi Bai, Su Yi, when you're free, you can try to comprehend it as well. Perhaps you will gain something from it." Yang Kai lifted his hand once more. As space principles burst forth, a great sun rose and the full moon hung in the air. The sun and moon shone together. He then made another flick with his hand and time principles began flowing. The 2 principles swirled and combined. Mysterious changes began occurring as the 2 vastly different principles intertwined, causing the sun and moon to begin spinning about, forming a kind of spiral that severely warped both space and time. Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi were engrossed in what they saw. This is the sun and moon divine wheel. If you wish to produce it, you two will need to join forces and work together to have even a shred of possibility of creating this effect. The sun and moon divine seal was the enhanced version of this divine ability, but Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi could not produce it at their current strength. In fact, Yang Kai was not even certain whether they could produce the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Yang Kai was proficient in both Grand Daos, so it was easy enough for him to wield this divine ability. He did not know whether it was possible to achieve it if two masters were to work together instead. Nevertheless, there was no harm in trying. If Xiao Yi Bai and Su Yi were able to produce the Sun and Moon Divine Will together, they would have an additional trump card whenever they joined forces. After all, they were stuck in this place and could not cultivate or work towards their breakthroughs, so it was better for them to spend their time cultivating their Grand Daos. At least, they could still make some progress. Zhao Yi Bai and Sui both nodded. "We have taken your teachings to heart, honored master. We won't let you down." "And, I still have other matters to attend to," Yang Kai declared. "Once the human race army arrives, Wu Kuang will find the chance to send all of you out of here." As he spoke, his divine sense flashed. Fu Guang appeared the next moment. "I must go, senior, so I'll leave the suppressing Black Ink army in your care." "You're heading over there?" Evidently, Fu Guang had picked up on something. And, Yang Kai nodded, "It could be an opportunity for us. Either way, I must take a look and see for myself." Fu Guang was concerned. "You have to be careful. I'm not sure what the exact situation is like, but Wu Kuang told me some things and I know it's probably not safe there. Don't bite off more than you can chew and have the situation end up backfiring on you instead." "I'll play it by ear and act accordingly," Yang Kai assured. He then turned towards the void and called out, "Let's start, Wu Kuang. Are you sure you want to go there?" Wu Kuang asked to confirm. "At a time like this, I can't back away. I can take you there, but I don't have the power to do anything more. You'll have to rely on yourself." "Of course." "Good." Although Wu Kuang knew that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, he still felt the need to check once more. Alas, it was as Yang Kai said, they could not back down now. A cloud of fog began enveloping Yang Kai's figure. It was Wu Kuang who was harnessing the power of the Grand Restriction. All at once, Yang Kai felt the suppressing Black Ink fortress swiftly moving away from him. The earlier scene of Wu Kuang transporting him around repeated itself as he weaved through the sea of Black Ink strength and headed towards a mysterious unknown land. Wu Kuang told Yang Kai a few things about the unknown land, but he did not give many details as it was hard for him to unearth the mysteries of that place too. As it was, if it had not been for the sudden explosion of Black Ink strength a few years ago, Wu Kuang would not have known that such an unusual place existed inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. It was a hidden hand that Mu left behind. Millennia ago, during the humans' first crusade, they suffered a devastating defeat and the crusade force endured catastrophic losses. Mo acted out and Song was unable to stop it. When it looked as if the Grand Restriction was about to break open and Mo was about to escape, Mu's silhouette appeared out of the blue. She used some strange method to make Mo fall into a deep slumber and saved the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, which had been on the verge of collapse. In doing so, she saved the human race army from the danger of being wiped out and the humans were able to spend thousands of years building themselves back up. Everyone thought that Mu's hidden hand had been completely used up. Even Tsang thought so as well before he died, which was why he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself and integrate with the Grand Restriction to strengthen it. Before Tsang passed on, he told Yang Kai about Shi and had him look for Shi's reincarnation to let the latter stand guard over the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. That led to Yang Kai bringing Wu Kuang over to this place. Although he was not the same as Shi himself, he could still wield some of the strength of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Sure enough, Wu Kuang had done a pretty good job over the past few thousand years. However, it now seemed that during the late ancient era, Mu had left another hidden hand behind. Forcing Mo into a deep sleep was not the end of it. There was more which was hidden inside that unknown land. Wu Kuang could not figure out what it was precisely, but he had a vague feeling that a crucial piece to the puzzle was hidden there. He thought about getting Fu Guang to make the trip, but the suppressing black ink army was deep within enemy territory and Fu Guang could not leave them. Thankfully, Yang Kai came along and he was undoubtedly the best candidate to make this exploration. When Wu Kuang filled Yang Kai in on the information regarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they both knew that this trip had to be made. No matter what Mu's hidden hand was, someone needed to investigate, otherwise, once Mo truly woke up, the human race's present heritage would not be enough to defeat it, and the entire human race would be exterminated. Yang Kai kept traversing through the sea of black ink strength. He had the protection of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction's power, thus, masters from the black ink clan scattered along the way could not detect him. Nearly there, at some point, Wu Kuang's voice rang out in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai tensed up in alertness at once. Soon, he felt his body hitting an invisible layer and sticking to it. It happened too quickly, so Yang Kai felt sore all over. Wu Kuang, what's going on? Yang Kai took a step back and asked. Wu Kuang innocently replied, I don't know. It seems to be preventing all living beings from entering. How am I supposed to go in then? Yang Kai frowned. Hang on. Let me take a look. While waiting, Yang Kai stretched his hand out and touched the barrier that was holding him back. It felt like a seal or restriction of some sort, but not quite either. Yang Kai got a very strange feeling from it. He was about to take a closer look when he felt his palm warming up slightly. A strange kind of energy seemed to come off that invisible layer and washed over him. Following that, Yang Kai's palm went through the barrier. Yang Kai was shocked and puzzled. He took a step forward and half his body went through. Huh? How did you do that? Wu Kuang exclaimed. Some sort of power seemed to check my identity before allowing me to enter, Yang Kai explained as he recalled what he experienced earlier. It checked your identity, Wu Kuang repeated thoughtfully, it's probably Mu's doing. This place is hidden inside the Grand Restriction, so she must have guarded it against the Black Ink clan and made sure that only humans can enter. Though they had no way of ascertaining whether this was indeed the case, it was the only plausible explanation they could think of right now. I'm going in, Yang Kai announced. Take this. As Wu Kuang's voice rang out, an object suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, but before he could see what it was, he fell into the unknown land. All at once, Yang Kai froze in place. He saw a great river cutting through the void, with neither its beginning nor end in sight. The great river was longer and deeper than fathomable and waves full of Tao strengths which kept ebbing and flowing. However, the auras of the time Tao strength and space Tao strength were the strongest. A space-time river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5929, Mu's Spacetime River. A spacetime river was hidden deep inside that mysterious unknown land within the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes and was on the verge of thinking he was hallucinating. However, after studying it carefully, he concluded it was indeed a spacetime river. Amid his shock, a question popped into his mind. Whose spacetime river is this? In a flash, he got his answer. Since this place is part of the hidden hand Mu left behind, the spacetime river has to be hers. Was Mu able to create a spacetime river too? Does that mean she mastered the use of all 10,000 grand Daos? Judging by the size of this spacetime river, Mu's mastery of the 10,000 grand Daos far exceeded his own. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Kai's heart filled with awe. Mu was indeed the strongest out of the 10 martial ancestors. Yang Kai did not think much of it when he saw the respect Song and Wu Kuang had for Mu, but after witnessing this spacetime river, he finally realized just how incredible she was. Initially, he thought that his spacetime river was the only one of its kind, but now, he knew that he was not the first in history to achieve this feat soon. Yang Kai grew puzzled again though. He was able to form his spacetime river from 10,000 Tao strengths because he had been inspired by the infinite river inside the universe furnace. If Mu did likewise, did it mean she had once entered the universe furnace and saw the infinite river as well? Either way, Yang Kai felt a kind of joy at knowing that he walked the same path a martial ancestor once had despite being separated by millions of years. Ever since Yang Kai heard about the mysteries of the creation realm from Tsang, he had been pondering about it. There were 9 orders to the open heaven realm, but even if one became a 9th order master, what were they to do next? Mo came into existence alongside the universe, so it was powerful beyond imagination. Being a 9th order master was not enough to kill Mo and remove its threat for good. To do that, one had to break past the 9th order open heaven realm. But, how? How was one supposed to break through the 9th order open heaven realm? No one could provide any insight into this task. It could be said that the humans were reaching the end of the martial Tao which the martial ancestors had left for them. If they wanted to go even further, they had to clear the obstacles themselves to carve a new path starting from the end of what their ancestors had paved before them. Yang Kai did not have any ideas on how to do that until he created his space-time river inside the universe furnace. He had a vague feeling that the mysterious river created from 10,000 Tao strengths was the key to the way forward. However, there was no other human he could discuss this with right now. The discovery of another space-time river inside this mysterious unknown land changed everything. This was the space-time river that Mu left behind. She was the strongest of the martial ancestors, and despite having died millions of years ago, the mere hidden hand she left behind was able to make Mo fall into a deep slumber. Her presence thus lingered on in this manner. When she lived, Mu would have been trying to discover the mysteries of the realm above the 9th order open heaven realm. If Yang Kai was only 10% certain that the space-time river was the key to breaking past the 9th order open heaven realm, then he was about 30% certain now. He had inadvertently trod down the same path Mu had. That being said, before arriving at his intended destination, Yang Kai did not know whether this path would take him to an even higher pinnacle of martial Tao or turn out to be a dead end instead. Many thoughts raced through Yang Kai's mind, but he soon had his attention focused as he sensed that this space-time river differed from his not just in size, but in other ways too. Strange images flickered each time the waves crashed. The images flew by at rapid speeds in such a bizarre fashion that even Yang Kai had a hard time picking them out. He was about to use his divine sense to take a closer look when a huge wave burst out of the space-time river and came crashing down on him. Yang Kai's instinctive reaction was to back off, but a thought suddenly occurred to him and he stood his ground. The wave swallowed Yang Kai up, and once it calmed down again, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai felt everything turning upside down. He felt both weightless and as if he was falling off a cliff. He quickly used his power to steady himself. Immediately, his expression changed. In a flash, he had suddenly become impossibly weak. Although his small universe was still there, he seemed to have lost contact with it and could not use his world force. There was also only a bit of chi left in him. Yang Kai had to scramble around before he could somewhat slow down the rate of his fall, but he could not steady himself at all. He looked down and saw a lush, verdant forest below him, one that was quickly getting closer. A melancholic thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind: am I going to be the first 9th order master to die by falling to his death? He had been too careless. Initially, he thought that Mu's space-time river had to possess some kind of secret, so he did not try to dodge the wave that came at him. He wanted to enter the river and scout it out from the inside. However, he never thought he would end up in such a strange place after being swallowed up by the wave. Soon, he fell into the forest. Numerous branches cushioned his fall and slowed him down a little, but they could not break his fall entirely. Moments later, there was a loud thud as Yang Kai dropped to the ground, creating a small crater in the process. The commotion scared off the birds and the critters, and soon, everything fell silent. A little while later, Yang Kai was finally able to straighten himself up. He sat on the ground and shook his head. There was nothing much wrong with him. He did feel a little dizzy, but it was most likely because he had been plunged into this unknown space rather than because of the fall. He belatedly realized that he was still a divine dragon. Even though he could not use his dragon veins' power right now, his thick skin and strong flesh meant that he would not die from such a fall, even if it had been from an even greater height. Still, he was under a lot of pressure from the sudden turn of events and was a little dazed. What is this place? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked around, narrowing his eyes a moment later. He was only certain that he was inside Mu's space-time river right now, and he was astonished to find that such a world existed inside the space-time river. His space-time river did not contain anything as profound as this. From the looks of it now, the images I saw in Mu's space-time river when I was standing outside it earlier weren't images at all, but reflections of this world, the infinite river, a universe world. Yang Kai was beginning to get some ideas. He sorely wished he could enter retreat to digest the new information, however, now was not the time for that. The place he was in did not seem to be all that peaceful. His cultivation was being suppressed and his divine sense was suppressed to remain inside his knowledge sea, so it meant that he only possessed the barest hint of his powers right now. What's more, after all his years of travels and experiences, Yang Kai could keenly sense that he was not alone in the forest right now. A strange murderous intent hung thick in the air as unseen pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Yang Kai lowered his gaze as he silently checked what strength he still had. One day, a crack will appear in the sky and a man will fall from it. He will spark the light and rip apart the shackles of darkness. He will defeat the ultimate enemy. Somewhere in the forest, a man was staring dazedly at Yang Kai. He muttered those words under his breath, and as he did so, an indescribable look of feverish passion filled his expression. Two others beside him looked just as ecstatic when they heard what he said and saw the disheveled Yang Kai. You two, get him out of here. I'll bring up the rear. The person who spoke first quickly came to a decision, and after giving this order, he gripped his sword and charged out of his hiding spot. The other two people quickly followed close behind. As the three of them started moving, the murderous intent that circled the forest grew even stronger as silhouettes fluttered in the shadows. Yang Kai looked up and his brow rose slightly when he saw the man rushing over to him with a sword in hand. After a quick check, Yang Kai confirmed what cultivation he had right now. He, a ninth-order master, was only able to use true element boundary strength. What outrageous suppression! The journey of cultivation began with the tempered body stage before continuing to the initial element, chi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension. Even back in the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai's cultivation had surpassed the true element boundary, however, he was being suppressed to that exact realm by an independent world now. That explains why I couldn't use my divine sense. I'm not even in the immortal ascension realm right now. Only cultivators who reached the immortal ascension realm could use divine sense. The young man who came charging over at Yang Kai with a sword in hand appeared to be less than 30 years old. He had a determined look on his scarred face and seemed like someone who had wrestled with death before. His cultivation was also somewhere in the true element boundary, but his murderous aura was strong and he had a mysterious movement skill that allowed him to rush over to Yang Kai in just a few steps. Yang Kai eyed him without moving. He could sense that the young man's murderous intent was not directed at him. Although he looked fierce when he came storming over, there was also a look of worry as well. Why is this guy worried about me when we don't know each other? Two younger men followed close behind the first one, seemingly part of the same group. All at once, the scar-faced young man thrust his sword towards Yang Kai. The sword cry was followed by a clang as it flicked away an arrow that was aimed at Yang Kai's back. The scar-faced man leapt past Yang Kai and protected him from behind, his sword dancing through the air. A series of clangs rang out as the young man blocked more arrows that were all directed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no idea what was going on. I've only just arrived in this damned place. How did I get caught up in a fight? One party is trying to protect me while the other one is trying to kill me. Just how did I provoke them? What is going on inside Mu's spacetime river? Yang Kai was bewildered in every way possible. Hurry up and leave. I can't hold them back for long. The growl from the scar-faced man interrupted Yang Kai's thoughts. Just then, the two men who rushed over with the first one hoisted Yang Kai up from the ground, and the one on his left quickly said, "Please come with us, Holy Son." Martial Peak, Chapter 59-30, Prophecy. Saying so, they lifted Yang Kai and ran away, without caring about whether he was willing or not. Holy Son. Yang Kai's confusion grew. Although the cultivation of these two people was not as good as the scar-faced man, their strength and movement skills were still impressive for their realm. As arrows rained down from behind, the two of them cooperated seamlessly, blocking attacks while carrying Yang Kai as they fled into the distance. Soon, a furious roar came from behind them, "Swo Wu you court death. You all came for me, didn't you? Well then, let's fight to the death here. I'll hold him off, you guys run. No one is leaving." The scar-faced youth, Swo Wu roared. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out behind them. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, looking at the situation with confusion. He wanted to inquire about it, but this was clearly not a good time. The title of Holy Son also caught his attention. He had only come to this mysterious and unknowable place to investigate the hidden hand left by Mu, but he never expected to be swept into Mu's spacetime river and end up in this independent world, where his strength was greatly suppressed. As a ninth-order master, he was not easily suppressed by the laws of any unfamiliar world. However, in this place, he could only exert the strength of a cultivator in the true element boundary. This meant that a stronger force was acting in this place, surpassing his ninth-order power. This must be Mu's doing. Swift as the wind, Yang Kai was dragged along by the two young men as they moved forward quickly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he checked the item in his palm that Wu Kuang had given him before entering this mysterious place. He hadn't had a chance to look at it before, but now he noticed that it was a jade pendant, carved in the shape of a person that vaguely resembled Wu Kuang and carried a wisp of his aura. Yang Kai had a rough idea of what this item was for. Then, he suddenly spoke up, "You two can put me down. I can walk on my own." Although he didn't know where they were or what had happened, being chased was definitely not a pleasant experience. The two young men should be on his side as they were carrying him and running as fast as they could from the pursuers. Though their speed was somewhat affected, running faster would certainly help them shake off their pursuers. As he spoke, Yang Kai shook lightly and broke free from their grasp. The two youths were clearly surprised and pleased to see that Yang Kai had such strength. Then, the youth on the left apologized, "We acted hastily and didn't handle things appropriately. Please forgive us, Holy Son." Yang Kai waved his hand nonchalantly, "It's fine." Later, the young man on the right said, "I didn't expect Holy Son to be so powerful. It seems we can get away from them now." As they spoke, they continued to rush forward. "What about the guy, Swo Wu? Should we not worry about him?" Yang Kai remembered the scar-faced young man who remained behind. "Big Brother Swo is very strong, and he has a divine sword bestowed by the Saintess. Without an immortal Ascension Realm Master, those wastes can't do anything to him." Saintess? Yang Kai wondered what her role in all of this was. But with just a few words, he confirmed that the martial Tao of this world was not much different from what he knew, even the names were the same. Moreover, this world had immortal Ascension Realm Masters. The only difference was that there were 3 stages instead of 9. As they fled for their lives, it was not convenient to say much. The two young men were initially worried that Yang Kai could not keep up with their speed, so they did not use their full strength at first. However, as time passed and they tested him, they found that no matter how profound their movement skills were, this Holy Son, who had descended from the sky, could keep up with them effortlessly. So, they let loose and ran at full speed. After about an hour, they reached a mountain wall, where one of them took out a jade ornament and pressed it against the wall, which opened a kind of portal. It seemed that this was their hiding place. The three of them entered one after another, and the portal closed again. There was a space that was just the right size inside the mountain, and the space had clearly been lived in before. After everything was settled, the two young men who led Yang Kai here breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to worry about anything now that they were here. Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the two young men fell to one knee and bowed, "Greetings, Holy Sun." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help the two young men up. "I still haven't figured out what's going on here, and I have no idea who this Holy Sun is that you speak of. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" The thin youth replied, "We have not made a mistake. You are indeed the Holy Son of the Spirit religion. Of course, the final determination will be made by the Saintess herself." Yang Kai was confused, "But we've never met before today. How can you be so sure?" The two exchanged a glance before the thin one explained, "It is said that one day, a crack will appear in the sky and a man will fall from it. He will spark the light and rip apart the shackles of darkness to defeat the ultimate enemy. And that person will be the one who leads the spirit religion into the light. That person is the Holy Son of the Spirit religion." Descend from the sky. Yang Kai realized that they were probably talking about him. After all, he had indeed fallen from a crack in the sky in a rather undignified manner. It was surprising to find that their prophecy matched up with his own experience. To not only descend from the sky but also do so while the sky is split open. "Who made this prophecy?" he asked. The other young man replied solemnly, "It is the guidance of the Saintess herself, passed down since the founding of the spirit religion." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, intrigued. "Oh. Can I meet this Saintess of yours?" "Of course," the thin youth said, "we'll wait here for a while until Big Brother's will returns, and then we'll take you to see the Saintess." "Good." Then, they rested in silence for a while. The two youths had been running non-stop, which had taken a toll on them, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still full of energy. Despite being suppressed to the true element boundary, he still had the heritage of the Ninth Order open heaven realm, so running didn't tire him out. Taking advantage of the moment, he gripped the jade pendant in his hand, intending to activate his divine sense, but he quickly remembered that he couldn't do that right now. As a last resort, he could only call out softly, "Wu Kuang." The jade pendant had been given to him by Wu Kuang before he entered this place, and it was even carved in Wu Kuang's image and carried his aura. Obviously, it was meant for communication. Yang Kai also sensed that Wu Kuang had left a thread of his consciousness in this jade pendant. Wu Kuang seemed extremely curious about this mysterious and unknowable land, but because he was guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction and had no energy to spare, he could only send a thread of consciousness to see what was going on. The jade pendant shook slightly in response. Yang Kai became speechless. Even Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness seemed to be heavily suppressed here. He had originally wanted to communicate with him and see if he could find any useful clues, but now he had to give up. Moreover, just this shake caused the spirituality of the jade pendant to dim a bit. I'll have to nourish Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness, otherwise, it will soon dissipate. Yang Kai reached out, only to remember another unfortunate truth. His small universe was currently sealed, causing him to not be able to take anything out. Now, he was practically empty-handed except for the clothes he was wearing. It was quite an awkward situation. "Do either of you have some thread?" Yang Kai asked, looking at them. "Yes," one of them responded quickly and handed him a carefully braided thread. Then, Yang Kai tied Wu Kuang's jade pendant into a kind of necklace, so he could nurture it with his own spiritual energy and communicate with Wu Kuang at any time. After that, he began to familiarize himself with his current powers. True element boundary, how weak. His great power had been stripped away, making him somewhat uncomfortable. But in the end, he had experienced this realm before, so he just needed to familiarize himself with it a little bit. About an hour later, there was a sudden commotion. The three of them were alerted, and when Yang Kai looked, he saw one of the two youths using a jade to investigate and then exclaimed with joy, "Big Brother Zwa is back." Saying so, he activated his power of the jade, and a light flashed by, opening the sealed portal. In the next moment, Zhuo Wuyu, covered in blood, hurried in. He had clearly experienced a fierce battle, with many wounds on his body and a somewhat weakened aura, but his murderous intent remained extremely strong. The figure that entered this place was like an ancient ominous beast entering a cave, chilling the atmosphere to the bone. "Big Brother Zhuo!" The two youths exclaimed and greeted him. As Zhuo Wuyu glanced over and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he wave his hand to his two companions, and went straight to Yang Kai, kneeling on one knee. "Zhuo Wuyu pays his respects to the Holy Sun." "Here we go again." Yang Kai, a majestic ninth-order master with the body of a divine dragon, didn't mind being bowed to by a mere true-element boundary cultivator. However, this Holy Sun identity was somewhat strange to him. He had only come to investigate what Mu's hidden hand was, never expecting to get involved in the petty disputes of this inexplicable world. Reaching out to help him up, Yang Kai spoke, "Let me greet your saintess before we discuss this matter of the Holy Sun." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wuyu knew that the person before him had already heard of the saintess prophecy, so he immediately spoke up, "The saintess has never made a mistake. When the Holy Sun appears, it is no doubt per her guidance, therefore, you must be the Holy Sun of spirit religion." Yang Kai didn't bother to argue and simply said, "You're injured. You should focus on healing first. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Even without Zhuo Wuyu and his companions, nothing would have happened to Yang Kai in the face of that group of attackers that hadn't even reached the immortal ascension boundary. However, they had still protected him and provided cover, so he should show his gratitude. Zhuo Wuyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "This matter was aimed at me, but I have dragged the Holy Sun into it. I am ashamed." Sullivan, the only difference was that there were 3 stages instead of 9. I added this to make it fit what the author wrote later. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-31, Pursue. In the midst of the jungle ambush that was aimed at Zhuo Wuyu himself, Yang Kai just so happened to be at the right place at the right time. No one could have predicted that at that critical moment, the arrival of the spirit religion Holy Sun, guided by fate, would cause all the undercurrents to erupt in an instant. Upon reflection, Yang Kai realized that Zhuo Wuyu had indeed shouted to the attackers, "Aren't you here for me?" "Regardless, I still have to thank you," Yang Kai said. Zhuo Wuyu shook his head, "Holy Sun, it's nothing. However, we shouldn't stay here for long. We need to leave as soon as possible." Although he had killed quite a number of enemies, he was ultimately alone and unable to completely wipe them out. Before the news of the appearance of the Holy Sun was spread, they had already taken Zhuo Wuyu seriously, but it was not to the point where they had to eliminate him at all costs. However, if news of the Holy Sun's appearance got out, it would surely lead to an all-out attack. "But Brother Zhuo, your injury," the thin young man looked at Zhuo Wuyu with concern. "It's nothing serious." "Escort the Holy Sun." Before Zhuo Wuyu could even finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura wilting to the extreme, and his face turning an ashen white. "Big Brother Zhuo!" The 2 young men exclaimed, rushing to support Zhuo Wuyu, who was now swaying on his feet. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "It looks like we'll have to hide here for a while." Zhuo Wuyu's face was filled with bitterness as he nodded, "Please wait half a day for me, Holy Sun." Yang Kai did not respond. Zhuo Wuyu needed urgent treatment. The battle just now had taken a huge toll on him, but he forcibly suppressed his injuries out of concern for the Holy Sun's safety and the future of the spirit religion. Now that the backlash had acted up though, he was unable to move for a while. Zhuo Wuyu quickly settled down and closed his eyes to meditate and heal. The 2 young men who had brought Yang Kai here stood guard by his side, while Yang Kai himself seemed to have nothing to do. Currently, he still had very little information at his disposal, but one thing was certain, this independent world was still inside Mu's spacetime river. When the waves of the spacetime river crashed down on him, Yang Kai did not dodge, resulting in him being dragged into this place and fulfilling an unknown prophecy of some spirit religion saintess who lived in this place. The current situation required Yang Kai to see the saintess if he wanted to know more. Although he had some guesses in mind, he couldn't confirm them until he met her. However, there were still some minor troubles to solve before that. The hideout fell silent after that. About 4 hours later, a commotion suddenly broke out. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating to heal, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "Impossible." As soon as the words fell, a tremor shook the ground, as if someone outside was using powerful means to attack the mountain wall where the secret chamber was located. "Big Brother Zhuo!" cried the thin young man, "Our location has been exposed, and those guys have come after us." Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu's expression darkened. This secret chamber was one of the spirit religion's footholds outside, and when he returned earlier, he had carefully investigated the surroundings to ensure that he wasn't being followed. So how did the enemy find them? If he hadn't been certain that this foothold was safe enough, he wouldn't have stayed here to heal his injuries. But in fact, the enemy had already found them. "Hurry, activate the array!" Zhuo Wuyu shouted. Another young man immediately took out a control jade, infused it with power, and shielded the hideout. The attacks became more ferocious, and the commotion grew much louder. "Zhuo Wuyu, this king knows you're in there. Hand over your holy son, and this king will spare your life." Zhuo Wuyu paled upon hearing the voice, "Yan Peng. That old dog really came here in person." He, who remained calm when he was being besieged in the jungle previously, panicked now, clearly facing a formidable foe at the moment. It was obvious that this Yan Peng was not someone to be trifled with. After waiting for half a moment without a response, Yan Peng outside coldly snorted, "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame this king for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, the violent attacks resumed, causing the entire secret chamber to shake violently. The young man holding the control jade and stimulating the protective array stumbled as well, nervously saying, "Big Brother Zhuo, the array can't hold on for much longer." With that, Zhuo Wuyu immediately stood up and drew his sword before taking a deep breath and declaring, "Shanghai, Lu Ji, I'll clear a path for you. Bring the holy sun and run." "Big Brother Zhuo, we can't escape," said the thin youth, Shanghai, full of sorrow and indignation, "we should fight together." Zhuo Wuyu's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. He knew very well that they couldn't escape, but after so many years of persistence, how could he give up now that he had finally seen a glimmer of hope? He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen up, you two. No matter what happens, you must protect the holy sun and bring him back safely. Don't give up until the very end." Hong hong hong. As rocks crumbled and fell, it was clear that this secret chamber couldn't hold much longer. Zhuo Wuyu held his sword up, his expression was resolute and determined. Lu Ji continued to wield the power of the jade while Shanghai stood ready with all his strength, preparing to unleash his strongest move. Suddenly, Shanghai punched Lu Ji in the back and, at the same time, the hidden dagger in his other hand struck at Yang Kai's vital point. "What? What?" Two exclamations sounded almost simultaneously. The situation in the secret chamber became confusing and chaotic. Lu Ji, who was hit by the punch, spat out fresh blood and fell to the side. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but turn his head in disbelief. He never expected to have a traitor on his side, especially one who would turn on them at such a critical moment. Finally, he understood why their position had been exposed. The enemy had hidden Shanghai, a traitor, deep within the spirit religion for years without ever using him. Now that it involved the existence of the Holy Sun though, it was time to activate this agent. What surprised Zhuo Wuyu even more was what happened when Shanghai attacked Yang Kai. He timed his attack perfectly, just as the spirit array was about to collapse and when everyone was highly focused due to the tension. Lu Ji was already injured by him, and Yang Kai, standing not far from him without any defenses, should have been directly killed by him. However, when his dagger was about to reach Yang Kai, it was caught between two fingers that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Sun didn't even turn his head, yet he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Hong. With no one to maintain the array, it collapsed, and the secret chamber hidden in the mountain was completely exposed. Figures outside could be seen, and one of them, a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, stood with his hands behind his back while raising a gust of wind to clear away the dust to make the confusing situation clearer. After scanning the scene, the white-haired old man snorted coldly. Zhuo Wuyu's roar resounded, "Shanghai." With a flick of the sword in his hand, he turned and thrust towards Shanghai, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and anger and his face twisted in a grimace of disappointment for his former comrade. Silence. Yan Peng, the white-haired old man, waved his sleeves and sent Zhuo Wuyu flying through the air, smashing into the ground several paces away. Already heavily injured and weakened, the impact of the throw left him nearly unconscious, with no strength left even to move a finger. Desperately looking towards Yang Kai, he expected to see the Holy Sun's tragic state, but what he saw left him stunned instead. Zheng Hai held a dagger close to the Holy Sun's waist, with a posture of attempting a sneak attack, but the Holy Sun quickly countered by catching the dagger with two fingers and holding it in place. Right now, Zheng Hai was struggling to pull the dagger out, but those two fingers were as steady as a rock, making his efforts futile. What is happening? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't make sense of it. From the looks of it, the Holy Sun seemed to have anticipated this sneak attack. While he was wondering how the Holy Sun could have been prepared for this, the latter spoke up, "There really was an issue with you." Saying so, he turned to look at Zheng Hai behind him. Perhaps feeling guilty, or perhaps intimidated by Yang Kai's strength, Zheng Hai tried to put on a tough act and asked, "How did you figure it out? During our escape, you were clearly leaving some things behind in secret. I thought they were meant to guide Zhuo Wuyu, but then I thought, if Zhuo Wuyu already knew about these places, who else could you be guiding?" The Holy Sun replied. "How is that possible? You noticed what I did on the way here?" Zheng Hai couldn't believe it. He had been very careful, and even Lu Ji hadn't noticed anything. Yang Kai chuckled lightly without answering. Instead, he looked down at Zheng Hai's hand and said, "You're still a bit weak compared to me." This whole time, Zheng Hai had been trying to retrieve his dagger, but he couldn't overpower Holy Sun's grip. Upon hearing this, he immediately released the dagger and stepped back. However, as soon as he regained his footing, his face became filled with horror as the Holy Sun appeared to use some mysterious movement skill, clinging to him like maggots on rotting bones. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and all his strength rapidly drained from his body. Yang Kai turned his head towards Zhuo Wuyu, who lay helpless on the ground and asked, "It doesn't matter if we kill this traitor, does it?" Zhuo Wuyu was dumbfounded by the series of events, but upon hearing this, he laughed heartily. "He's just a beast. His death isn't worth pitying." Amidst the hearty laughter, he was suddenly seized with a coughing fit that aggravated his injury. Yang Kai nodded slightly and reached out to lightly tap Zheng Hai's forehead, who then stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, gazing down at his chest. A dagger was somehow thrust into his heart, the very same one he had used to ambush the Holy Sun from before. Impossible, Zheng Hai's pupils contracted as he murmured to himself, "How is that possible that I'm dying here?" His head tilted and he lost his aura. Only then did Yang Kai turn to look at Yan Peng, who was observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, looking somewhat surprised. Yang Kai said, "Old man, aren't you angry?" "Angry about what?" he asked in confusion. "I just killed one of your subordinates." Yang Kai pointed to Zheng Hai, who lay dead next to them. Yan Peng burst into laughter. "I have thousands of subordinates. If I were to get mad every time one dies, I'd have died from anger by now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-32, Missed. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Yan Ping scrutinized Yang Kai and asked, "Are you the legendary Holy Sun?" "I'm not sure," Yang Kai replied as he agilely maneuvered through the rubble, quickly arriving before Zhuo Wuyu and looking down at him. Zhuo Wuyu's lips moved, and he appeared to be mouthing the word run. Flashing a smile, Yang Kai reached out to grab the long sword in his hand. "Let me borrow this." Yan Ping didn't stop him, but curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai paid him no attention as he examined the sword in his hand. On their escape route, Zheng Hai mentioned that this sword was a divine weapon bestowed upon the saintess, but in Yang Kai's eyes, it was an ordinary weapon that didn't even qualify to be called a proper artifact. This wasn't surprising though, as this was a world with a relatively low martial Dao, so there were no truly powerful artifacts. "I just asked what you were doing." Yan Ping was starting to get annoyed by Yang Kai's dismissive attitude. Yang Kai flicked the sword with his finger to hear its clear and melodious cry. Only then did he turn his head to look at Yan Ping and smiled, "I'm getting ready to fight. With so many of you, I obviously need to find a suitable weapon." They were already surrounded by enemies in all directions. It was evident that Yan Ping took this matter seriously since he had brought over 30 people with him. Yan Ping narrowed his eyes. "We don't necessarily have to fight." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrow, "Are you willing to let us go?" "You can't go, but they can." "Because I'm the Holy Sun?" "Yes." The prophecy of the light spirit religion has been circulating for many years. Everyone thinks it's an unrealistic fantasy. Whether you are the real Holy Sun or not, you still have to come with me. Rest assured, our master may not necessarily take your life. Who knows, you might even benefit from this misfortune. Yang Kai looked at him curiously and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the immortal ascension boundary, right? An elite like you actually has a master." Upon hearing that, Yan Peng's eyes were suddenly filled with fanaticism. "Of course, the divine might of our master is not something that you ordinary mortals can imagine. I am not even 1/10 of his greatness." Watching the fervent expression on Yan Peng's face, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Yang Kai still wanted to say more, but Yan Peng had already lost his patience. The fanaticism in his eyes subsided, replaced by coldness and cruelty. "Boy, you better come with me obediently to avoid suffering." "That's not going to happen." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm curious about that prophecy, so I intend to meet their saintess and ask about it." Yan Peng coldly snorted, "Foolish obstinance." With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Take him down." Yang Kai lifted the sword up as he muttered, "It's a pity it's not a spear, but oh well, it's all the same." With those words, he flicked his wrist, and blood spurted forth as one of the masters who charged towards him was inexplicably pierced, clutching his throat while he stumbled backwards. Yang Kai thrust his sword again, and another person was killed with one swift blow. Masters came from all directions, but Yang Kai moved like a graceful butterfly amid their dense attacks. Within just a few breaths, the ground was covered with corpses, and more than half of Yan Peng's men were dead. The remaining people were filled with horror and no longer dared to approach. Zhuo Wuyu, who had collapsed on a pile of rubble, stared straight ahead, momentarily forgetting to breathe. On the other side, Lu Ji also widened his eyes and almost thought that he was dreaming. Yan Peng was equally astonished and asked, "What kind of sword secret technique is this?" Under his observation, this holy son of the light spirit religion did not even use any kind of great force. The sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, piercing with precision every time and always hitting its target. After just a dozen or so strikes, half of his men were already dead. However, the sword remained unsullied by blood. Sword secret technique? Yang Kai shook his sword and said, "No, no, no, this is not a secret technique." "Not a secret technique? Then what is it?" It's just an application of the sword Tao. Although Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Tao of space, time, and spear, he had delved into the sword Tao before. In his earlier years, when he wasn't powerful enough, he roamed around with only a sword. However, since the war in the Star Boundary, after receiving the Azure Dragon Spear from Maada, he had switched to Spear Tao. Now, with the gains he had obtained from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and Infinite River, compared to ordinary masters, Yang Kai was still much stronger, despite his mastery over the sword Tao being lower than the 3 grand Taos he primarily cultivated. In Yang Kai's small universe, many people benefited from his unusual accumulation and embarked on the sword Tao, making it among the most popular grand Taos in the entire void world. Although his power was severely suppressed in this independent world, which made it difficult to use his Tao strengths, his mastery of the sword Tao remained. With just a flick of his wrist, he could perform an extremely exquisite move with any kind of sword. Yan Peng and Zhuo Wuyu found this all hard to comprehend. Now, who wants to die next? Yang Kai looked around at the masters who were now at a loss. No one dared to step forward. A mere true element boundary junior dares to act insolent in front of this old master. Even if your sword's secret techniques are exquisite, you are not my match. Yan Peng bellowed with rage as his divine sense surged, sending his spiritual energy charging towards Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Holy Sun, be careful." While the Holy Sun's sword secret techniques were truly transcendent, his cultivation realm was still a fatal weakness. There was an insurmountable gap between the true element boundary and the immortal ascension boundary, one's divine sense and knowledge sea. The latter had given birth to a divine sense and opened their knowledge sea, but the former had not. Therefore, an immortal ascension masters who wanted to make a move against a true element cultivator were basically unstoppable, unless they wore some artifact that protected their soul. After Yan Peng witnessed Yang Kai's skills and realized he could not understand his sword's secret techniques, he understood that if he wanted to take him down, he could only use soul's secret techniques. In an instant, Yan Peng's spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and manifested as a soul avatar. He stood proudly above the ocean, his arrogance and disdain quickly turning to shock and doubt. This is a knowledge sea. How could a true element boundary cultivator have a knowledge sea? Moreover, the vast power hidden within this knowledge sea was beyond his ability to comprehend. The soul of the immortal ascension master was like a firefly under the bright moonlight in front of such power. What was going on? The prophecy predicting the Holy Sun's existence did not seem to be unfounded. Putting aside his bizarre sword secret techniques, this vast and boundless knowledge sea was even more astonishing. Yan Peng quickly discovered a 7-color island, which stood out among the vast and misty multicolored lights of the knowledge sea. Yan Peng could feel his soul avatar trembling just from looking at it. He instinctively knew that the 7-colored island was an incredible treasure. Just being bathed by the 7-colored glow gave his soul avatar an extremely pleasant feeling. I must obtain this 7-colored island. With greed in his heart, Yan Peng flew towards the island and landed on it easily as there was no hindrance on the way. In an instant, Yan Peng felt an indescribable surge of power nourishing his soul, giving him a feeling of returning to the womb. He wished he could stay here forever. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's been a long time since I've seen someone so weak." Yan Peng was startled. Someone's here. He spun around to see a young man standing beside a leopard that had lightning dancing around it. Was it the leopard who spoke earlier? The young man commented, "We all start weak and work our way up through cultivation." The leopard just sneered, "This old man's aptitude is so poor that even if he were placed in the wider world, he would only be able to reach the first order at best." Fair enough. In any case, let's get this over with. What do you think, second brother? Instead of just killing him, we should probably try to gather some more information. Good, then you do it. I'm not good at delicate work, so I'm afraid I might kill him by accident. And, the young man nodded and turned to Yan Peng, smiling, "Old man, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better tell us everything you know. The heavens reward those who are kind, so I might spare you if you cooperate. Yan Peng's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Zhuo Wuyu yelled out in worry, but in the next instant, the Holy Sun's sword flickered again as he began killing all the enemies who surrounded them. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. No one expected that after Yan Peng attacked, Yang Kai could still fight. Normally, at this point, Yang Kai's soul should have been crushed by Yan Peng, leaving him either dead or severely limited. But in reality, Yang Kai remained unfazed. A moment of carelessness resulted in even greater casualties. It wasn't until only a few people were left alive that they realized what was happening. Kill him. Kill him now. The few people exclaimed in shock as a layer of faint mist suddenly filled their bodies. As the mist spread, their strength noticeably improved. Yang Kai, who was in the midst of wielding his sword and killing, suddenly raised his brow, revealing a look of astonishment. The sword in his hand continued to deliver death, and within moments, only the last master remained gasping for breath while the rest lay dead on the ground. By the time Yang Kai cut the tendons in the last master's shoulders with his sword and captured him with one hand, the several dozen people brought by Yan Peng were already all dead. Be careful, Holy Sun, don't touch that mist. Zhuo Wuyu's worried voice rang out once again. Yang Kai, however, seemed not to have heard him. He continued to pressure the master he had captured, forcing him to activate the power of the mist. After a while, Yang Kai finally stopped, and the captive master's aura extinguished at the same time. Standing in place, Yang Kai showed a pensive expression. That mist was black ink strength. Though incredibly faint and weak, unlike those outside, it was still undoubtedly black ink strength. Recalling Yan Peng's previously fanatical expression, Yang Kai suddenly realized why it seemed familiar. Do all of these people possess this power? Yang Kai turned to Zhuo Wuyu and asked. Zhuo Wuyu replied, those in the black ink cult all possess it. It's called black ink strength. Yang Kai nodded, finally obtaining a few answers after experiencing this series of inexplicable events. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-33, Information. In this world, black ink strength existed, as did the black ink cult, an opposing force to the light spirit religion. Holy Sun, black ink strength is highly corruptive and can warp a human's nature. Please check whether you have been affected. Zhuo Wuyu anxiously warned. Yang Kai merely shrugged. Even black ink strength wielded by a royal lord couldn't harm him, let alone the extremely diluted power possessed by someone from the black ink cult. Although his small universe was currently suppressed and sealed, making it impossible for him to use his world force, the world tree clone was still there. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was essentially immune to the effects of black ink strength. Still, it was a thoughtful warning, so Yang Kai went through the motions of checking himself before saying, it's fine. This black ink strength seems to have no effect on me. Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention then turned to Yan Peng, who stood motionless to the side. Ever since this immortal Ascension Boundary Master had used his soul avatar earlier, he became frozen in place, and even the death of a large number of his subordinates aroused no reaction from him, as if he had lost his soul. It made Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji puzzled. Holy Sun, what's happening to Yan Peng? Zhuo Wuyu asked, uncertain but with a suspicion forming in his mind. His soul has been shattered. He's basically a living corpse now, Yang Kai explained. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. Holy Sun, do you possess one of those special constitutions that are immune to all evil? The fact that Yan Peng's soul shattered as a result of his using his soul avatar against Yang Kai, coupled with his resistance to black ink strength, left Zhuo Wuyu at a loss for words with no explanation of what just happened. Something like that, as Yang Kai was thinking about how to explain it, Zhuo Wuyu was thoughtful enough to come up with an explanation for him. Seeing him admit to it, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji exchanged a glance, both thrilled beyond measure. The Holy Sun was impervious to all evil, born to counteract the means of the Black Ink cult. He was truly the future hope of the spirit religion. The saintess prophecy was right on the mark. Furthermore, his strength was unfathomable. He didn't even need to use much power in his previous killing spree, only employing the most basic sword secret techniques. Yet, the Black Ink cult masters were unable to block even a single strike. At this moment, the gloom in their hearts was illuminated by the dawn's light. "We shouldn't stay here for long," Suo Wuyu said, struggling to stand up before falling back down. His injuries were still severe. It was the same for Lu Ji. He was caught off guard by Zheng Hai and took a direct punch to the back. If Zheng Hai hadn't reserved some strength to attack Yang Kai, that punch would have ended Lu Ji's life. "You should both rest and recover for a while," said Yang Kai. Suo Wuyu looked bitter. Although he wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, he was strong in will but weak in strength. After exchanging a glance with Lu Ji, he decided to heal his injuries on the spot and try to restore some strength for now. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, on the seven-colored island, Yan Peng's soul avatar became respectful and forthcoming before the young man and the thunder leopard. He would answer any questions they had without holding anything back. This couldn't be helped. Yan Peng initially thought this seven-colored island was his great opportunity, never expecting to find two masters here whose strengths were both beyond his imagination. Yan Peng did not doubt that either of these two could extinguish his soul with a single thought. How could people under the eaves not lower their heads? Fortunately, the young man was kind enough not to harm him, only asking for some basic information. So, Yan Peng cooperated obediently. After a brief exchange, Feng Tianci uncovered some secrets of this world, which he naturally shared with the others. In the primordial world, two great forces, the light spirit religion and the Black Ink cult, had vied for dominance since ancient times, each claiming half of this independent world. Even after years of unending conflict, neither side could gain the upper hand. Within the Black Ink cult, there was a Black Ink master who could bestow Black Ink strength upon all living beings, corrupting their hearts and minds, making them obedient servants of the cult. Meanwhile, the light spirit religion was the only force that could stand against the Black Ink cult. They had been battling them for countless years. Without them, the entire world would have fallen into the hands of the cult long ago. The first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion left behind a prophecy, which was the same one that Yang Kai heard from Lu Ji. Over the years, the followers of the light spirit religion had been searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun while fighting against the Black Ink cult, because according to the guidance of the first-generation saintess, the only way to completely defeat the Black Ink cult was for the Holy Sun to appear. Likewise, the Black Ink cult was also searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun of the light spirit religion. Unfortunately, neither side had made any progress. Until today, during the Black Ink cult's hunt for Suo Wuyu, Yang Kai suddenly descended from the sky. When the news reached Yan Peng, he personally led his men to capture Yang Kai, but things took an unexpected turn as they were all slaughtered and Yan Peng found himself trapped. On the small island, Feng Tianci continued to question Yan Peng for more information. Meanwhile, in front of the ruins, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The information he had was not extensive, but he now had a general understanding of the situation. However, there were two things that were different from what he had initially thought. The first was the impact of Black Ink strength on living creatures. In the outside world, Black Ink strength was extremely potent. Any master who was contaminated by it and failed to deal with it in time would inevitably become a Black Ink disciple. These beings had long since abandoned their humanity and identities and became loyal only to Mo. It could be said that any Black Ink disciple would willingly sacrifice everything they had for Mo. However, Yan Peng was different. Though his soul avatar was trapped on the seven-color island, he had a strong will to survive, otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Feng Tianci and provided so much information about the Black Ink cult. In other words, he wasn't a true Black Ink disciple. Is it because of how weak the Black Ink strength is here? When Yang Kai killed those Black Ink cult members before, the last few activated their Black Ink strength to enhance their abilities. However, their Black Ink strength was extremely thin and clearly abnormal. It seemed that Black Ink strength in the primordial world could distort someone's nature to a certain extent, but it wasn't potent enough to transform them into true Black Ink disciples. The second point of curiosity was the saintess of the light spirit religion. Yang Kai had a suspicion about the saintess before, but after learning some information about her from Yen Peng, he began thinking he might have been wrong. The prophecy was left behind by the first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion. Since then, the light spirit religion had gone through many generations of saintesses. Among the past saintesses, some were assassinated by the Black Ink cult, some experienced cultivation dissonance, and some naturally died when their predestined time arrived. If that was the case, then this light spirit religion's current saintess was not the person he wanted to meet. Another thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was the name of this world, Primordial World. The name of this world seemed to imply something. Yang Kai felt helpless. Although Mu had left a hidden hand in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was still elusive. He had to clear the fog in front of him before he could glimpse the truth. "It's time to go," he said after half a day. Since Yen Peng personally took action, the Black Ink cult would certainly send more masters to investigate the situation once there was no news from him for long enough. In fact, according to the information revealed by Yen Peng, he was able to arrive so quickly only because he happened to be nearby. The other Black Ink cult masters should also have set out and were on their way. The appearance of the Holy Son of the Light Spirit religion, even if it was only a possibility, was a matter that the Black Ink cult would not take lightly. Together, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji opened their eyes. Half a day of rest was not enough to completely heal, but they had gained enough strength to move at the very least. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the long sword back to Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu caught the sword and spoke, "Only in the hands of the Holy Sun can this sword unleash its true power." Yang Kai's swift and efficient movements were all observed by him, which left him in awe and realized that if he could enter retreat and comprehend these secret techniques, he would surely bring his sword techniques to the next level. Yang Kai shook his head casually, "No need, I'll use this." With a flick of his foot, a long spear lying on the ground flew into his hand. He wasn't sure which dead Black Ink cultist it belonged to, but after giving it a quick shake, he was satisfied with how it felt in his hand, despite it being not the best of quality. Without saying anything more, Zhuo Wuyu approached Yen Peng and swiftly beheaded him with his sword. Then, the three of them set off in a certain direction under Zhuo Wuyu's guidance. When they left, all that remained were dead bodies and destruction. An hour later, a group of beasts attracted by the scent of blood arrived, but soon became alert and fled after a brief hesitation. Suddenly, a blood-red line shot through the air and pierced one of the beasts, causing it to cry out in agony and turn into a lifeless husk. The blood-red line transformed into a blood-red light, from which a figure strolled out. The figure was a woman in tight red robes, her stunning physique accentuated by the vivid color of her clothes. Her nails were long and sharp as blades, and she licked her lips with satisfaction after the recent kill, her eyes curved with pleasure. Dozens of people had already gathered around, examining the remnants of the battle. After a while, the woman spoke up casually, still filing her nails as if sharpening a blade for herself. "Anything noteworthy?" Someone quickly knelt down and respectfully replied, "Chapter Master, all of them died from sword injuries, killed by a single strike. Even Yen Peng seemed to have put up no resistance before he died." "Oh." The woman showed a hint of surprise, so Yen Peng didn't even try to fight back. "Looks like there were some extremely powerful swordsmen among them. Was it Zhuo Wuyu?" "It couldn't have been Zhuo Wuyu. He's only in the true element boundary, while Yen Peng is in the immortal ascension boundary. With a difference of a major realm, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't have been responsible," the Black Ink cult disciple explained. "So it must have been their newfound holy son," the woman raised an eyebrow. "I don't know, Chapter Master. Which way did they go? It should be that way, the man pointed in a direction. Immediately, the woman's body flickered, turning into a blood beam, which shot towards that direction. Her voice echoed in the distance, I'll go on ahead. You guys catch up as soon as possible. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-34, Why did you try to kill me? As the three of them passed through a small town, Zhuo Wuyu and Yang Kai waited outside in concealment while Lu Ji entered and drove out in a carriage moments later. All three of them were in the true element boundary and were technically capable of flying, however, doing so would consume too much energy and be unsustainable for long periods. Besides, with Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji still recovering from their injuries, the natural choice was to use a carriage as transportation. Once they regrouped, Lu Ji nodded lightly to Zhuo Wuyu, it's arranged, big brother Zhuo. Zhuo Wuyu nodded in response before turning to Yang Kai, please get on, holy son. Yang Kai went along with them and got on the carriage with Zhuo Wuyu while Lu Ji continued to drive, the carriage rattling away from the small town. Inside the carriage, Yang Kai asked, where are we going now? Dawn City. Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai understood why they were going there. According to Yen Peng's information, Dawn City was the foundation of the Light Spirit religion, with countless masters and high-ranking officials of the Light Spirit religion gathered there. Now that the Holy Sun had appeared, it was imperative to send him to Dawn City as soon as possible. However, the name of the city brought a sense of familiarity to Yang Kai, reminding him of the days when he fought side by side with his squad members on the Black Ink battlefield. Today, many of those familiar names and figures had vanished into the river of history. They were still quite far away from Dawn City, and judging by their current pace, it would take them 5 or 6 days to arrive even if they traveled day and night without rest. What's more, this long journey was highly unlikely to be peaceful. Zhuo Wuyu clearly knew this, so he quickly focused on healing his injuries. Shortly after the three of them left the small town, a blood light arrived. Moments later, the blood light rushed out and turned into the figure of the red-robed woman. She stood in the void, gazing in the direction of the departing carriage as she coldly snorted, I wonder what the legendary Holy Sun tastes like. With those murmured words, she turned into a bloody beam of light again and chased after Yang Kai and the others. Behind them, the small town lay eerily silent. Half a day later, Yang Kai in the carriage suddenly heard a commotion. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating, was also alarmed and quickly opened his eyes, lifting the carriage curtain to ask, what's going on? When he looked out, he clearly saw that someone was being assaulted by a strong man on the side of the road ahead. A burly man was pressing a woman underneath him, emitting a lewd laugh as he tore the woman's clothes. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed, causing the woman to scream and shout in distress, which only further fueled the man's savagery. Big brother Zhuo, Lu Ji, who was driving the carriage, couldn't bear to watch. Due to his naturally kind personality, coupled with the Light Spirit religion's teachings to help the weak, he couldn't just ignore such a wicked act. However, Zhuo Wuyu's face flashed a look of vigilance as he said in a low tone, carry on. Upon hearing the command, Lu Ji gritted his teeth and quickly drove the carriage past them. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would not sit idly by in the face of such an incident, but now there was only one priority, which was to escort the Holy Sun to Dawn City. Everything else was unimportant. When the carriage approached, the burly man had already stopped his actions and looked warily at Lu Ji. It was only after the carriage passed that he breathed a sigh of relief. The woman who was pinned down by him screamed, help! Help me! Aggravated, the burly man slapped her and sneered, no one will come to save you. Give up. But just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook, and he looked down to see a spear piercing through his chest. The burly man's eyes widened as his strength quickly ebbed away. Yang Kai flicked his spear and tossed the burly man to the side. He then smiled and reached out to the beautiful but pale-faced woman, Miss, you're safe now. The woman clearly hadn't fully realized what had happened until she saw the corpse of the burly man next to her, which caused her to completely break down and throw herself into Yang Kai's arms, crying bitterly. A little while later, Yang Kai sat in the carriage, holding a warm and soft woman in his arms. She seemed to be so frightened that she held on to his neck with all her might, like an octopus clinging to him. On the other hand, Suo Wuyu didn't know where to look, mainly because the woman's clothes were torn and her snow-white skin was a little too dazzling. "Sir, Suo Wuyu didn't know what to say. He never expected that the Holy Sun would suddenly jump off the carriage and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. But he had to admit that the woman was quite attractive. Even with her hair disheveled and her face covered in dirt, it couldn't conceal her charm. On the contrary, it accentuated her pitiful appearance, causing people to sympathize with her at a glance. Such looks easily attracted unwanted attention in these troubled times. With outsiders present, Suo Wuyu couldn't address Yang Kai as Holy Sun, so he simply referred to him as Sir. Yang Kai chuckled, "It's our duty to lend a helping hand when we see injustice. If we ignore something that we can easily help with just because it is inconvenient, then why bother cultivating it all? Besides, this carriage has plenty of space. Having one more person won't make a difference." Suo Wuyu could only nod and say, "As Sir says." Yang Kai ignored Suo Wuyu and instead lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, speaking in a gentle and soothing voice, "Little beauty, what's your name? Where are you from? Are you married?" Suo Wuyu couldn't help but feel speechless at what he was witnessing. He never imagined that the Holy Sun had such an interest in beauties. Of course, it was natural for men to appreciate beautiful women, but there was a time and place for everything. Originally, Suo Wuyu admired the Holy Sun's ability to dispatch Yan Peng and his dozens of followers with a single sword, and he believed that the spirit religion had a bright future. But now, those expectations had taken a hit. Could such a Holy Sun really achieve great things? Suo Wuyu couldn't help but worry about the future of the spirit religion. As the woman in Yang Kai's arms slowly calmed down and seemed to realize that their position was not appropriate, she blushed, burying her head in Yang Kai's chest instead of answering his questions. Yang Kai laughed heartily at her response, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, the woman suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a bewildered expression. Yang Kai hugged her tightly and looked down at her. "What's wrong? Why did you try and kill me?" The woman's coquettishness and shyness disappeared out of nowhere, replaced by an expression of disbelief. You're not dead." The woman cursed loudly, "Are you even human?" Their conversation made no sense, leaving not only the driver Lu Ji puzzled but also Suo Wuyu, who was in the same carriage. However, the odd atmosphere made him feel a great sense of danger, and he quickly tightened his grip on his long sword, only to find that it was gone. Suo Wuyu was shocked. He didn't even know when he had lost his sword. Next, the carriage became filled with a strong, metallic smell. The woman in Yang Kai's arms started bleeding fresh blood, whereas Suo Wuyu's lost sword was pierced through her, the hilt gripped in Yang Kai's hand. With a loud bang, violent waves of energy swept through the carriage, lifting the roof off. The woman, who had been in Yang Kai's embrace, suddenly turned into a blood mist, breaking free from his grasp. The sudden turn of events frightened the horses pulling the carriage, resulting in them neighing in panic. Lu Ji had to quickly calm them down or they would have bolted. Suo Wuyu was also thrown off balance by the shockwave, almost being blown away, but luckily was grabbed by Yang Kai just in time. The carriage continued forward, and in the shabby compartment, Yang Kai and Suo Wuyu looked behind together. In the half-empty air, a twisting, writhing mass of blood gradually transformed into the alluring figure of a red-robed woman. She clutched her chest, her face twisted with hatred and resentment, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yang Kai, overflowing with intense malice, as if she wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood right then. Night Chapter Master, Shui Ji. Suo Wuyu was shocked and terrified. Though they knew that the black ink cult would soon have pursuers on their heels, he never expected it to be her. They were in trouble now. Yang Kai's brow raised slightly as he thought to himself, as I suspected. Thanks to the information he had gleaned from Yen Peng, Yang Kai was no longer completely ignorant about the primordial world. The Black Ink cult, under the command of Mo, was divided into the 8 chapters, each with their own structure and hierarchy. The Night chapter, though the smallest in number, was made up entirely of elite assassins. Everyone in the Night chapter of the Black Ink cult was a master of their craft, especially Night chapter master, Xue Ji, who was said to possess the ability to transform into thousands of different forms, making her an almost invincible opponent. Throughout the history of the Light Spirit religion, countless high-ranking members had died under the Night chapter's assassinations, including several saintesses. Among the Black Ink cult's 8 chapters, the Light Spirit religion was most wary of the Night chapter, as nobody knew where they hid or when they would strike a deadly blow. Zhuo Wuyu shivered at the thought of facing the Night chapter master himself, realizing that he and his companions were in grave danger. But this only made him admire the Holy Sun even more. Though he had been cautious before, Zhuo Wuyu had failed to notice any flaws. Little did he know, the seemingly lustful and carefree Holy Sun was already aware and prepared to strike, displaying a level of cunning and decisiveness that left others in awe. You shouldn't be alive, Yang Kai looked at Xue Ji in confusion. He could sense that Xue Ji was an immortal ascension boundary master, but even so, there was no way she should have survived being stabbed through the heart with his sword. However, she only seemed to have suffered some damage to her foundation, with no threat to her life. All his actions really accomplished was making her angry. Her mastery over blood was unlike any he had seen before. How dare you wound me? I'll devour. Xue Ji's face twisted with rage, but before she could finish her sentence, another figure appeared before her. It was none other than Yang Kai, who should have been standing in the carriage. He wielded a long spear without hesitation and used his formidable supreme limitless secret art on Xue Ji. His spear strikes rained down on her without mercy, creating countless holes in her body. Zhuo Wuyu wasted no time too and joined the attack, brandishing his sword with skill and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Xue Ji. With their combined efforts, Xue Ji was quickly reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing from sight in an instant. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-35, the Earth chapter appears. As the bloody mist condensed and converged, it surged towards the two of them. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he grabbed Zhuo Wuyu and jumped back onto the carriage. In the sky, the blood mist seemed to possess a sense of spirituality, quickly fleeing into the distance as Xue Ji's voice echoed, "I will rip your corpse into 10,000 sooner or later." The infamous Night chapter master escaped in such a pathetic state just like that. Watching her depart, Yang Kai wore a troubled expression as he muttered, "So difficult to deal with." Ordinary people would have died from such a surprise attack, or from the follow-up assault, but Xue Ji was able to keep her life intact. Her skills were truly remarkable, making Yang Kai feel a sense of admiration for her talent. Through their brief exchange just now, Yang Kai noticed something. Xue Ji's mastery over the blood Dao was indeed extremely high, leaving her with no fatal weakness. Even if her heart was pierced through, she would still be alive, only suffering some damage to her foundation. But since she was severely injured just now, it would surely cause serious damage to her foundation and she probably would not dare to come again in a short time. No wonder so many experts from the spirit religion can't deal with her. It turns out that her methods are so insidious. Zhuo Wuyu's face was filled with fear as he recalled what happened earlier. If the Holy Sun hadn't noticed anything, they might have already died without even realizing how. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Zhuo Wuyu became even more respectful of this Holy Sun. On the other hand, Lu Ji was still driving the carriage without its roof while desperately fleeing forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. "I'm afraid this journey won't be peaceful," Yang Kai muttered casually. Zhuo Wuyu replied, "Rest assured, Holy Sun, I have already sent out a coded message. The spirit religion will soon send experts to assist us. That's good, Yang Kai nodded. Zhuo Wuyu was also a thorough person, and it seemed that he had made arrangements when they picked up the carriage at that small town earlier. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded, and the horses pulling the carriage fell down. The carriage, hurtling forward at full speed, crashed into the horses and flew into the air. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, Yang Kai, Zhuo Wuyu, and Lu Ji jumped off the carriage. The three of them stood in mid-air and looked closely. The horses were surrounded by a red light, and in a mournful fit, they turned into a pool of blood, leaving only white skeletons behind. Zhuo Wuyu paled slightly as he had no idea at all when Xue Ji attacked the horse. Even Yang Kai had not noticed it this time. Looking back now, it was likely that it happened when Xue Ji was stabbed by himself and turned into a blood mist while breaking free from him. Big Brother Zhuo. Lu Ji suddenly panicked. Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu turned their heads to look, and the both of them paled in shock upon the sight. Lu Ji was now emitting a bloody red light, and within that light, his power became chaotic to the extreme, his physique melting away like a candle in high heat. Lu Ji! Zhuo Wuyu cried out. Lu Ji clearly knew what was about to happen too, so after a brief moment of panic, his expression suddenly became resolute as he shouted, "Brother Zhuo, you must send Holy Sun back." As soon as he finished the sentence, he flew away, with pieces of his body dissolving into blood, leaving behind only scattered bones that fell from the sky in a matter of moments. Staring blankly at the scene, Zhuo Wuyu went silent for a long time, his anger and grief beyond words. Yang Kai's expression turned grave too. Xue Ji's methods were truly insidious and unpredictable. When he noticed something wrong with Lu Ji earlier, he had wanted to help, but it was already too late. In just a few breaths, Lu Ji had been killed. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Wuyu, confirming that he was unharmed and that he himself had not fallen prey to Xue Ji's attack without him realizing. If he had, it would have been impossible to remain oblivious. It seemed that Xue Ji did not intend to kill him, otherwise, she would have used such means from the start. Finally, Zhuo Wuyu regained his composure, despite his red eyes and throbbing veins on his forehead. He longed to fight Xue Ji, but his priority was to escort the Holy Sun back to Dawn City. "Holy Sun, let's go," Zhuo Wuyu called out, leading the way. Since the carriage was gone, the two of them could only fly, however, not having a means of transportation was inconvenient, especially since Zhuo Wuyu was still injured and had to push himself to keep going. When night fell, they found a place to rest in the wilderness. Zhuo Wuyu meditated and adjusted his breathing while Yang Kai stood guard beside him. The cold moonlight poured down, and Yang Kai looked up at the full moon with many thoughts flooding his mind. From the information he had gathered, he determined that the primitive world was a real world, where all living beings, including the three members of the Light Spirit religion and the Black Ink cult members they encountered, were truly alive. This was quite different from what Yang Kai had originally thought. He initially believed that everything here was an illusion in Mu's spacetime river, but it seemed that he had greatly underestimated her. The Black Ink cult and Light Spirit religion were opposed to each other. The Black Ink cult members could use Black Ink strength, while the first saintess of Light Spirit religion left a prophecy. Everything was still vague and unclear, so Yang Kai could not fathom what the hidden hand Mu left in this world was. It would only be after he greeted the saintess that he would be able to know everything. The journey ahead was slow, difficult, and obstructed. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai saw a shadow twist and writhe slightly. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai sent out a crescent-shaped black strike, hitting the shadow. Then, blood started flowing from the shadow, filling the air with a metallic tinge. Despite being suppressed by this independent world, his foundation was still intact, and he could still invoke some of his space secret techniques. Moreover, Yang Kai could sense that the suppression of his strength in this world was not absolute. His strength could still be improved, and given time, he could at least restore his cultivation to the immortal ascension boundary. However, this was probably the limit that this world could accommodate. Although Yang Kai could only increase his cultivation by a major realm, the power he could exert by then would increase by a lot. As dawn broke over the horizon, Zhuo Wuyu finally awoke from his meditative state, having spent the night adjusting his breathing and restoring his energy. But what he saw upon opening his eyes left him startled: a field of corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, their blood painting the earth a deep shade of red. These bodies showed no signs of resistance, having been cleanly sliced in two by some incredibly sharp weapon. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't even begin to guess when these people had come or how they died, but one thing was clear: they were all assassins from the Black Ink cult's night chapter. Feeling ashamed, he rose to his feet and addressed his companion, "Holy Son." Yang Kai merely glanced at him and nodded in response, "Prepare for a breakout." Oh. Zhuo Wuyu was taken aback by this sudden directive, but he soon understood what Yang Kai meant. Though he was only in the true element boundary and lacked a divine sense, his regular senses were sharp enough to detect the danger around them. This realization left him pale, but Yang Kai remained unperturbed, dusting himself off and pointing in the direction they had been traveling. "Yesterday, we were heading towards Dawn City in that direction, right?" "Yes." Zhuo Wuyu nodded. "Then, let's go," Yang Kai declared, lifting his long spear. "We're just going off like this?" Zhuo Wuyu was taken aback once again. The Black Ink cult surely knew that they were heading towards Dawn City, and the interception in this direction would definitely be the strongest. The safest course of action would be to test the enemy's strength and choose a weaker defensive position to break through. But, Yang Kai replied confidently, "We're going to Dawn City, and it's closest in this direction. We'll go this way." Saying so, he strode forward. Zhuo Wuyu had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, a loud clanging sound echoed in all directions as a barrage of arrows flew towards them. Zhuo Wuyu quickly raised his sword to deflect them, all the while shouting a warning to Yang Kai, "Holy Son, be careful." But when he turned his head, he only saw Yang Kai strolling leisurely through the rain of arrows, with no effort to dodge or resist them, yet the dense barrage of arrows couldn't even touch his clothes. How is that possible? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't wrap his head around it. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, he witnessed Yang Kai flicking his fingers and launching a barrage of black moon blades in all directions. These blades seemed to cut through space itself, effortlessly breaking through the blockade. In the next instant, screams echoed throughout the area. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but remember the gruesome scene of the corpses from before, realizing how Yang Kai had managed to defeat the enemies last night. The two figures continued to fly forward, killing their opponents without mercy. It was only a moment later when the rain of arrows from the shadows became sparse, eventually stopping completely. Perhaps the enemy had realized that this tactic was futile against Yang Kai, though the temporary pause didn't mean they had given up their siege, but rather prepared for an even stronger attack. After flying forward for a while longer, several figures suddenly flew towards them from the front. Each of these people was a peak true element boundary master, radiating a strong aura. They also seemed to maintain a unique battle formation as they moved forward. They all carried longswords, exuding a chilling sword intent. Zhuo Wuyu's expression turned grave. "They're from the Earth chapter of the Black Ink cult. They usually handle small-scale battles. I didn't expect them to show up this time." What worried Zhuo Wuyu more was the possibility that the Earth Chapter Master might also be among them. If that were the case, it would be a bigger problem. That person wasn't as sneaky as Xue Ji, and although he had an impulsive character, his strength was second to none among the 8 Chapter Masters of the Black Ink cult. "Be careful, Holy Son. They have the North Star Sword formation, which can combine the strength of 7 people to unleash a power far beyond their individual cultivation realm," Zhuo Wuyu warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy had already made their move. Their battle formation was impressive, converging the strength of 7 people into one. The leader of the group waved their long sword and a massive sword wave came crashing down on Yang Kai, instantly splitting him in half. Zhuo Wuyu's previous boiling blood ran cold all of a sudden. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-36, What kind of monster are you? The 7 swordsmen in the formation had no idea their target would be so weak, easily slain with just one sword strike. However, the severed body that lay before them didn't spill fresh blood and instead quickly faded into nothingness. It was merely an afterimage. The 7 of them were shocked and were about to launch another sword attack when they heard a voice in their ears, "A good sword, but it still lacks a certain substance." In the next instant, a single spear shadow filled their vision before blood burst forth. The sword formation was instantly broken, and the 7 swordsmen who comprised it either died or became seriously wounded. Zhuo Wuyu flew over, using his secret techniques to kill any survivors. He then turned to Yang Kai, "Holy Sun." He was filled with disbelief. For a moment, he thought the Holy Sun had been killed, but it turned out to be just an afterimage. He hadn't even seen how the Holy Sun moved, which meant his movement skill was beyond his comprehension. "Quick, let's go," Zhuo Wuyu said in a low voice. He had a sense of unease in his heart as if a great danger was approaching. Before he could do anything though, a strange voice sounded, "Do you think you can kill so many of us and just walk away? He's here." Zhuo Wuyu's face changed drastically, apparently realizing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became serious as he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. He looked in that direction and saw a figure quickly running towards them like lightning. He immediately pushed Zhuo Wuyu aside and lifted his spear and thrust it out. The figure quickly approached, revealing a towering man with a fierce and evil expression, giving off a genuine immortal ascension boundary aura. Not only was this man a master from the Black Ink cult's Earth chapter, but he was also one of the strongest among the 8 chapter masters. Facing Yang Kai's spear strike, he didn't dodge or evade, instead, he smirked and met the strike with a punch. The long spear shattered as the punch's force swept forward, causing Yang Kai to grunt and retreat a dozen steps before stabilizing his footing. Suddenly, his clothes burst apart at the back, pierced by the force of the punch. The long spear was now turned to dust because it was only a common item that couldn't withstand a full-force attack from an immortal Ascension Realm Master. Oh! The Earth Chapter Master threw only one punch and didn't pursue further, looking surprised when he saw Yang Kai's state, "You're not dead yet?" He could sense that the young man before him was only in the true element boundary, yet he could withstand his punch without dying, which was quite strange. "Forget it. It's your misfortune that I didn't kill you with one punch. The next one will do the job." Saying so, the Earth Chapter Master strode towards Yang Kai till he was close enough, and then, he struck again. With a loud boom, a violent shockwave swept out as the ground cracked open. The Earth Chapter Master's eyes narrowed with amazement, for his surefire punch had been blocked by the other party's fist. To the side, Zhuo Wuyu had just regained his footing and witnessed a scene he would never forget. He saw the Holy Sun slightly hunched over, raising his fist to meet the Earth Chapter Master's punch. Under the intense collision, the scene froze. Looking up at the Earth Chapter Master, Yang Kai snickered, "With such a soft punch, who are you trying to kill?" Both Zhuo Wuyu and Earth Chapter Master were taken aback. Of the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, each of them had their own unique skills, except for the Earth Chapter Master who wasn't specialized in secret techniques or used any kind of weapon. Despite having no defining trait, the Earth Chapter Master was still ranked among the top 3 strongest chapter masters for his physical strength alone, having refined his body to the point of being as strong as an artifact, with fists that could destroy anything in the world. In terms of physical strength and power alone, the Earth Chapter Master was undoubtedly the best in the entire primordial world. Even masters in the same realm as him couldn't withstand his punches. Once, a master of the spirit religion who was also in the immortal ascension boundary fought him in close combat relying on a protective artifact, but he was killed with a single punch, and even the protective artifact was shattered by that punch. Zhuo Wuyu could not conceive of anyone who could directly withstand such a terrifying master in his fists alone, not until he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Despite the Holy Sun's physique not being as robust as the Earth Chapter Master's, with his build being at best half as bulky, the difference between them only highlighted the incredible nature of this frozen moment. The Earth Chapter Master was clearly angered by Yang Kai's words and let out a low growl. I haven't seen such a bold person in a long time. I hope your fists will be as strong as your mouth. He swung his fist and attacked again. Yang Kai faced the incoming fist with casual indifference and replied, I was just about to say the same thing. Hong hong hong. The violent impact of their fists created deafening noise, and the visible shockwaves rippled outwards from where their fists met. The disdain on Earth Chapter Master's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of seriousness and confusion. He couldn't fathom how such a frail body could contain such immense power. He even had a vague suspicion that Yang Kai wasn't even using his full strength yet. This thought frightened him, which he dared not dwell on any further. As for Yang Kai, he was also equally frustrated. The suppression from this independent world was too great. Not only had his strength fallen from the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm to the true element boundary, but even his dragon vein couldn't be fully accessed. To paint a clearer picture, if the power from his dragon vein were to be described as a lake, the amount of power he could currently access would only be equivalent to a mere drop of water. If not for this, he could easily crush an immortal Ascension Master with just one finger. At present, his strength was slightly greater than Earth Chapter Master's, but not by much. Their fists collided again and again, gradually covering them in bloody wounds with fresh blood splattering every time they clashed. Suddenly, Yang Kai taunted the Earth Chapter Master by tilting his chin up, you and your black ink cult's endless pursuit. I wonder, if I kill you, will the rest of our path become peaceful? The Earth Chapter Master felt insulted and roared, if you can kill me, then you'll get what you want. His expression then turned ferocious, but are you capable? As he spoke, a pitch-black mist enveloped him, and his body swelled up, his muscles bulging as an even greater power erupted from within. Following this, he unleashed a punch that was far more powerful than his previous ones. This punch was almost equal to Yang Kai's current limit. However, facing this attack, Yang Kai remained calm as he used his fist to meet the punch head-on. A loud explosion resounded. Yang Kai's body shook slightly while the Earth Chapter Master stumbled. His previously determined expression became uncertain. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, Yang Kai's attacks suddenly became even more intense. The Earth Chapter Master also roared continuously, shifting from offense to defense as he tried to fend off Yang Kai's relentless assault. After a moment, his eyes trembled violently as he shouted, "What kind of monster are you?" He had always been the one to overwhelm others with his physique and strength, dominating the entire primordial world without anyone in this domain surpassing him. Yet today, even with the help of his black ink strength, he found himself falling behind. It was simply unbearable. What made it worse was the strange power of his opponent's punches, each strike penetrating through his physical defense and hammering his body from the inside out, causing damage to his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Amidst his roar of anger, a sharp divine sense suddenly erupted towards Yang Kai's mind, followed by the voice of a woman saying, "I told you this guy was not easy to deal with, but you had to be careless. Now you're in trouble." Shui Ji. She had also arrived, and she had been concealing herself nearby. A crimson blood mist suddenly manifested and rushed straight at Yang Kai, wrapping him up completely. Shui Ji's insidious voice rang out from within the blood mist, "Bastard, it's your honor to die under the combined efforts of us 2 mighty chapter masters. Now, offer up your physical essence. With a vigorous man like you, the taste would certainly be heavenly." As she spoke, fresh blood gushed out of the wounds on Yang Kai's fists, seemingly drawn out by some unknown force, and merged into the blood mist. When Yang Kai saw this, he just smirked mockingly and said, "You want to eat me? Be careful not to burst your stomach." A faint dragon roar was then heard. The blood mist surrounding Yang Kai writhed and twisted as if struck by lightning. What is this? Xue Ji's voice became frantic as she seemed to encounter something she couldn't understand. During her speech, Xue Ji screamed again and hurriedly withdrew from Yang Kai's body, transforming back into her own body in midair. However, it was difficult for her to maintain her body's stability, like a storm was rampaging inside her, causing her flesh to suddenly expand like a ball and then twist like a rope. Xue Ji let out a mournful cry, her entire body bursting into a ball of blood mist. Even though Yang Kai's dragon vein had been suppressed, it was still fundamentally powered by a divine dragon. Xue Ji, unaware of the truth, had swallowed and tried to refine the blood of the divine dragon. Even if it was just a tiny drop, it was not something that a cultivator of her caliber could endure. The burst blood mist once again gathered into Xue Ji's figure, only to burst again in her agonizing screams. This endless cycle of torment seemed as if it would carry on forever. On the other hand, the Earth Chapter Master, who was fighting Yang Kai, couldn't help but shudder with fear. Yang Kai was already beyond him in terms of physicality and strength, a fact that he struggled to accept. But now, Xue Ji's mere act of devouring a bit of his blood had left her in such agony that he couldn't fathom what trick Yang Kai had played on her. At that moment, he finally understood the fear and unease that his enemies must have felt before they died at his hand. And to make matters worse, the holy son of the light spirit religion before him seemed to be immune to spiritual energy attacks. Moments ago, Xue Ji had used her divine sense to strike him, yet her opponent seemed completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. He wasn't even wearing any soul-type artifacts, so how could he withstand soul attacks? Gotcha! With a loud cracking sound, the Earth Chapter Master was horrified to discover that his arm had been broken. After exchanging so many punches, it seemed his physical body had exceeded its limits. Yang Kai landed another blow and mocked, "So much for your strength." The Earth Chapter Master desperately blocked the incoming punch and retreated backwards, but quickly changed direction and fled as fast as he could. Along the way, he took several more punches from Yang Kai, spewing fresh blood from his mouth and looking pathetic. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-37, Spirit Religion's Reinforcements. Yang Kai dashed forward relentlessly, determined to capture the Earth Chapter Master. However, he was intercepted by a group of Black Ink cult members midway, forcing him to deal with them first. And by the time he was done, the Earth Chapter Master had already vanished into thin air, leaving him with no choice but to backtrack. Zhuo Wuyu was still there, having fought against some Earth Chapter members during Yang Kai's battle with the Earth Chapter Master. He now appeared worn out, his body slumped against a pile of rubble, his breath ragged, and his body covered in blood. "Where's Xue Ji?" Yang Kai glanced around but saw no trace of the seductive woman. "She escaped when you went after the Earth Chapter Master," Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Never mind, she won't live much longer anyway." To think that the Night Chapter Master dared to covet a divine dragon's blood, she was bound to die by her own hand, so Yang Kai had no interest in tracking her down either. "Can you still move?" Yang Kai asked Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu replied, "Please, Holy Son, go ahead first." Then, he pointed in a certain direction and continued, "When you see a large city with tall walls, that would be Dawn City." Although Yang Kai had demonstrated formidable sword secret techniques and great physical strength, he was still true element boundary. Zhuo Wuyu had not expected him to turn the tables against the joint attack of two of the Black Ink cult's top combatants. It was a victory across realms, a miracle that had never been achieved before. With a holy son of such strength, it was best for him to travel to Dawn City alone, as Zhuo Wuyu didn't want to be a burden to him. Yang Kai understood his intention with just a moment's thought. He walked over to help Zhuo Wuyu up and said, "My sense of direction has always been poor. I will need your guidance along the way." Zhuo Wuyu was about to say something more when Yang Kai interrupted. The Night Chapter and Earth Chapter have failed consecutively. The Black Ink cult won't be able to spare any more forces to pursue us in the short term, therefore, the road ahead should not be too dangerous. Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment before feeling it was reasonable. Although the Black Ink cult was a mighty army with the finest weapons and the 8 chapters' heritage was magnificent, the sudden emergence of a holy son who was not previously known made it difficult for Black Ink cult to prepare appropriately. The fact that they could mobilize so many Night Chapter and Earth Chapter cultists, even having the personal presence of the 2 chapter masters, was already the limit of what Black Ink cult could do in the short term. Now that the 2 chapter masters had been defeated, and many of their troops were either killed or injured, they were unlikely to have the strength to cause any more trouble. Finally gaining a sense of relief, Zhuo Wuyu said, "Then I will travel with you, Holy Son." "Good," Yang Kai nodded and enveloped him with his power before flying off. In the depths of a damp and dark underground cavern, within a natural cave, the sound of agonizing screams echoed through a cluster of crimson mist, as if someone was enduring unbearable torture. The mist contorted and expanded randomly, desperately trying to take on a humanoid shape, but each time it did, it would explode uncontrollably, the screams growing louder with each cycle. This scene repeated itself again and again, the mist becoming thinner and the screams gradually becoming less audible. Finally, at a certain moment, the thinning mist condensed once more into a graceful figure who curled up on the damp ground like a wounded rabbit. Her fair body was covered in dried-up blood, motionless, like she was devoid of vitality. However, after a while, the owner of that body suddenly took in a deep breath as if her soul had returned. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with a look of horror. "Such power," she whispered softly, almost inaudible. Madness then overtook her as she murmured it several times, her voice gradually becoming more resounding, "Brings me such joy." Trembling with excitement, her eyes became filled with anticipation and glee. She forced herself to stand up despite her weakened body and retrieved a blood-red robe from her space ring. After putting it on and restoring herself for a moment, she turned into a bloody mist and vanished into the dark underground. Moments later, she reappeared on the previous battlefield, searching earnestly among the pieces of broken limbs and flesh. Finally, she made a discovery which caused her to turn ecstatic. Then, she activated her blood secret technique, sending a burst of scarlet mist deep into the ground. Later when she retrieved it again, the mist glimmered with a golden light. She merged it into her body and immediately felt the terrifying power expanding within her body, causing her expression to contort and a mournful cry to erupt, frightening countless beasts and birds in the nearby wilderness. "Zhuo Wuyu, is this the Holy Son you spoke of?" Outside a small town, a group of people blocked the way of Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu. The leader, an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, looked at Yang Kai from top to bottom and asked. Zhuo Wuyu cupped his fists, replying, "Senior Chu, when the Holy Son descended, he fulfilled the prophecy passed down by the spirit religion, there is no mistake." The cultivator surnamed Chu nodded, "The spirit religion's prophecy has been circulating for countless years. In the past, there have been several instances of suspected holy sons, but they were all proven to be misunderstandings or the schemes of people with ulterior motives." Zhuo Wuyu was suddenly confused by his words as he asked, "Sir, there have been several holy sons in the past." Though he possessed quite a high status in the spirit religion, he was only in the true element boundary, so he wasn't qualified enough to know about some top secrets. The master surnamed Chu nodded, "As I said, the prophecy of the spirit religion has been passed down for countless years, and the Black Ink cult is also aware of it. They had previously attempted to use this method to infiltrate us." Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu became anxious. "Sir, this holy son is definitely not a member of the Black Ink cult." He had seen how the Holy Son had fought with the Black Ink cult's 2 chapter masters and how he had killed those Black Ink cultists along the way. How could such a person be a spy sent by the Black Ink cult? The master surnamed Chu raised his hand to stop him. "Your loyalty to the spirit religion is clear to me, but the matter of the Holy Sun still needs to be decided by the many Order Lords. We only need to do our part, understand? Zhuo Wuyu pursed his lips, I understand. The immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator finally looked at Yang Kai and introduced himself, Old Master Chuan He, how should we address this young friend? Yang Kai smiled and bowed respectfully, Yang Kai. He couldn't help but find the old man interesting. By saying all of those to Zhuo Wuyu in front of him, Chuan He was clearly warning Yang Kai, but he understood that it was a necessary action, so he held no grudges. Besides, Yang Kai was never really concerned about his status as the Holy Sun, it was only Zhuo Wuyu and his comrades who persistently addressed him as so throughout their journey. All he wanted was to go to Dawn City and meet the saintess of the Light Spirit religion to verify his suspicions. Only one thing puzzled him. After his identity as the Holy Sun was exposed, the Black Ink cult swiftly organized 3 high-level attacks, but there had been no response from the Light Spirit religion. Zhuo Wuyu had sent a message ahead when they were getting the carriage at a small town a while back, so logically, whether or not his identity as the Holy Sun was real, the Light Spirit religion should have given him enough attention and quickly arranged for people to assist them. But in fact, it had already been 4 days since Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu began their trek. After another 1 or 2 days, the two would have arrived at Dawn City on their own. It wasn't until now that the Light Spirit religion finally dispatched a group of people to meet them. In terms of efficiency, the Light Spirit religion was far worse than the Black Ink cult. Their attitude towards Yang Kai, as the Holy Sun, were also completely different. I shall address you as such, then. Chuan He showed a warm smile. After Zhuo Wuyu's message was received, the spirit religion made the corresponding arrangements and deployment. There are enough people ahead to receive you. Follow me. The Saintess and the Order Lords are already waiting in the Holy City. The Black Ink cult had 8 chapters, the Heaven, Earth, Profound, Dawn, Night, Space, Flood and Barren chapters. Likewise, the Light Spirit religion also had 8 orders, Heaven, Earth, Thunder, Wind, Fire, Water, Mountain, and Lake Valley orders. The 8 chapter masters and 8 order lords were the most powerful masters in the world. Good, Yang Kai nodded. Follow me this way, Chuan He beckoned, walking with Yang Kai towards the small town ahead. You must have encountered many hardships on your way here, little friend, Chuan He said with a smile, seeing how dusty and tired you look, you must have been attacked by the Black Ink cult. Yang Kai replied with a smile, but it was just a bunch of small fry that Brother Zhuo and I easily took care of. Behind them, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a hint of surprise in his eyes. So that's how it is. Chuan He also smiled, the Black Ink cult has always been vile and treacherous. If you encounter them again in the future, don't underestimate them. Of course, Yang Kai replied casually. As they walked and chatted, the group soon entered the small town and Yang Kai looked around and asked in curiosity, why is this place so desolate? I don't see anyone around. It's a matter about the Holy Sun, well, though it hasn't been confirmed, it's better to be cautious. So, before your arrival, this old master cleared out all the people in the town, lest they give Black Ink cultists an opportunity. Yang Kai praised, Sir Chu's actions are quite thorough. Saying so, he suddenly stopped and turned around, reaching out to grab Zhuo Wuyu's shoulder while smiling, Brother Zhuo, you must learn from Sir Chu. Zhuo Wuyu was in a daze at the sudden instruction. Though he felt something was off during their journey, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When Yang Kai pulled him over, he instinctively nodded and said, as the Holy Sun instructs. Chuan He, on the other hand, stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. The group passed a corner of the small town. Suddenly, Zhuo Wuyu froze in place and looked around, Senior Chu. Yang Kai stood beside him with a smile. Be careful, Holy Sun. Zhuo Wuyu was suddenly as nervous as a startled rabbit, pulling out his sword to guard Yang Kai in front of him. Because at the moment they turned the corner, Chu and he and the others who had been traveling with them disappeared without a trace, leaving only the two of them. There were obvious traces of a spirit array being activated all around them. In other words, they had fallen into a trap. No one knew when it was set up or what kind of mystery it held. But entering such an array recklessly would surely bring about great danger. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5938, A Trap. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, "Brothers Wu, does your spirit religion often root out lurking members of the Black Ink cult?" "What?" Zhuo Wuyu instinctively responded, but quickly realized, "Holy Son, you mean," before he could finish his sentence, Chu and He's voice sounded in their ears, hidden by the spirit array. No one knew where he was, but his previous gentle and warm demeanor was now replaced by brutality and ferocity. "Zhuo Wuyu, after all these years of nurture and trust from spirit religion, you dare to collude with the Black Ink cult and bring disaster to the foundation of our spirit religion. Do you know your crime?" Zhuo Wuyu shouted in response, "Senior Chu, I was born and raised in the spirit religion. The spirit religion has given me everything I have, and without its protection over the years, how could I have achieved my current glory? I am loyal to the spirit religion with all my heart and soul. Sir, how can you accuse me of colluding with the Black Ink cult?" Chu and he coldly snorted, "You still dare to argue? That person by your side, isn't he a member of the Black Ink cult?" Zhuo Wuyu frowned and quickly retorted, "Senior Chu, are you referring to the Holy Son?" "Tisk." Chu and he burst out, "He is a spy of the Black Ink cult. How dare you call him Holy Son?" Zhuo Wuyu immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai, "Brother Yang and I have been traveling together, killing many members of the Black Ink cult. We even defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master. Without Brother Yang's protection, I would have been a dead man long ago. Brother Yang cannot possibly be a member of the Black Ink cult." Chu and he became silent for a moment before he slowly spoke, "You said he defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master." "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes," replied Zhuo Wuyu. "Ha ha ha." Chu and he burst into laughter. "Why are you laughing, Senior Chu?" Zhuo Wuyu asked in a deep voice. Chu and he roared, "You fools! This person by your side is only a trivial true element cultivator, while the Night Chapter Master and Earth Chapter Master are both masters renowned throughout the world. Even this king at the immortal ascension boundary can only admit defeat before them, so how could he possibly defeat them? Zhuo Wuyu, how can you not see through such a simple trick?" Zhuo Wuyu suddenly became suspicious and couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu was in a daze, reminiscing on the events that had transpired. He was once amazed by Yang Kai's impressive strength, being able to fight beyond his realm and even take down 2 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, but what if all of this was just a part of the enemy's plan to gain his trust? As he thought back on it now, the timing and location of the appearance of the supposed Holy Son seemed questionable. He was now momentarily lost in thought. Yang Kai simply smiled faintly in response to his gaze and said, "Old sir, to be honest, I'm not very interested in being your Holy Son. Brother Zhuo seems to have misunderstood something all this time, hence calling me by that title. Whether or not you call me that doesn't really matter. The reason why I have come this far is simply to meet your saintess. Could you facilitate that for me, old sir?" Chu and he coldly snorted, "Even at death's door, you dare to speak such honeyed words. The saintess is a noble figure, not someone a Black Ink cult spy can simply meet." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became displeased, "You keep calling me a Black Ink cult spy, but how can you be so sure that I am one?" After a moment of silence, Chu and he finally spoke, "It doesn't matter now that things have come to this. I'll tell you the truth. Spirit religion's true Holy Son was found 10 years ago. If you're not part of the Black Ink cult, why pretend to be the Holy Son?" "What?" Zhuo Wuyu was shocked at the news. This was originally top secret, only known by the saintess, the 8 order lords, and a few select others. But the spirit religion has already decided to have the Holy Sun appear to stabilize the people's hearts, so it's no longer a secret. Zhuo Wuyu stood rooted to the spot, the impact of this news weighing heavily on him. So, the Holy Sun of the spirit religion was already found 10 years ago. If that were the case, who was this person standing beside him? When he appeared, he did fit the prophecy left behind by the first-generation saintess. It was no wonder why the spirit religion had not sent anyone to assist him on his journey. While the Black Ink cult had already dispatched 2 chapter masters, the spirit religion had been slow to react, sending only a single elder in the end. At that moment, Zhuo Wuyu understood many things. It wasn't that the spirit religion didn't value their Holy Sun, but it was because the true Holy Sun had been found 10 years ago already. Zhuo Wuyu. Chu Enhe's voice softened. No one doubts your loyalty to the spirit religion, but you're the one who has caused all this trouble, so it's up to you to solve it. Zhuo Wuyu cupped his fist and said, please give me your orders, sir. It's simple. Kill this impostor who dares to impersonate the Holy Sun. Cut off his head, and show it to everyone. Zhuo Wuyu was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai again, struggling with conflicting emotions in his eyes. Yang Kai paid no attention to Chu Enhe's words, not even glancing over at Zhuo Wuyu. Instead, a golden vertical cross appeared in his left eye, displaying a strange expression as he kept gazing into the air. Beside him, Zhuo Wuyu struggled for a while before pointing his long sword at Yang Kai, slowly gathering murderous intent. Only then did Yang Kai give him a glance and asked, Brother Zhuo, are you going to make a move? Zhuo Wuyu nodded and then slowly shook his head as he asked, Brother Yang, I only have one question for you. Are you a spy for the Black Ink cult? I've said I'm not, do you believe me? Yang Kai smiled at him. Although I may not be the strongest, I have a keen eye for judging people, Zhuo Wuyu replied. If Brother Yang says he's not a spy, then I believe it. However, what? There's another thing I would like Brother Yang to explain. Say it. During the siege of the cave, you were contaminated with black ink strength, so why were you unscathed? Do you know anything about the World Tree clone? Or the 4 universe pillars? Yang Kai thought to himself. He couldn't explain it to Zhuo Wuyu, so he could only say, if I tell you I have a natural resistance to black ink strength due to my innate talent, would you believe me? That thing can't affect me at all. Zhuo Wuyu slowly lowered his sword and gave a bitter smile. I've encountered too many unbelievable things on this journey. Brother Yang, what you said will be verified by me in the future. Oh. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. At this point, shouldn't you trust the people of the spirit religion, rather than someone you only met a few days ago? Zhuo Wuyu shook his head bitterly. Are you not going to make a move? Have you been contaminated with black ink strength that twisted your nature and become a member of the Black Ink cult? Chu Enhe couldn't help but shout when he saw Zhuo Wuyu still hadn't attacked. Zhuo Wuyu suddenly raised his head, Sir, whether or not I have been contaminated with black ink strength, I only need to meet with the saintess and have her use the purifying heart secret technique on me to know for sure. However, there is one thing that I don't understand at the moment. Please enlighten me. What is it? Chu Enhe asked impatiently. Sir thinks that Brother Yang is a spy of the Black Ink cult, and this operation is aimed at him. I can understand that, however, why was I also included in this array then? Sir, this array is very dangerous. Although I only have some faint knowledge of spirit arrays, I can still see some of this one's mysteries. Are you trying to kill both me and Brother Yang with this array? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but pat Zhuo Wuyu's shoulder. You have a sharp eye, indeed. He had used the demon eye of annihilation to penetrate the illusion and could see all the mysteries of this array. It was a killing array, and once fully activated, anyone inside would undoubtedly die without burial unless they had the ability to break out on their own. Zhuo Wuyu had keenly perceived this, which was why he couldn't fully trust Chu Enhe. Of course, since the matter involved the Holy Sun of the spirit religion, it was impossible for him to easily believe in Yang Kai either. Ignorant fool. Chuan he didn't explain anything. It seems you have been twisted by black ink strength. It's a pity that my spirit religion will now lose another good man. Kill them. As soon as the words fell, both Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu sensed a change in the atmosphere. A fierce murderous intent emerged out of nowhere, surging in all directions. Zhuo Wuyu shouted, Chuan he, I want to see the saintess. You will never see her. Zhuo Wuyu suddenly realized, so you guys are the spies of the Black Ink cult. The Black Ink cult is nothing. Are they worthy enough for this old master to serve them? Zhuo Wuyu, nothing in this world is as simple as black and white. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to see it anymore. Chuan he coldly snorted. You old fart. Zhuo Wuyu muttered under his breath and then reminded Yang Kai, Brother Yang, be careful. This array is powerful and not easy to deal with. We may both die here. The Tao of spirit arrays was not something any ordinary person could study. Although Zhuo Wuyu had seen Yang Kai's strength, he feared that it would be difficult to display that strength once he fell into this trap. However, Yang Kai simply smiled lightly and sat down on a nearby stone pillar, as calm as ever. Rest assured, we will not die here today. Zhuo Wuyu was stunned and could not understand how this man could be so calm at a time like this. While he was still puzzled, a sharp and miserable scream came from outside, one that was abruptly cut off. Zhuo Wuyu was no stranger to such screams. That was the cry of a person just before their death. The screams continued one after another until finally Chuan he's voice rang out in utter panic, It's you. No, please spare me. I am willing to serve the Black Ink cult. Please spare my life. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified when he heard those words. After all, Chuan he was also an elite in the immortal ascension boundary. He did not know what he had encountered at this moment to be begging for mercy so desperately. But obviously, it was in vain. The next moment, his screams echoed once again. After a while, everything fell silent. The people from the spirit religion outside were probably all dead. With the absence of their control over the spirit array, the illusion that had enveloped Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu disappeared along with the breaking of the array. A graceful figure, carrying a shriveled-up body, then lightly floated down in front of Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an unusual light as she stared at him without moving, her crimson tongue licking her lips, as if the man before her was some kind of delicious delicacy. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified as he lifted his sword, Shui Ji. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.